Ladies and gentlemen, we are live and we are about 50 minutes away from the drop of the green flag for tonight's NASCAR Cup Series Quaker State 400 at Atlanta Echo Park Speedway. And we're going to have a very fantastic race on hand for this evening. Atlanta's turned into one of my favorite racetracks as of the last couple of years, especially when it comes to the summer event here. There's going to be a lot of slipping and sliding around, low grip, high speeds with the super speedway package, of course, on this newly reconfigured mile-and-a-half track, although not necessarily newly reconfigured as it's already the 8th race under this current Atlanta layout. And as far as tonight's race goes, it also starts the NASCAR Cup Series in-season tournament challenge, where $1 million will be on the line starting tonight in a tournament bracket with the top 32 drivers in the NASCAR points format, and it dwindles down head-to-head matchups each week until Indianapolis 4 weeks from now, when we end up crowning the champion of the in-season tournament. They get a $1,000 bonus, and obviously we'll be filling out our bracket here on the channel in our pre-race. We'll be having our NASCAR trivia in the pre-race, and I'll go through the rest of my pre-race predictions per usual as we build up the start of tonight's show. Thank you for everybody tuning in. We're going to kick things off with our NASCAR trivia first, as we usually do with the NASCAR Cup Series live commentary streams. And today's quiz, we're going to run it back very beginning of the year. We tried this quiz already. Who will win, or not who will win, who has won a NASCAR Cup Series race? 205 drivers have ever won in the NASCAR Cup Series, and we have to name all 205 of them. We got 20 minutes on the clock. And then this will take us to about a half hour before the start of the race. So we'll go through the in-season tournament challenge following this. So you can play along in the chat per usual. Shout out to everybody obviously tuning in for this one. This is our 4th and final live commentary stream of the NASCAR race weekend. Without further ado, let's get into this quiz. And we're going to start off with the 7-time champs here first. Dale Earnhardt Sr. We're going to get a Dale Jr. pick on that side of things as well. Jimmy Johnson. And Richard Petty. Oh, we got Bobby Johns with the Johnson poll. There we go. And then Junior Johnson, of course, as well. And then along with, Richard Petty. There we go. David Pearson. He's up there on the list. Obviously, second all-time in wins. Jeff Gordon. He's third all-time. And then in the 80s, you got Waltrip. Yarborough. And Allison. And that's going to give us Davey and Donnie Allison as well. Leroy Yarborough. While we're sticking with the older guys. Ned Jarrett has at least 50 wins. Denny Hamlin is going to be up there on the list. Kevin Harvick. Kyle Busch. And that'll give us Kurt Busch as well. Let's see here. 55, that's Wallace, Rusty, and then we'll get Bubba Wallace with that as well. Herb Thomas has just less than 50. Tony Stewart has 49. Matt Kenseth is up there, 39 for him. Fireball Roberts, I think, is like 20-something. 33, okay. Carl Edwards in the high 20s. Greg Biffle had just less than 20. Same for Newman and Casey Kane. They all had about the same. All right, Joe Weatherly, he's got a lot. Lund only had 5. Okay. Flock, he had a bunch. Got Bob Flock, Tim Flock. Mark Martin, 40. Trying to figure out what order I want to go on this. I'm trying to get these guys in the 40s first. Who else has at least 40 wins? There's only a couple more drivers on here. No, I don't know what I was thinking there. Keselowski. He's got 36. Joey Logano's got quite a few, 36 as well. As of when this last was updated, of course. Tim Richmond, I believe, had over 20, if I'm not mistaken. The Labontes are right around 20. Jeff Burton, I know, is around 20. We'll get Ward Burton with that as well. I do have Jeff Gordon already, and that would have given us Robbie Gordon, too. Let's just start naming more active drivers, I guess, now. I'll come back to some of the others so I don't waste too much more time. AJ Allmendinger, Justin Haley. Hostvar doesn't have one yet. McDowell. Almirola. Truex has a ton of wins, of course, too. 34. Casey Mears ran a race this year. Blaney. Ryan Blaney. Austin Cindric. Josh Berry. Tyler Reddick. Christopher Bell. Briscoe. Gibbs doesn't have a win yet. Kyle Larson. Chase Elliott. And that'll give us Bill Elliott, who also has 44 wins. Jeff Bodine had a lot of wins, too. That'll give us Brett Bodine as well. All right, back to active. Active drivers. Cole Custer. He's got a win. Stenhouse. I mean, putting Nemechek on here is for Joe, but I was thinking of with John Hunter. Check. Ryan Preece hasn't won yet. Chris Buescher has. Who else have I not named yet that's got a win? Active drivers. Gillen has not won. Zane Smith, no wins. Gregson, none. So none of the front row guys have a win. Somebody just slipped away from me. William Byron. Byron. Bowman. There we go. Just missing a couple of those Hendrick guys. Chastain. Suarez. Van Gisbergen. Dillon. We already got the Bush brothers. Somebody in the chat said Trevor Bayne, Sterling Marlin. There's still some active drivers out there that I definitely skipped. Oh, Eric Jones. Eric Jones. That'll give us Parnelli Jones as well. And any other Jones that might be on the list. Did we get all the active drivers? I want to say yes, but I'm trying to think back just in case. I'm pretty sure I've got all the active drivers. You'll have to let me know in the chat if I ended up forgetting any of the active drivers, but we're going to move on now. Let's go 90s, Ernie Irvan, Harry Gant. Already got Earnhardt on here. Derek Cope. We would already have Waltrip with Michael. I know he didn't win in that decade, but Jimmy Spencer, Kenny Schrader. We got the Labanis. We got Rusty Wallace already. We got the Burtons. Who else won in the 90s? Rick Mast never won a race. Mike Skinner never won a race. Alan Kulwicki. We already got Davey Allison. I just threw... I don't know why Panch just came to mind, but I threw him in there too. Bobby Hamilton, although his win wasn't in the 90s, I don't think. That'll give us Pete Hamilton also, John Andretti, and that'll give us Mario Andretti as well. And let's go back more to the 2000s and Brian Vickers, Ricky Craven, Jerry Nadeau, Regan Smith, Yaley, no. Leffler, no. Stremme, no. Montoya, Ambrose. Clint Boyer. Yeah, I'll put AJ Foyt in there. Put Trevor Bayne yet? Yes, I did. I didn't put David Reagan. David Rudiman. Kenny Irwin? No, he didn't win. He didn't win a Cup Series race. Our quiz for tonight again: anybody who has ever won a NASCAR Cup race. Jeremy Mayfield. There was another one from the 90s I didn't put on here yet. Scott Riggs never won. No for Wimmer. We got Ward Burton. McMurray, maybe? I got sidetracked and I saw Jamie McMurray and Michael McDowell, or not Jamie McMurray. I was just talking about McMurray. Saw AJ Allmendinger and Michael McDowell throwing hands there for a second. I didn't know what that was all about. I got Casey Mears already. Mm, Still got guys 30 wins, 40 wins, of 20. I feel like I rattled off a lot of them from like the 50s and 60s real quick out of the gate. I do have Casey Kane already. Having a brain fart. I'll have more come to me eventually here. Hornaday never won one. Sprague, no. All right, think more. I mean, there's definitely more from my lifetime that I just completely glossed over. Ricky Rudd, Elliott Sadler, Morgan Shepherd. Got him. Hornish never won a cup race. Jimmy Means is not on the list. Lake Speed is. Didn't Dallenbach win a Talladega race? Maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't. Benny Parsons, the Bakers, Buck, and Buddy. Neil Bonnet, we always forget on these lists. Throw him in there. Dick Trickle. No, he never won a race. No wins. Got me on that. You got me. Chad Little never won a cup race. I know Musgrave didn't either. Some other Roush guys that I'm maybe missing. Got McMurray, Bush, Biffle, Edwards, Kenseth, Reagan, Bain, Stenhouse. I think I got all the Roush guys. Mark Martin. Yeah, I think I got all the Roush guys. I do have Flock already. Who am I missing with 37 wins? Later, Frank. I've got the Burtons. Fred Lorenzen. I don't think I put him yet. There we go. 26 wins for him. Oh, Curtis Turner. Got Logano. I'm pretty sure I have all the active drivers. I say that now. I probably forgot one. But I went by team. So I believe I did get all of them. Hemrick never won a cup race. You got 5 minutes left on the clock. 37 wins, I know. Bobby Isaac. There we go. I got the 37 wins now. Dave Marcus. I've got Joe Weatherly. Smokey Unick. I tried Unick. He never won a cup race. Got the Jarretts. The Petties. Rexford. White. There we go. Just a couple more. Sachs. Greg Sachs. Stacy Compton's not on the list. Yeah. Presley is not on the list. Now 124 of 205. Steve Park. Ah, yeah. Pascal. Donahue. I've got Yarborough already. Who's the highest on the wins total that we have left? We got somebody else with 20 wins. 20 and then 14, 13. 20 career wins. Now, Landy Castle's not on here. I've got Benny Parsons already. Under 3 minutes left already. This quiz is going by too quick. Benedetto never won a cup race. I have Morgan Shepherd. I don't think I missed anybody that the chat has put in the chat. Yeah, I haven't missed anybody that you guys have put. I've got Tim Richmond. I've got the Bakers. I've got McDowell. I got all the active drivers. I'm Bouchard. That's right. Oh, who won that? Bouchard is spelled wrong. Hang on. Let me pause it. I'll figure out how to spell his name real quick. Ron Bouchard. B-O-U. All right. B-O-U. Shard. There we go. Charlie Glott's back on here at all? Yes, he is. Okay. Bone. Or Bond. No. Dick Hutcherson. There we go. There we go. It's 14 wins. I was just thinking of somebody before all this. First ever, Richard Brickhouse. Yeah, there we go. First ever Talladega race. Boom. Sam Ard. No, he never got one. I don't think, no, Randy LaJoie's not on here. I got Leroy Yarbrough already. I've got Elliott. Yeah, I got Chase and Bill. I've got all the active drivers. I put Ambrose yet? I'm pretty sure I did, yeah. I've got Montoya. Got 40 seconds. I have Sterling Marlin. I got the Bodines already. About to have the moment of truth to see who I missed. 20 wins is bothering me. Who did I miss? Has 20 wins. Speedy Thompson. Speedy Thompson. Well, there's my 20 wins I was missing. We had almost everybody else. Well, I mean, yeah, everybody else with 20 plus. Dick Rathman had 13. Paul Goldsmith, 9. Cotton Owens, 9. Bob Wellborn, 9. Daryl Daringer, 7. Jim Reed, 7. Marshall Teague, 7. Dan Gurney, 5. Ralph Moody, 5. Lloyd Dane, 4. Eddie Gray, 4. Herschel McGriff had 4. Eddie Pagan had 4. Same as Nelson Stacy, Billy Wade, and Glenn Wood. Bill Blair had 3 wins. Dick Linder, Frank Mundy, Gwen Staley, Johnny Beauchamp had 2. Same for Jamer. Billy Myers, Jimmy Pardo, Tom Pistone, Marvin Porter, Gober Soseby, Emmanuel Zervakis, and then 1 win for Billy Amick, Earl Balmer. Oh, I forgot Johnny Benson. Oh, man. I think that's the only driver from my lifetime that I forgot was Johnny Benson. Johnny Allen, Dick Brooks, Bob Burdick, Marvin Burke, Neil Cole, Jim Cook, Joe Eubanks, Lou Figaro, Jimmy Florian, Danny Graves, Royce Haggerty, Bobby Hillen, Jim Herchabees, John Kuiper, Harold Kite, Paul Lewis, Johnny Mance, Sam McQuaig, Lloyd Moore. There's just a lot of names on here. Lenny Pond, Jody Ridley, Shorty Rollins, Jim Roper, Earl Ross, Johnny Rutherford, Wendell Scott. Oh my gosh, I forgot. I don't know how I had Wendell Scott slip me. Chuck Stevenson, Tommy Thompson. So Thompson would have got 2 of them there. Art Watts, Danny Weinberg, John Soares, Buddy Schumann. Is that everybody? Dick Passwater, Norm Nelson, Bill Norton, Lloyd Moore, Leon Sales. I believe that's all of them. I don't think I skipped anybody. 64%, 132 out of 205. Average score was 51%. We did pretty good. I'd say we did pretty good. Thank you all for playing along in the chat. As we wrap up this weekend's NASCAR Sporkle quiz, if we have any sort of inclement weather throughout tonight's Quaker State 400 at Atlanta, we'll go back to the quizzes during any sort of red flag period we would have. But as we usually do on the live commentary streams for the Cup Series, we have one quiz a week, and that was one we ran back from earlier in the year. See if we could top what I did before. I think I did. I didn't go back to see what quiz I not only did that race, I would assume I probably did it during like the Daytona 500 or sometime early in the year. And I felt like we did a better job that time. There were a few that slipped from me, but honestly, all things considered, I maybe only could have gotten like maybe a handful more. But I'll take it. Shoutouts to JoJo, Jeremy Granger Jr., Shannon Bean Tanner, Sam I Am, Wade, Gregory Bradley, Doom and Do, thanks for tuning in. Mark Guest, Jeffrey Giordano, Billy Kramer, many others for playing along. Since 1961. Dean Tate, thanks for tuning in. Bam Hall. Some of you I might have shouted out before we started everything. Debbie Holcomb, thanks for tuning in. P-Shat, Emo, Gene Blevins, Duddlebug5, and many others. That's all the further I can go back in the chat on my phone. John Stelly. Yep, all right. On to the next portion of our NASCAR pre-race. And this weekend's a little bit different. It's the start of the in-season NASCAR tournament. As I mentioned at the very start of the stream, now that we've wrapped up the quiz, let's go through the in-season tournament. I'm going to go through each head-to-head matchup for this weekend and my picks based off of the bracket and who I have to win for this week. Now, I've already filled my bracket out, but I think I might be able to at least fill one out on here without submitting it, because you can only submit one. Oh, no, okay, so it already shows what I had. All right, so with it showing what I had already, I'll kind of gloss over this quickly. I pulled stats, obviously, for each driver as I do every weekend going into qualifying and then for the race itself for these live commentary streams. So I got a pretty good gauge of who I think is going to beat who for Atlanta this week. Again, this is the round of 32. And with this being the first round, we will have 16 matchups, the most of any week, obviously, with this tournament. And we will have 16 drivers moving on to next week in round 2 of the in-season tournament. If you haven't filled out your bracket online, make sure to do so. I don't know when they lock up, but knowing that the green flag start time is supposed to be about 20 minutes from now, I would assume that it will end up locking up fairly soon. And so make sure to get on that again. For this week, Denny Hamlin versus Ty Dillon is the 1 seed versus the 32 seed. I do have Denny Hamlin moving on. Hamlin just a really good super speedway racer. Ty Dillon has not scored a top 10 in his career at Atlanta. As for Denny Hamlin, he has one win here in his career, although it was in 2012. He did finish 6th in the spring race. We know him to be a pretty solid super speedway racer, and although the next-gen car has exploited that just a little bit for him, he still has a tendency to have better runs at Atlanta than what he would at Daytona and Talladega with the next-gen. So going with Denny Hamlin for this week. In the second matchup, it's Kyle Busch versus Brad Keselowski. This is a tough matchup because I can honestly see either one of these two guys having a really stellar day today. I took Brad Keselowski just because I feel like the Fords are going to be more dominant for this week in particular. So give me Brad K over Kyle Busch. That, and it seems like RFK has been on a more hotter streak than RCR, so that's another reason to kind of give Keselowski the slight edge. Joey Logano versus Alex Bowman. Logano's on the pole this week. Bowman not so great here at Atlanta with this new configuration, but Joey Logano is. And 2 wins here for Logano. Definitely taking Joey. That was an easy pick for me. Bubba Wallace versus Daniel Suarez. This is one that could go either way. Statistically speaking, Daniel Suarez overall better at Atlanta than Bubba Wallace under this configuration, but Wallace has been more consistent in the last 3 races. A couple of top 10s, including a top 10 in the spring, where Suarez was really nowhere to be found in the spring, surprisingly, despite this being one of his better tracks. So just going to go off of Wallace. He's having an overall much better season than Suarez. Suarez has had a very much down year, so give me the momentum surge. Speaking of momentum, John Hunter Nemechek has a lot of that. He's got back-to-back top 10s. Legacy's just clicking away some really good cars on a week-to-week basis between both him and Eric Jones. I know Josh Berry led a bunch of laps here earlier this season. I actually have Berry on my fantasy team this weekend, but it's kind of one of those upset picks for me where I would lean towards Berry, but give me the guy who's hot right now. So I'm going to take John Hunter Nemechek. There's going to be a few of these that are obviously not going to go my way, so my logic of thinking is just take the guy who's been hotter over the last several weeks. Nemechek being one of those. Nemechek had a top 10 here earlier this season too, so it's not a bad upset pick for this week. Chase Elliott and Austin Dillon. I've got Chase Elliott. He is a winner under this Atlanta configuration. Austin Dillon only one career top 10 at Atlanta, and it was before the current next-gen car and configuration with this 1.5 mile super speedway version. Eric Jones and Ross Chastain. I've got Eric Jones. He has 2 top 10s here. Chastain, again, I think he's better than Eric Jones at Atlanta, but legacy has been hot. Chastain's been pretty good through the summer months too, but give me the upset. I'm riding high on legacy, honestly, for this weekend. Christopher Bell, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Bell, the most recent winner at this track. Stenhouse pretty good on these drafting style ovals. Bell does have 3 top 5 finishes in his last 5 races at Atlanta, so give me Christopher Bell. Chase Briscoe, Noah Gragson. Gragson 4 straight finishes outside the top 30 at Atlanta. Chase Briscoe has never finished in the top 15 at Atlanta, but it's still better than a non-30th place finish like Gragson's had the last few times here, so give me Chase Briscoe this week. He qualified in the top 10 too, so that Toyota does look to have a little bit of speed. William Byron and Ryan Preece for this weekend. I have William Byron. He's a 2-time winner here. Preece has yet to score a top 10 in his career at Atlanta. He's in great equipment to do so at RFK Racing, but I trust Byron's skill level more on this style of racetrack. Ryan Blaney, Carson Hocevar. This is one of the tougher matchups for the week. I'm going with Ryan Blaney because he is my pick to win the race this weekend. Most given weeks, you would probably lean Blaney over Hocevar, but I think this is way more of an even matchup than what most people are probably looking at it to be. I know Blaney is the defending champion, but it looks like it just locked up on me, but I could still faintly see at least the screen. Anyway, I've got Ryan Blaney over Carson Hocevar. I can easily see both these guys finishing up in the top 5 later on today. Hocevar is a sleeper pick. I almost put him on my fantasy team too. Definitely have Blaney on my fantasy team, so I would list him as a must-have for this week if you didn't have him in your lineup already. Next matchup on the list was Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick. This is a very much toss-up at Atlanta. Neither one of these two drivers have good, consistent finishes here, but Larson did have a third-place run earlier in the spring. It's going to be one of those things where if they can make it to the finish, I think one's going to beat the other. This would be a much more fun matchup if we were on a different oval that wasn't a super speedway, but going with Kyle Larson, I'll give him the slight edge over Reddick. Michael McDowell, AJ Allmendinger, they're both good at this Atlanta configuration, but I think McDowell is a little bit better. He's got 2 top 10s and a top 5 in the last 4 races. AJ's just got the 1 top 10, 1 top 5 in the last 4 races at Atlanta. So give me Michael McDowell. Spire Motorsports has been faster, I'd say, than Colleague for most of the year. Although AJ's having a pretty good season, all things considered, for himself. Him and McDowell have been honestly pretty even through most of the year from start to where we're at right now in the middle of the season. But again, give me McDowell. Give me the teams that are hot right now. AJ has been slipping a bit the last few weeks. Ty Gibbs and Justin Haley. Gibbs is starting on an upward trajectory these last couple of weeks. That Mexico City race was huge for him. He does have 2 top 10s and 5 career starts at Atlanta. Haley does have 2 top 10s as well, but that was with Colleague. He hasn't been great since he's gone to Spire Motorsports. So give me Ty Gibbs. Austin Cindric and Zane Smith for this week. I've got Austin Cindric, Ford power, Penske power. I think is going to be strong this week at Atlanta, so give me Cindric. Although Smith could have a good performance being in a Ford as well. It doesn't seem like the front row cars have been quite as good as the RFK cars out since McDowell has left that team, at least when it comes to these drafting ovals. And then Chris Buescher, Todd Gillen, the last matchup for this weekend. I got Chris Buescher, RFK Ford again. I like them over the other Ford at Front Row Motorsports. So that is for this week. Just trying to get back on the main page. Do you guys want me to go all the way through my tournament bracket or just the first round? Because obviously I just went over the first round. I should probably gloss over the next couple of picks. I guess I'll go through the whole thing because the likelihood of me getting all 16 correct this week and then just waiting until next week to do everything isn't exactly the ideal spot. So I'll just go through who I have for the rest of the tournament. So now I got to pull up a screenshot that I had from my bracket when I filled it out yesterday. Oh, I thought I took a screenshot. I guess I didn't. Well, that's unfortunate. All right, well, I think I remember who I put for the rest of these. So I had Denny Hamlin versus Brad Keselowski, which would have been for Chicago. Neither one of those two drivers are good on road courses. But I did take Keselowski over Hamlin. Hamlin missing Mexico City and Brad K having a top 20. That's probably what it's going to be to beat Hamlin in Chicago next week. So give me Brad Keselowski. Joey Logano versus Bubba Wallace. The Penske Fords have not been good on the road courses all season. Bubba Wallace is starting to turn the corner on road courses, so I have Bubba over Joey. John Hunter Nemechek versus Chase Elliott. I do have Chase Elliott. Although Nemechek has been performing well on the road courses this year, it's Chase, and I know he's not as good with the next-gen car on road courses, but I still have full faith in him having some solid runs, so I've got Chase Elliott after that. After the next matchup, I've got Eric Jones against Christopher Bell. Bell in Chicago. He's just a great all-around racetrack driver. Eric Jones, again, could be solid on a road course, but equipment, I think, for JGR is going to be the upper hand for next week. Round 2 on the other side of the bracket, I would have Chase Briscoe against William Byron. I took William Byron. Ryan Blaney against Kyle Larson. I did take Larson, even though it's my guy Blaney, but unbiased, Larson's a much better road course driver than Blaney. And again, the Penske Fords have been struggling on road courses all season, really with the next-gen car in general. After that, I've got Michael McDowell against Ty Gibbs. Either one of these two could move on through the road courses, really. I think I took Ty Gibbs, if I'm not mistaken. I had a top 3 just a few weeks ago in Mexico City. I think McDowell could have a good run, but give me Gibbs. Austin Cindric against Chris Buescher. I do have Chris Buescher moving into the round of 8. So then the round of 8 would end up being at Sonoma. And for Sonoma, it would be Brad Keselowski against Bubba Wallace. And I do have Bubba going quite the ways. Keselowski, not a great road course racer. Really, the guys that I have in this area of the bracket here are not good road course racers altogether. So between Wallace, Keselowski, Hamlin that I had going, even Logano, you can kind of throw in there. Really, any one of those 4 can move on into the Final 4. But I do have Bubba Wallace because I do think he has a slight edge on the road courses versus those other 3 drivers. Brad Keselowski's just abysmal on road courses. I think he'd be lucky to get by Denny Hamlin, but Hamlin's not great either, especially with the next gen. So moving on to the Final 4 out of the bottom quadrant, if I'm remembering, it was definitely Christopher Bell. I remember I do have Bell going into the Final 4. So Wallace versus Bell in the Final 4 on the left side of the bracket. The Final 4 on the right side of the bracket, I had the 3 seed Chris Buescher and then Kyle Larson. So Buescher would end up beating Ty Gibbs. And then Byron over Larson, excuse me. I did have Byron over Larson. I apologize for that. I messed that up. So that was a tough pick for me between Byron and Larson. The reason why I took Byron, I do think he's less beatable on a road course than Larson is. I know Larson has won at Sonoma, but I feel like Byron can consistently finish top 5 in every race through here, and Larson's got a tendency to kind of overdrive things at times. So give me Byron, give me the consistent guy when it comes to these quizzes. And if you really look at the Final 4, outside of Bubba Wallace, who's kind of just like the sleeper pick I have going a long ways, Bell, Buescher, Byron, those guys have just been so consistent with top 5s and top 10 runs into the summer months of the season. Buescher comes into this with 2 4th-place finishes or better in the last 3 races, 3 straight top 10s. Christopher Bell had a few wins, obviously, in a row earlier this year, but he's still clicking away top 5s and top 10s every week. William Byron's leading in the point standing, so he's just been consistent all year. My final 2, as of Dover, I have William Byron beating Chris Buescher. Hendrick Motorsports, I think, is just going to overpower the 17 team, although I wouldn't be surprised if Buescher ended up getting a good run. He seems to be really good on the concrete ovals. He had a top 3 at Nashville just a few weeks ago. We've seen him win at Bristol with the next-gen car before, and he's had good runs at Dover. Byron's had good runs as well. But again, it's just Hendrick Motorsports, and Byron's been so consistent. There's a reason why he's led in points for all but 4 races this year. So give me William Byron. On the left side of the bracket between Bell and Wallace, I do have Christopher Bell. And then in my finals, I got Christopher Bell against William Byron, and I did take William Byron to win the in-season tournament. And that final will be at Indianapolis. Byron had a DNF last year at Indy, but he did qualify, and doing that 2 years in a row, probably not great. And Byron, give me the consistent guy. Give me the guy that's leading in points this year. He's been the most consistent driver all season by far. He's got almost a one full race lead in the point standings despite only having one win. This is a format where you don't have to win. You just got to be more consistent than the guy that you are facing against that week. And up until Byron ends up having to go up against Kyle Larson in the round of 8, I think he's got probably the easiest road to get to the round of 8. And you could flip a coin between Larson and Byron, but again, Byron's been more consistent than Larson so far this season, so I just got to ride the consistency train. I did take a screenshot of it, at least I thought. I couldn't find it in my my photos on my phone for some reason. And I did submit on the mobile app, but not the website of NASCAR.com. So that is all locked up. Looks like cars are just now pulling out onto the racetrack. And we're going to get this race started here shortly. I'll pull the raw feed up and we'll go through the starting lineup for tonight's race. So we went through the in-season tournament. I highlighted all the drivers for this week specifically, how they run at Atlanta, and why I took one driver over another. So that basically was the predictions for this week. I did have another list of must-haves, sleeper picks, and don't-haves for the weekend. I'll get into that more into the race itself. Kind of crunching for time a little bit here because of how much we had to cover in the pre-race today with the in-season tournament. The usual NASCAR trivia that we do, and now we got to get through the starting lineup as well. So, starting lineup for tonight's Quaker State 400. Now I got to pull my other notes page up. All right, here we go. On the pole is Joey Logano for the third time in his career at Atlanta. And the last time he qualified on the pole, he won here, which was in 2023 in the spring race that season. He's a two-time Atlanta winner. Also on the front row, Josh Berry, who won a stage and led 56 laps in the spring race earlier this season. The 2021 spring race Atlanta winner, Ryan Blaney, on the inside of row 2, and Austin Cindric, who has 5 top 12 finishes in his last 6 Atlanta starts. In row 3 will be Ryan Preece, searching for his first top 10 at the track, and two-time Atlanta winner Brad Keselowski. In row 4 will be Cole Custer, who has an Atlanta best of 9th in 2022, and Zane Smith, who finished 11th in the spring race earlier this season. In row number 5 will be Alex Bowman and Chase Briscoe. For Bowman, his best Atlanta finished 3rd in 2021, and Chase Briscoe still looking for his first career top 10 at the track. In row number 6, it'll be Kyle Larson, who's a two-time Atlanta runner-up, but he has never won at this racetrack. He finished 3rd in the spring race earlier this year. And Austin Dillon, who has only one career top 10 finish in 17 starts at Atlanta. Does start up in the top dozen, though, so he seems to have speed this weekend. We'll see if he can turn that bad luck around. As for row 7, it'll be Chris Buescher, who has 3 straight top 10s on the season coming into this week, and Ty Dillon. In row number 8 will be Chase Elliott, who's the summer winner at Atlanta of 2022, and Ty Gibbs, who has 2 top 10s in his 5 career starts at the track. In row number 9 will be Todd Gilliland in his 8th career Atlanta start, and William Byron, who's a 2-time Atlanta winner, both with the next-gen car. In row 10 will be John Hunter Nemechek, who finished 10th in the spring race, and he is coming in off back-to-back top 10s as well. Alongside Riley Herbst, will be making his 2nd start at Atlanta. A.J. Allmendinger on the inside of row 11 with his former teammate Justin Haley. Haley's got 2 top 10s in the 7 next-gen races, both with Colleague Racing, and the current Colleague driver A.J. Allmendinger has a best at Atlanta of 2 years ago, finishing 3rd in the summer event. In row number 12 will be Tyler Reddick and Bubba Wallace, the 2311 teammates. As for Reddick, he has 1 career top 5 at Atlanta, and that came 2 years ago, finished 5th. Bubba Wallace, 2 top 10s in his last 3 starts here. Corey LaJoie, 2 top 5 finishes in his last 7 starts at Atlanta. He'll be on the inside of row 13 with Eric Jones, who also has 2 top 10 finishes in those same 7 starts to his outside. Behind them in row 14 will be Noah Gragson, who is searching for his first top 30 at the track at 5 starts, and Christopher Bell, who was a spring race winner here earlier this season. The 2008 Atlanta winner Kyle Busch on the inside of row 15, and the runner-up from the spring race this season, Carson Hocevar. Deeper in the field now, row 16, Daniel Suarez, who was a spring race winner at Atlanta in 2024. Michael McDowell is a 2-time pole sitter at the track. Denny Hamlin, the 2012 Atlanta winner on the inside of row 17, and Chastain, a two-time Atlanta runner-up, looking for his first win here at Echo Park Speedway. Shane Van Gisbergen and Connor Zilisch, the Trackhouse teammates, lining up in row number 18. Third start for SVG at Atlanta, first for Zilisch. Row 19, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and BJ McLeod, and then rounding out the field in row 20 will be Cody Ware and David Starr. First Cup start at Atlanta for Starr since 2011, 10th of the Cup career for Cody Ware in Atlanta. So that is the starting lineup for tonight's Quaker State 400. Our stage splits will be 60 laps in Stage 1, 100 laps in both Stage 2 and Stage 3, making up our 400-mile, 260-lap distance. John Barber, Ricky Atkins, thanks for tuning in, guys. Tim Fowler, Santiago Kidd, Irene Serra, and many others. Thank you for staying tuned in for tonight's live commentary stream from Atlanta. Hot Atlanta. Muggy, upper 80s, going to be a slick racetrack, even with the cooler nighttime temps. Thunderstorm showers are in the vicinity, so we will monitor that. There were some lightning issues during the Xfinity race yesterday. So far, lightning has held off, but there's a possibility of pop-ups through the night, which means the aggression from the start of this race is probably going to be at an all-time high. To get to the front as quick as you can to make this race official, we would have to get halfway, lap 130, or the end of Stage 2, but halfway will be before the end of Stage 2. So again, lap 130 to make tonight's race official. And the summer race 2 years ago in 2023, which was the last time we raced Atlanta in the middle of the summer, was rain shortened. William Byron won that day. Pit road speed is 45 miles per hour. The estimated fuel window, 68 to 72 laps at Echo Park Speedway tonight. Teams just got done checking pit road times on their last time through the front stretch. Joey Logano electing the inside lane for the start. His teammate Ryan Blaney behind him. Ford locked out the top 8 positions in qualifying yesterday afternoon. Only one Chevy and one Toyota qualifying in the top 10, both back in row 5. Jojo, thanks for tuning in as well. Do trivia when NASCAR screen instead. Just do trivia the whole time. Not talk about the race. You know, I'm telling you, this is going to be a good race tonight. This Atlanta track with this car is probably the prime position that this next-gen car will ever be. This has to be the best track for next-gen. Wild Xfinity Series race led for a first-time winner, Nick Sanchez, yesterday evening. Corey Heim won the truck race out in Connecticut earlier this afternoon for the first ever race there, and now it's time for the NASCAR Cup Series. Fourth and final live commentary stream of the weekend. We will be streaming tomorrow afternoon, but it will be a NASCAR 08 stream since there is no actual NASCAR racing tomorrow. Everything taking place on Friday and Saturday this week. Our first of 4 Saturday night races for the NASCAR Cup Series through the summer. Our next one will be at Richmond in August. Then we will also have a Daytona Summer-August event at the end of the regular season. And in mid-September for the playoffs, the Bristol night race will also be on a Saturday. So those are the 4 Saturday night races for the Cup Series. We've had a couple of Sunday night races this season, but we have yet to have a Saturday night until now. Who won the ARCA race? I have no idea. I didn't watch the ARCA race earlier. I know Thomas Annunziata was on the pole, but I have no clue who won or what happened. Somebody else in the chat might have to fill you in on that. All right. Fun race to follow here tonight. We've got the in-season tournament beginning. $1 million grand prize for any lucky fan who can fill out a perfect bracket, and obviously for one of these drivers to race for that $1 million with the head-to-head matchup. Getting down to the end of the regular season, points are becoming more and more valuable to position yourself for playoff points for the regular season championship as well as just to get in the dance. And as for Joey Logano, he'll lead the field to the green, and we're underway in the Quaker State 400 at Atlanta. See how quickly these Penske Fords can get organized at the front of the field. Ryan Blaney locking onto the back of the 22 of Joey Logano. Let's go in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Logano had a chance to swing high. He did not. Now he does as they work themselves towards the exit of turn 2. So Logano jumps up in front of Josh Berry and Austin Cindric. Ryan Blaney still down on the bottom of the racetrack. Berry and Logano moving down to the inside, maybe trying to pick Blaney up in the draft through 3 and 4, but he's not able to pull clear of Cindric yet. And our pole sitter, Joey Logano, leads lap 1. Cole Custer not tight enough to the back bumper of the 12 car of Blaney as he's going backwards. And now the 3 Penske cars are going to move down onto the inside yet again to allow for Ryan Blaney to try to get a draft and get up ahead of Brad Keselowski in the 6. Keselowski doesn't want that to happen, though. Was side drafting Blaney down the back straightaway, quickly trying to stay to his outside. He knows how strong that 12 car is, so if he can keep him behind him, that would probably be more beneficial for himself. Top 3 cars starting to pull away from the rest of the pack here as everybody is pretty much 2 by 2 through the field except for those front 3 cars of Logano, Berry, and Cindric. So Logano now has led the first 3 laps of the race. And Blaney is just so close to pulling clear in the middle of 3 and 4. Keselowski gets enough of a run through the center of the corner. Hangs on the right rear corner panel some more on Blaney. Good corner exit speed on the outside lane car of Keselowski as well. And the 12 and the 6 are still nose to nose as they enter turn 1. 4th lap of the race. Couple cars 3 wide in the middle of the pack. Carson Hocevar in the 77. In between Justin Haley, and I couldn't tell who was on the outside, but that was deeper in the field. There's another group that was 3 wide, not that far in front of them through 1 and 2, but they sorted back to side by side by the time they got into 3 and 4. First 4 laps complete. The Blaney and Keselowski battle for 4th continues on. With how short this opening stage is of 60 laps, they can make it on fuel easily through the opening stage of tonight's race without having to really save for fuel. So I wouldn't expect too much fuel saving to go on, at least in the early going. Front 3 might be trying to push the pace just a bit. Berry and Logano actually starting to put themselves a little bit ahead of Austin Cindric. Got a couple tenth of a second gap between the 21 and the 2. Now Cole Custer's got a run on the back of Ryan Blaney. Blaney is clear on entry into turn 3 on Brad Keselowski. Finally wins the battle for 4th. Custer didn't give him a push, but being as close to the back bumper as he was that time, it's really as close as he has gotten to the back of the 12 car since the 6 and the 12 are side by side. And I wonder if there was just like an air bubble push there that he was able to give the 12 in that pocket. Keselowski is all single file for himself in 5th. And now all the side-by-side battling is going to go from 6th on back. And the first 2 cars side-by-side are now Ryan Preece and Cole Custer, a couple Fords. Kyle Larson on the inside is Zane Smith in the 38 car, the Aaron's Dream Machine. Not anymore. Now Larson jumps up to the outside. Front 8 positions are still the same 8 Fords that qualified in those top 8 spots. Larson, after pulling to the outside for a brief moment on the front stretch, ducks right back down on the bottom again through turns 1 and 2. Will hang there through 3 and 4 underneath Zane Smith. He's getting a draft off of Cole Custer in the 41, and his car's handling well enough to run the inside of the track even in the dirty air behind another car. Custer moves up into the outside behind Ryan Preece, and Larson's going to have to do the same. As Larson moves up, his teammate Alex Bowman will swing low, trying to make a pass on the 5. He's not going to be able to complete that said pass through turns 1 and 2, though. He'll probably end up having to jump right back in line on the outside behind Larson. Cole Custer back out of line on the bottom, drafting off of Brad Keselowski, trying to pull past Ryan Preece in the 60. So the 3 Penske cars in the Wood Brothers Ford are the 4 leading the way at the front of the field. And two RFK Fords in a front row motorsport, followed by a Haas Ford in the top 8. And the two Hendrick Chevys, 9th and 10th of Bowman and Larson. Highest running Toyota, Chase Briscoe in 14th. He qualified 10th. He's back 4 positions from the start. A lot of heavy hitters that qualified deep in the field. Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell. We'll see where they're at. Chastain also started outside the top 30. Chastain only up 3 spots. Busch down 3. Hamlin down 1 from the start. Carson Hocevar up 8 positions already. Make that 11. Started 30th, and he's up to 19th. Hocevar was top 10 in all 3 stages earlier this season at Atlanta. He was fast from the beginning. Stayed up in the top 10 the whole race. Ended up with a 2nd place run 2 weeks ago at Nashville. So Carson Hocevar on the move. Showing the in-car cam for Denny Hamlin. Full concentration in the middle of the pack. Sure, Denny's trying to work his way forward. Had a strategy of trying to hang out at the back in the fall race here at Atlanta last season. Didn't work out well for him. So now he's trying to make passes in the early going and not wanting to get trapped deep in the field for the entire race. Expecting a big one that might not end up happening. Long race, though, as most Cup races are, 400 miles. Working ourselves to lap 14 at the start-finish line this time by. Joey Logano from the pole has led every lap. Logano led 83 laps in the spring race earlier this season at Atlanta, but he did not score a top 10 in that race. Josh Berry ended up winning stage 1. In the Wood Brothers Ford. Highest finishing Penske car that day was Ryan Blaney in 4th. And Berry running in 2nd place right now. All 4 of those front 4, by the way, are in the playoffs with at least 1 win this season. Actually, they all have 1 win. Exactly on the year. Didn't realize it, but Zane Smith passed Brad together, cutting into this group of Fords at the front of the field. Staying down to the bottom of the racetrack, they've worked themselves underneath the RFK boys of Brad Keselowski and Ryan Preece. Bowman got a little out of shape through turns 3 and 4. He does move up and clear Preece. Now another Hendrick Chevy's in the mix, William Byron. And he actually drafts behind the 60. Clears Larson, then pulls to the bottom. And with that head of steam, will try to pass Preece on his own. Can't do it. And he'll slide right back up into the outside lane right behind him. And he'll look for a momentum surge to try to make that pass again going forward soon. Ryan Blaney out of line underneath his teammate Austin Cindric, looking to make a pass for 3rd. He sees those Hendrick Chevys closing in behind and realizes I might want to try to just get to the front of the field and pace the race myself. Blaney clears his teammate Cindric for 3rd. Bunch of the field getting backed up behind a lap car, which I believe is a 66 of David Starr. Poor spot for that was the Hendrick Chevys of Bowman and Byron, who were nose to tail against each other on the bottom of the track. They had to squeeze into a middle line just to get by the lapper Starr. They were underneath of Zane Smith and Brad Keselowski. Only for Smith and Keselowski to pull clear of those guys because they had to check up because of the lap car. Bowman able to get back into the outside after losing those 2 spots, but Byron was not. Larson got back by the 24. Chase Elliott in the 9 car also to the outside of his teammate. And then you've got Todd Gill and Carson Hocevar just behind them. Top 5 in the running order as we're already a third of the way through stage 1. Joey Logano leads, Josh Berry 2nd, Ryan Blaney 3rd, Brad Keselowski 4th, and Austin Cindric is in 5th. 6th place for Zane Smith. 7th is Ryan Preece. William Byron 8th, Kyle Larson 9th, Alex Bowman rounds out the top 10. Again, 20 laps in out of 260 here tonight at Atlanta in the Quaker State 400. You're listening live on KRC to our NASCAR Cup Series race coverage.
NASCAR Cup Series racing on TNT is brought to you by Arby's. Arby's, we have the meats. And by Straight Talk Wireless. Real unlimited data for fans of fast. Official partner of NASCAR. 19 laps in, stage one here at Atlanta. Joey Logano is the race leader. Let's get a report on Tyler Reddick. Here's Marty Snyder.
Point out to me here a super speedway race, and you think teams should be able to, and drivers should be able to run their way to the front, but the Toyotas who qualified in the back have gone nowhere, including Tyler Reddick, who's only gained one spot. What's going on with the 55? Listen in.
Really tight. Really tight. I'll let them know as well.
So, Junior, what I find interesting, comment of really tight came on lap 2. I'm hearing more comments about ill-handling race cars way earlier in a run at Atlanta than I have ever heard. We're on lap 20, and I don't know that I've heard one driver that's happy with his car yet. Why is that the case this time around?
I just think the track changes quickly and loses a lot of grip as we go from race to race here annually. So it's obviously affecting these teams. They have to guess on how much grip to have in the car when they get here. Some are going to hit that perfectly, some will not. We've got some people that have struggled. Briscoe's lost 26 spots. We talked about Custer early in the race. He's down 18. So big movers though, the 77. Yeah, you said who had it right. The 77 is picking it up 21 spots and gaining rolling right around the bottom of the racetrack.
What about that car, Alan?
And despite that, he says he is too tight going into turn 3 to possibly be even better. But remember, he had a class finish here in the spring, finishing second. Nearly won. It was just all about the timing of the caution. But Carson Osavar going forward in the right direction. Remember, he's something of a lightning rod. Maybe too aggressive, some competitors say. His crew chief said he likes the impression because if he can be aggressive early, his driver, Carson Osavar, is learning what he'll need to do late in this race to possibly get that checkered flag.
And that's Ill handling 77. I'm writing it in pencil. Because that thing is flying. You might not like it, but there's 35 or 36 others that would love to have what the 77 has right now.
Fords continue to dominate, but the Chevrolets are starting to show up in the back of the top 10. Some of those Chevrolets being the 5 and the
Carson
12.
Hocevar.
Larson and Byron right there. And their teammate Chase Elliott now in the 9 car.
They're ready to make it uncomfortable for the Fords. We're not just going to let you sit here in line. You're going to have to defend.
There they go, outside lanes. Larson getting pushed through by Byron. Is you're right on board with Chase Elliott. He's got the Chevy of Carson Hocevar in front of him. And as we talk Chevys, let's give some love to Austin Dillon. This is the Napa Know-How onboard camera.
I love this shot down. You can look at kind of the rear tires, that rear diffuser, that carbon fiber piece underneath the rear bumper. You can just see how much the cars move around and how much more speed the bottom of the racetrack has through the middle of the corner.
See Hocevar slide off that line. It's like you just clear yourself, I'm guessing. There was not a lot of room there.
Well, you take a risk like Byron is right now to run to the bottom of the racetrack. If you can get cleared or somehow get saved by somebody with a little help from behind, that's going to work. Right here, he's going to lose a spot to the 12. Can he fit in front of the 2? He's going to force his way in. That's what you've got to do. Be selfish. Take what's yours. Now he's still hung to the inside of his 12. Not going to clear Blaney. At the front straightaway, he's at a risk to lose spots. Here comes the 77. He's hoping to look. He's looking in the mirror. Hey, 77, Hocevar, help me out. Don't go 3 line, Hocevar.
Here, go around him and then slide up in front of him. 77 has got it working, and he is fearless behind the wheel, Carson.
And everybody mad at him at the end of the race here last time. Runs second when we were in Atlanta. Looks like he's going to pick right up where he left off.
Well, he came in and had to feel mad at him before the race. So he doesn't have a whole lot to go now. The 24 stuck in the middle. And those are the moves that frustrate him. That 22-year-old Hocevar, he doesn't care. He drives like he's 22. He doesn't feel like he owes anybody anything. That frustrates some of the veterans. Now Byron kind of making that middle work, but here 2 teammates stuck side by side. Hocevar said, what did I do wrong? I passed you on the 5th.
Brad Keselowski making a move to the inside of the Penske teammates down in turn 3.
Saw Chase Elliott side by side with Austin Dillon. That's one of our opening round matchups in the in-season challenge. And Hocevar head-to-head with Ryan Blaney. They're both up there racing at the front of the field.
And I think that's the most frustrating with the last time we were here in Atlanta is the 12 and the 77 seem to continue to find each other on the racetrack. They found each other in the bracket as well.
The 24, Byron got a little loose off the 2. Gathers it up. Things are getting busy.
Oh, Ira at the top of the 77. What a move. I love it. He rolled right into the quarter panel and forced the 24 down to the non-preferred lane, and that's going to shut the 77 off.
We got a whole lot going on right now. Top 5, top 10. But the one thing that has not changed, 22 out front. Joey Logano has led the first 29 laps. Next time around, we'll be halfway home in stage 1.
He's missing all the excitement. I hope he's looking in the mirror. Here comes the 6 of Brad Keselowski. Made a great move in 1 and 2 to get to 3rd place. But down into 3, he takes the run. He has to. He's able to be able to recover that. Not passing Barry and be able to slot right back into 3rd. He's gonna get another great push down the front straightaway from the 12th. Now he's going to the top of the racetrack of Josh Berry. Great move. I think Brad Keselowski will be able to fight and take over the 2nd spot. It's going to force Blaney to choose on who to help here.
Hunt Brothers onboard camera, riding with Joey Logano, and he's looking at what's coming from behind. Inside lane, Josh Berry in the 21. Outside, Brad Keselowski, his own teammate.
Joey sees Brad coming. He's going to jump up there in front of the 6, get a little help off the nose of that 6 car, get pushed away, go back down, trying to help his teammates, Josh Berry and Blaney. But every time that 6 starts to close the gap on the back of that 22, he's going to pull back up there. Berry's clear in the 2nd.
21 and second, both clear. 21 stayed up. Berry's clear to him. His lappers moving the bottom here this time.
Right on board the Hunt Brothers camera.
Did you hear the stress in the voice of Coleman Presley talking on the radio? I mean, the spotter stand is a hectic place.
I love what I see out of Brad Keselowski. He is taking every single run he gets. It's time. Yeah, Berry's in the points. He's in a must-win. He knows it. He said it. He owns the team. He's going to drive, showing his other 2 drivers how to get it done on the speedway.
With 9 races to go in the regular season, we're feeling the intensity. Huge opportunity tonight. Logano leads.
We've seen this before, and we're seeing it again. Joey Logano and Brad Keselowski pacing the field 1st and 2nd on a drafting-style racetrack, and right now it is Joey Logano still out in front as he's led the first 35 laps of the race from the pole. This is the first time Keselowski's been able to drive up towards 2nd. Under a full-screen commercial break right now on TNT, Austin Cindric has since moved into 2nd place, so Logano leads, Cindric 2nd, Brad Keselowski in 3rd, William Byron 4th, and Josh Berry rounds out the top 5 and 5th. 6th place is Ryan Preece, Carson Hocevar 7th, Kyle Larson 8th, Ryan Blaney 9th, and Christopher Bell rounds out the top 10. Caution flag is out on the racetrack at lap 36, but we are under a full screen commercial, so I'm not sure exactly what the yellow is for. Waiting to see on the timeline, and nothing showing there. So again, caution for the first time, lap 36. And if it's an incident, we'll have to see who it is. Does that potentially take somebody out of the in-season tournament just 36 laps into the race? I was going to go through the full field running order, but I want to make sure we know exactly what the caution could be for. Chase Briscoe's at the tail end of the lead lap right now. I wonder if he might have been the cause of the caution. Briscoe qualified 10th. He dropped back to about 15th, 16th place the last I saw of him. So we'll have to wait and see again if he is the cause, but it looks like it might have been Chase Briscoe. Let's see. Caution. Lap 36, Joey Logano leads under caution. It doesn't say what the caution is for yet. Just have to wait for them to come back on the broadcast, and then I'll let you listen into the booth. Adam Alexander, Dale Jr., and Steve Letarte in the booth, just as it was for the Prime Video coverage. Same 3-man booth for TNT as well for these next 5 weeks. Kyle Lance, thanks for tuning in. Federico Sanchez, welcome to the stream as well. Sharita Cooper. And others who I haven't shouted out throughout the course of the stream. Rebel Soul.
Camera with real-time driver data, multi-view options, and full team audio. Watch NASCAR Driver Cam all season long, only on Max. I needed a deep breath. The drivers needed one. Just a hint of a rain shower, so we're under caution just over halfway through the opening stage.
Yeah, it's a lot of drivers that have been talking about the balance of their cars. This is a great chance for them to maybe come in and get some changes. Maybe let's listen to the 12 audio.
Not the only time. Take the next one. Oh, wow. Like, somewhere around 30. And already, what, we got a find your car.
Here's Danielle.
Yeah, Adam, I talked to Ryan Blaney's crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, this morning, and he said it was really nice to have speed in this race back in the spring, but we walked away questioning if we had too much speed and handling would be an issue today. You just heard Ryan Blaney, and the frustration sounds like adjustments when pits open could be on the way for Blaney.
I'm sorry, Neil. I was just going to say, so it's not just tight or just not loose. What he's saying is I need more capability. So that's not as simple as just an air pressure change. They might have to raise the car up, maybe put a little bit more downforce in it. So we'll see what the 12 does on the pit stop.
Pit road is closed. We'll work you in a break, and pit road will be busy when we return.
Is the caution actually for rain? They didn't mention it on the broadcast what exactly the caution was out for. Looked like there might have been some drops on the lens. Most of the grandstands looks like they're staying in their seats, so I don't know. Go back to the timeline. Caution flag waved for weather conditions in the area. Okay, so it is a weather-related caution. They didn't say it was lightning, so that means that we're not going to have any sort of a 30-minute hold at the moment. But maybe some drops of rain or sporadic around the racetrack, enough so that NASCAR threw a yellow for the safety concern of the drivers. Hopefully it just blows out of here quickly and doesn't build up into an actual storm. Don't want to lose the racetrack. Obviously well before lap 130 to make the race official, only on lap 39 currently. About 21 laps to go in stage 1. Showing the onboard for Denny Hamlin on the side-by-side commercial break, and there is definitely some raindrops that are falling on his windshield. So we're under caution for the first time today. No lead changes yet. I don't know if we're going to see many pit stops at this moment. I don't think NASCAR is going to open pit road unless they know that they can get a restart in without any sort of rain causing like a red flag scenario. Good to know that nobody was involved in an incident as well for the reason of this caution. Quaker State 400 coverage continues here on KRC. We will continue our coverage. Thanks for watching, everybody. Yeah, light precipitation. The right thing to do here would be not to open pit road until we figure out if this rain is going to pick up or not. Pit road is closed again this time by. Because you don't want to have pit road open, you throw fresh tires back on the race car for teams that come onto pit road just for us to end up getting a rainstorm that washes all the rubber off the track anyway. Then you lose your track position. So unless they know that they could get a restart in, they're not going to open pit road. It's the usual tendency when it comes to the NASCAR procedure on rain cautions.
NASCAR on TNT back at Echo Park Speedway. It's race 18 in 2025, the first event in our Indy season challenge. Some really good matchups on the board. One I would highlight, top left, Kyle Busch, Brad Keselowski. That's fun.
This is just one more ingredient in the blender, too, right? This place is already chaotic, and we're just going to see so much movement. You see right here, I call this the Hamlin region, right? I look at brackets by regions. He's the number 1 seed up against Dylan. Busch Keselowski, a heavyweight battle. Really, I had had very few, and I picked my brackets that I think were automatic, Bill. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's tough, especially at this race. A lot of opportunity, though. So there was to be any kind of action in the middle of the race that was to take out a lot of drivers or a lot of competitors. You're going to see some upsets happen. Yeah, this region here coming up next is the Gauntlet, and I agree with Parker Clingerman in the upper right. They had all the stacked up drivers in one section. I mean, look at this: Briscoe, last week's winner, Byron, Blaney, Larson, and Reddick. I mean, look at this path for any of these drivers to make it. You're going to have to continue to knock off some big names. Down at the lower right, several good matchups here. Cal and Allmendinger, and both of those guys had pretty good average finishes at Atlanta. So, I mean, none of these are real easy toss-ups. I didn't have the heart to tell you when you said you had Busher picked that I had Gilliland beat them here. So, man, sorry, we deviate week one, round one. That's going to be the worst part, I guess, is if your bracket gets busted up Atlanta.
And the races earlier crazy here, and then we go to 2 events on the road. Here's Marty Snyder.
Adam, he may need the number 2 seed, but Steve mentioned it. Chase Briscoe started 10th, and he wound up, way back as the last car on the lead lap in 39th. What's going on to lose 29 spots? Listen.
All over the left rear, like the 9 ways on the of the track. Left rear completely out of the track. Like he's turned the wheel sideways, chases up. So you're fighting in there, but do you think you could use more throttle, get some more speed to help load it up? Makes it worse the harder I drive and the higher the
Boy, I tell you what, Steve, what does James Small do? Because the comment that came from Chase Briscoe's mouth when the caution came out, he said, James, it's so bad it feels like the right rear totally is broken on our car. And Junior, a loose condition like that in the draft, boy, that cannot be fun.
Well, the only thing I will say is the way these cars work, they sit on these stops, internal shock stops on the back. So even something that sounds impossible to drive can be a small adjustment away from a huge improvement. You're looking at me like you don't believe that.
My anxiety level is really high. Because I can hear how bad this car is, and it's going to take a major swing to make the balance better. Will they be able to get that accomplished?
I picked my tone real well, Adam, and I was like, listen, it's going to be okay. Trust me.
Sometimes you got to sell blue sky as a crew chief. Unfortunately, right now, we've got rain, so pit road remains closed. We're coming back. It's NASCAR on TNT.
Winding away laps under caution here in stage 1 as the light rain continues, but obviously not enough to dampen the racetrack, deeming jet dryers to come out on the track. By keeping the cars out there, it does keep some sort of heat in the racetrack. So unless the storm picks up and we get a legitimate rainfall, NASCAR will continue to keep this race under yellow flag conditions in the hope that it blows over. We can get back to racing here soon. Change it up and do baseball trivia? I don't know about that. We're going to keep this a NASCAR-oriented channel here. Unless we get a long enough red flag period. If we end up losing the racetrack, I already know where we're going to pivot for our content during the red flag. Hopefully we don't go under red and we can just keep this race going. Lost One, thanks for tuning in. Stu8834, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, obviously no lightning in the area. Otherwise, they would have immediately had pulled the cars to pit road and would have started that 30-minute lightning clock. Fans would have had to leave the grandstand area seating as well immediately, and that just hasn't been the case. A lot of those fans are still sitting up in the stands for the moment. Yeah, pop-up showers are supposed to be in the vicinity through the night here in Atlanta, just like we had yesterday during the Xfinity Series race. Very similar circumstance. Only we didn't really get many drops of rain at the racetrack during the entire day yesterday, but a lot of lightning delays, both with the qualifying sessions for Xfinity and Cup, then the race itself. Got cars pulling onto pit road at the moment, lined up behind the pace car. We might be getting a red flag here.
It's to be. So all this happening as we're just over the halfway point, stage one. Joey Logano starts on the pole, and he's led the first 43 laps in this race.
I keep the drivers close because I think that it ain't gonna be long before we get going again. I want to talk to Joey Logano if I can. Been talking about his balance on his race car, and I want to hear straight from him. See if we can get him up on this radio. Joe Logano is Dale Jr. and the guys in the booth. You got me?
Gotcha, what's happening?
Man, I have been hearing some rumors that your car is not comfortable and you're leading the race with clean air. Is that true?
That could always be better. That could. But yeah, I mean, I feel like it's got speed. There's no doubt about that. The Auto Trader Mustang fans up front here, just trying to control the race where I can and keep that clean air.
Well, there's been a lot of people complaining more than normal, and we know this racetrack was going to change and evolve over the years. And we're 7 races in on the new configuration, and there's a lot of people struggling in the back of the pack. So, kind of wondering. I know you've not been in traffic, but have you noticed a change in the racetrack from the last time we were here?
Well, it makes it feel better to hear that. You never know when you're out here what everyone else is feeling and what they're doing, but. Yeah, I mean, it's hot out too, and, obviously the sun goes down and a little rain shower and it's passing through. It's going to cool it off some as well, so I expect the race to kind of evolve as the night goes on and look maybe a little different than it does right now.
Well, it's a great opportunity while you're sitting there to show me them gloves, and I'll be able to tell everybody what we're doing here. The Dale Jr. Foundation is auctioning these off. Joey's going to sign those. There's 70 pairs that the drivers have worn this weekend, and I'll sign them as well, and we'll raise some money for the Nationwide Children's Hospital. Thank you, Joey.
Feel like Vanna White here.
Well, man, I hope y'all get racing soon. I know you're ready to get this thing going, and keep it up front.
All right, man. Thanks. See you later.
Did you see him laughing in there? He couldn't hear us laughing, so he was actually laughing at his own joke.
He was.
Hey, we got a pair up here. This is cool, and I love this that the other day you decided to take your gloves from when you were a crew chief last weekend at
Y'all
Pocono.
talked me into that.
I know we did. We just
got decided. You just got made me feel obligated.
Live on the air. Here's a novel idea.
No,
That's right.
there you say no.
So the nation, I've worked with Nationwide for a long time and still work with them and the Nationwide Children's Hospital. And me and my wife Amy have a fund that supports a lot of things in terms of that deal with brain injuries and other things that a lot of kids have to go there and get treatment for. And so we've done the gloves program for many years now. The drivers that can do it will. Some are limited on how much they can participate. But we appreciate the ones that do, and you can go to the Dale Jr. Foundation online and find a way to be able to bid on the gloves that will be available. And as I said, all the drivers will sign them. The gloves that I'm going to put into the pot are the ones that I used during the pit stops at Pocono when I was the crew chief for Connor Zillage. So.
It's the most nerve-wracking pair of gloves he ever wore.
That was so much fun.
The fingers are probably no longer in them. You know what I mean? From the stress. Hey, if Logano's Vanna White, what does that make me? Let's not go there.
Come on, man. We said we are going to be nice to each other.
Okay, that's good.
We're looking at this radar, and the little bit of rain that did come through here is moved south. It's all around the west side of the racetrack, as you see right there. So that's kind of what this picture has looked like since we started the pre-race. So don't be alarmed. It's kind of just sat on the side of us over here, and we have that little bit come through. But hopefully it won't be long before they have this track ready to go.
And, Joey was half joking, half not, to say, man, I'm glad to hear everybody's having a bad time, because I think sometimes it's easy to forget that these drivers, their only their only idea of what they should have is what they feel in their car and they see out their window. So for Joey, he hasn't seen anybody, right? He's led every lap. He knows his car. He probably has this mental understanding what his car should drive like by itself, and it doesn't sound like it's quite there. My pep talk I'll be giving him is, if you think it drives bad here, go back about 10 rows. It's not going to drive better.
Well, let's see if we get another driver on the radio here. We'll ask Josh Berry if he can hear us. Hey, Josh Berry, it's the guys in the TNT booth. You got me?
Yeah, I gotcha.
All right. Well, we talked to Joe Logano. He's out front clean air. He doesn't love his car, but says it isn't too bad. There's a ton of people complaining about their car. You're a few. You're in that dirty air a little bit. What you been dealing with?
Definitely, it's easy to get yourself in a bad spot if you're tucked right up behind somebody. But it seems like for me, as long as I can keep a little bit of air on it, it's okay. So it's just gonna be important all night to try to keep as much track vision as you can.
Absolutely, yeah. Trying to control the race and stay toward the front is absolutely the best way to do it. You got an opportunity to come down pit road once we get going again to make adjustments. What kind of balance issues you're dealing with?
Yeah, anything that probably has to be just tightened up just a little bit, just to just help the overall security. Fired off actually pretty good, and then just kind of built a little free over the course of the run. So just add some miles to tighten it up a little bit. We should be all right.
All right, thanks for talking with us, and have fun when we get back going.
Yeah, thank you, bud.
Let's go to Danielle Trotta.
Thanks, Adam. Here with William Byron's crew chief for Hendrick Motorsports in the 2014 Rudy Fugle. Rudy, your driver made a lot of hay there on that first run, 18th to 5th. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's doing a great job with that Exalted Chevrolet. I kind of expected that. We kind of qualified there, and he does a great job firing off and passing cars early in a race. So he prepares himself well, and it's good to see the car fast.
Nothing worse than rain at the racetrack, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were so close to kind of skirting that storm, and I thought we were going to be good. And then so just hopefully this is quick. We get it done and keep racing tonight. It's cooled off. It's a nice night for a race. Might as well get it done.
A lot of drivers are unhappy with their race cars right now. Rudy, when we go back racing, how does this change track conditions and how does your driver feel right now?
Yeah, we weren't as good as we want to be either. We have a lot of improvement to make. We were on the tight side, which is why I think he can be aggressive, which is nice. So we'll try to get freed up. I think it'll tighten up a little bit as it goes, and the cycle will be tighter, depending on how many people pit here. So we'll just keep fighting it all night long.
Made up a lot of track position, 13 spots here on this opening run. Let's send it over to Alan Cavana.
And a good run is just what the doctor ordered for Brad Keselowski and the 6 team running up front, contending for the lead. Is the car as fast as it looks? Going to get better?
Yeah, our consumer cellular Ford's been good so far. I've been able to make some passes and move up a couple spots here. So just gonna have to see how this plays out with the rain. And if they open, when they open pit road, I'm sure some guys are gonna pit. But being this close to the front, I'm not sure what we'll do just yet.
The big talk after last week, what was team communication? How did you address that after the mistakes last week in Pocono?
When something like that happens, you just talk about it as a group and talk about how to avoid it in the future. So we're all good there. We're all set.
Brad Keselowski said he's about 3 out of 10 loose. They'll work on it coming up in this next pit stop.
That miscommunication got Brad pitting when pit road was closed, gave up a ton of track position. So I like it. Jeremy Bolin sits ahead on. So, man, we're good. We cleared that up. I'm sure it was not the most fun, but a needed conversation over the week.
And both crew chiefs holding their cards close when it comes to will we pit or will we stay out when pit road is open. 43 laps in under the red flag for some rain. It's NASCAR on TNT. You're watching the Quaker State 400 available at Walmart. Stay with it.
We'll go through the full field running order under the red flag here in stage 1. Joey Logano is the race leader. Austin Cindric second. Josh Berry third. Brad Keselowski fourth. And William Byron in fifth. Carson Hocevar is sixth. Kyle Larson seventh. Ryan Preece eighth. Christopher Bell ninth. And in 10th is Ryan Blaney. Chase Elliott 11th. Alex Bowman 12th. Austin Dillon 13th. Ty Gibbs 14th. And John Hunter Nemechek 15th. AJ Allmendinger in 16th. Ty Dillon 17th. Zane Smith 18th. Todd Gilliland 19th. And Chris Buescher is 20th. 21st for Bubba Wallace, Daniel Suarez 22nd, Shane Van Gisbergen 23rd, Ross Chastain 24th, Kyle Busch 25th, Tyler Reddick 26th, Eric Jones 27th, Riley Herbst 28th, 29th is Noah Gragson, Corey LaJoie in 30th, Michael McDowell 31st, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 32nd, Denny Hamlin 33rd, Cole Custer 34th, Justin Haley 35th, BJ McLeod 36th, Connor Zilic 37th, Cody Ware 38th, Chase Briscoe 39th, and David Starr 40th. David Starr will get the free pass to get one of his 2 laps back after falling 2 laps down in these first 43 laps of the race. NASCAR did not hold or have pit road open before they've held the field on pit road for this brief red flag period, hopefully brief. Alrighty. Yeah, I didn't want to go into the NASCAR trivia side of things yet because I don't think this is going to be a very long red flag. I feel like I'd have to find like a quick quiz. I wouldn't be surprised if they lifted the red and we're under caution here within a few minutes. Cool that we're getting a couple of driver interviews along the way. You got to hear from Joey Logano and Josh Berry in the race cars. Queued up from the TNT booth. Didn't go over the fantasy league before the start of the race, so I'll do that right now. If you haven't joined our fantasy league yet, you can join on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. You have a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500, if you win our regular season and/or playoff championship. If you're not in the league yet, obviously because we're so deep into the regular season, your only chance to win will be for the playoffs. We crown 2 separate champions, so you'll automatically be in there. And as you see, I'm on NASCAR.com right now. There will be a fantasy tab. You'll click on it, and then there will be a fantasy live, which is on the left, which I will click on that. And again, it is free to join. All you need to do as far as our league, if you win the championship to get those tickets, you win the league championship, either the playoffs and or the regular season. And you also have to be a subscriber on the YouTube channel. So if you're not subscribed, be sure to hit that subscribe button. The league name is KRC League, KRC in all capital letters, space, and then a capital L on league. I'll put the league name in the chat. My team for this weekend, I had Ryan Blaney, Josh Berry, Austin Cindric, Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski, very high in the Fords this weekend at Atlanta, so just going very Ford heavy. You can only pick the same driver up to 10 times throughout the course of the season. I haven't used Keselowski yet. Granted, he's had very few good runs this season, so good reason to not have him in the lineup. I actually haven't used Josh Berry at all yet this year either, so plugging him in. Logano I've only used 5 times. Cindric I've only used 3 times. Kyle Busch is in my garage. I think he could be a good sleeper pick for today. He actually has 5 straight finishes inside the top 10 at Atlanta. Ryan Blaney, my pick to win the race. He's really the only guy that I've used quite a few times this season that's in my lineup for this weekend, but because I happen to win, I couldn't not pick him this week. Head-to-head matchups for this week. Oddly enough, a lot of these are the head-to-head matchups in our in-season tournament for this week. And the 4 that they have for the Fantasy League, which is a 10-point bonus for each of these picked correctly. Brad Keselowski versus Kyle Busch, which I mentioned already, had Keselowski. Joey Logano versus Alex Bowman. I've got Joey Logano. Larson versus Reddick. I've got Kyle Larson. And I have Eric Jones over Ross Chastain. So that's my fantasy team for the week. As far as our league standings coming into this week, I'm sitting second in points as of right now. 10 points out of first. Monster Jam X10 currently leads the way. And then, again, I'm in second. Evan 48-48 with 32-66 sits in third. Inside Uranus, fourth. And K-Harm 60 rounds out our current top 5 in the standings. Talking with Chase Elliott right now.
Man, it's fun watching. Y'all make it pretty exciting up here in the booth. You making all those crazy moves. Good luck, and we'll be watching.
Yeah, man, it's been wild so far. Y'all have fun, enjoy.
Fun stuff with a hint of sarcasm from NASCAR's most popular driver.
There's Alan Gustafson as crew chief, and I think that's the debate. You can see the wheels turning. Alan's been on the pit box just so much in his life. He's a champ. He's won so many races, right? You're talking about 39 wins, 729 starts. He knows. And I asked myself, is that a track change that Chase is talking about? I know these are the best stock car drivers in the world, but let's just remind the fans, no practice? Is it like you just have to reset? Do you have to go run 30 laps in Atlanta and be like, I guess it's just what it drives like. Does the car really get a whole lot better? I think Alan and Chase, this is what this combination is so good at is, Chase isn't happy, but he also has accepted that Alan might not turn every knob on this thing. He might just say, man, you just have to be patient and let the track come to us as it cools. And Alan saw what I saw. That car drove up to
That car drove up into the top 10 and looked relatively sporty, right? So Alan's kind of wondering how much he doesn't want to dial that stuff out of the car.
We're talking Alan Gustafson here. You hear from Alan Cavani. He's downstairs with a toucan.
Yeah, and Brian Wilson, his crew chief, the crew chief for Austin Cindric, up 2 spots early in this race. Early on, playing out, we had the heat, we had the weather. How is it with the car right now?
Yeah, I mean, overall, it seems like the track temp is lower than what we expected throughout the week. So our handling's not bad. It's a little bit free on entry. We think that with the track temp cooling down here, it's probably going to come to us a little bit. So we like the spot we're in.
When we listen on the radio, I hear a lot of communication between spotter Doug Campbell and Austin. He likes to get a lot of information, who's good, who's where. How important is that communication?
Yeah, it's huge, and it's something they work on a lot. Doug puts in a lot of time with Austin. They work on their terminology so that they communicate quickly and efficiently. So no, they're incredible. They do a great job. And they're a big reason why we're close to the front right now.
It's one thing to be fast; it's another to push and get the lead and stay out there. How difficult is that, and what adjustments do you need right now?
Yeah, I think, right now the biggest thing is probably just a little bit of stability, but, it's interesting. You're up there, you're racing with teammates. It's a proud moment to have all the Penske cars fast right now. So, we want to make sure that a Penske car wins, especially getting close to the end of this stage. But if we have an opportunity, we're going to go for it.
Austin Cindric, so good at this type of racing, with a bunch of laps here, taken out late in the race earlier in the spring. See what we can do tonight.
Yeah, and when he was taken out, he was right there at the front, inside of 10 laps to go. And so he was pacing it just right. And unfortunately, didn't work out for him. Cindric right now scored second behind teammate Joey Logano. Continuing to wait out a light rain shower here at Echo Park Speedway. Drivers still in the cars, and hopefully we return to the green flag before too much time. It's NASCAR on TNT on a Saturday night.
All right, looks like right as they were cutting the commercial, looks like we're back under caution flag conditions, and the red flag has been lifted, so that is good to see. Again, Joey Logano is our race leader. Austin Cindric in second, Josh Berry third, Brad Keselowski fourth, and William Byron rounds out the top 5 as we are at lap 43. We still have to open pit road yet, so there's going to be at least a few laps of caution yet to run. Once pit road opens, we're going to see quite a few drivers probably come in. Some will sacrifice their ability to maybe get some stage points at the front of the field in the hopes that they can flip the field by restarting up at the front of the pack to begin stage 2. And those that stay out to try to go for stage points are going to end up restarting further back in the pack when stage 2 does begin. Michael Belcher, thanks for tuning in. What's going on with the NASCAR thing? You talking about the race? What NASCAR thing? The tournament? Isn't Echo Park from Texas? I think they are based out of Texas. What? They've got the sponsorship for Atlanta. I know they've been sponsoring the COTA race the last couple of years, and obviously Circuit of the Americas in Texas. And SMI has kind of helped put together that COTA Cup race weekend the last few years. And SMI obviously owning Atlanta. Well, the rain has dissipated enough that we're back under caution flag conditions. So we didn't lose the racetrack. Got the jet dryers out there for just a brief moment. Get some heat in the racetrack. Evaporate whatever little bit of rain might have been on the surface. And that is why the cars were held on pit road. But no covers went on the cars. Drivers were told to stay in their vehicles. And now they're fired back up again. We're under caution. And they are back out on the track as we have completed another lap. We are currently on lap 44. The initial red flag was at lap 43.
NASCAR Cup Series racing on TNT is brought to you by Progressive. Protect your auto, home, and business today at Progressive.com. And by Napa Auto Parts. Now been lifted, cars are rolling, and Maybe one more time around, we'll open the pit lane.
Yeah, it's a little messy. The 20 of Christopher Bell wouldn't fire on its own. No harm, no foul. If NASCAR stops you for a red flag, they give you a chance to get pushed off and fired off. But now it was just messy. We got to get the 20 in line before you can open pit road. Hoping they can get it done right here. See Bell doing his best to find his slot. Just because I want to get back racing. I mean, those first 45 laps were kind of nail biting. I think if the track pulls, the racing's only going to get more captivating because the drivers, as Chase were talking about, I think the cars will get locked down even more. Alan, what are you hearing on the 20?
Well, just as he gets his pit stall banner spot on the track back, an impressive run already in that first run. He's up more than 20 positions. Obviously, the winner here in the spring. That'd be impressive under any condition here, what he's doing already tonight. But more impressive is that he's doing it with a new spotter. He just started with spotter Tab Boyd. They started this week. They haven't had any practice, remember, to really practice or hone their skills. So the first runs they've had together are the first 44 laps. Up this race, he reported he likes what he hears on the radio. They like what they're doing. The communication between those two are going to be going well. Christopher Bell, new spotter, Tab Boyd.
That's a great update, Alan. You know, I can't think of a worse track to bring a new spotter for so many reasons. Let's start with the simple, the traffic on the racetrack. But then, remember, pit road's the end of the backstretch. So as a crew chief, I need my spotter reminding me of just all the little nuances. There's a lot of chance to make a mistake here with that communication.
Yeah, they'll spend all week, I think, working on, like, what do I want to hear? What are you going to say? What's your, he's going to ask that Boyd, the spotter, what do you say in a three-wide situation when I'm in the middle, when I'm in the bottom, when I'm at the top? Well, this is what I like to hear. I don't want to get confused and get the wrong information, think the wrong thing.
Well, to your point, is it inside three, middle three? Is it in and out? Like, there's 3 or 4 different ways to say 3 wide.
Chemistry is key,
Yeah.
especially in a race like this, Alan.
And speaking of that chemistry, it's about when to talk and what to say in the pack. But I was talking to them. They had a 45-minute meeting, and a lot of their talk, guys, was about when not to talk. Tab Boyd didn't want to jump on the communication between crew chief Adam Stevens and driver Christopher Bell. So that's what he wanted to know. When the caution comes out, when do I need to stop talking so you two can communicate? It was just interesting to hear when shouldn't I be talking rather than when should I be.
Yeah, we've done that, Dale. Talking on the radio and drive by pit road entry when it's different, right? When it's on the backstretch or Bristol, it's off turn 3, it's kind of easy. I see the green light on pit road entry, so I think we're going to have a busy pit road here. Everybody look for fuel, probably tires. Danielle.
Yeah, Stevie, you see Denny Hamlin. He's still 33rd position where he started this race. And I go back to the playoff race last year at Atlanta, where that was his strategy, which kind of backfired and bit him a little bit. I just checked in with the team and said, is Denny riding in the back on purpose? And they said, no. We feel like with 3 wins on the season, we're in a position to be aggressive. The reason we haven't gained track position is because Denny keeps trying to make passes on the bottom, but he's too tight right now to complete the passes. So not riding in the back, that is not a strategic decision. Denny's not very happy with that race car.
You see the group staying on the racetrack, 8 or 10 cars first on pit road right there. The 60 of Priest, the 20 of Bell, the 12 of Blaney. So split decisions priority when it comes to the end of the stage.
That would also give you an idea of cars that think they're handling well and cars think they need a little work. The other thing that's helped here by cars staying out, talk about how tight this pit road is, maybe a little bit more room to work. Here's Alan.
He's one of those fast forwards, quick stuff for him, but he was saying he can't gas it all the way around this track, so he needed a little bit of an adjustment. Christopher Bell running well, up 20-plus spots already, but he wanted an adjustment on the 20 car.
No.
A lot of chaos. You see that 19 pulling right here. This could be a long stop. I'm watching this 19. We heard about just how bad. Oh, there you go. Tire change is reaching in. So you see right here in the middle of your screen, that tire change is doing some extra work, more than just changing the tires, reaching underneath the hood, probably adjusting the front shocks. A big balance shift on these cars are front heights. You raise and lower the front of the car. The higher the car in the front, usually the more secure the back is. The lower the car, yeah, he's going to also adjust on the left front. You lower the front or raise the front, it changes the aero balance dramatically. You're already last car changed small last week's winner, so let's adjust it. Let's work on it.
Denny Hamlin, one of those that made a pit stop.
Oh, Spartan fuel. Bad combination.
No aggression before that yellow car pulling away. Watch this. Bell kicks it out, but Wallace has to go into the grass to avoid him.
And that looks harmless, but in the back of these cars are vertical panels that are very important for aerodynamics. You know, you hit a little pothole, hole in the grass. So
And watching all these drivers that come off pit road, going to be interesting when we return to green because you would anticipate the drivers that stay out here are going to pit at the end of the stage. And a lot of these drivers that just made a pit stop will be racing for control of the race when we go green in that second stage, Dale.
Here's a good look at the shoes as the drivers approach.
and this, for me, is going to be the real test of is handling an issue. And the reason I say that are there are 6 cars that are on the racetrack with old tires. Now, everyone behind them is on fresher tires. So the question is, if handling is really a magical key to unlock tonight's success, those fresh tires should kind of dominate. They should be able to push around those old tires in these last 12 or 13 laps.
Going to be 12 laps to go in stage 1 when we return to the green flag. Logano took the inside lane to start the race. Going green here with the man that was on the front row with him to start behind him, Josh Berry, in that second row.
Yeah, Joey's going to hope this 21 of Barry can give him the push he needs to be able to clear into turn.
Yeah, 2 rows of Fords, and then you got 2 Chevys, Carson Hocevar, William Byron, right around row 3 on the restart. About the top dozen or so cars stayed out of the pits, and the green flag will be back in the air. It'll be Joey Logano, who's led every lap so far, leading the field to the green with 12 laps remaining in stage 1. Josh Berry trying to push him out in front as they enter turn 1. Brad Keselowski pushing the back of the 2 of Austin Cindric. Cindric 3 stage wins in the Next Gen era at Atlanta. Looking for number 4 here so he can be in prime position as he's on the front row. He's got a nose out ahead of Logano and in that preferred outside lane for the time being. As they'll be coming to the start-finish line this time by, we'll see if Logano can lead the lap yet again with being on the bottom. He does not. Austin Cindric leads his first lap of the race, and now he's clearing to turn 1. Surprised Joey Logano did not take the outside lane of the racetrack on that restart, knowing that that is the preferred line. Took the bottom, it costed him the lead, and now Cindric's out in front for the first time today. Keselowski on the outside of Logano, they'll battle door-to-door for second. Joey with a big head of steam, though, off of turn 4, pulls to the inside of the 2, clears the 6. Cindric leads the lap at the line. Quick side draft, a pull away by Logano as he challenges for the lead still into turn 3. Bubba Wallace, Ryan Blaney, a couple cars who just pitted for 4 fresh tires. They're working their way into the back half of the top 10 already. Keep an eye out on them as we still have 9 laps to go in stage 1, this time by at the line.
I was thinking, where can he go with this run?
Saying that these guys that pitted might be racing position and control when we get ready for stage 2. Bubba Wallace said, the heck with that. I'm going to drive through and finish things in stage 1, and he looks good in that outside lane.
Cindric trying to help his teammates down the back straightaway. He's going to have to get up in front of that 6, though. Is that 24? But Byron and Brad Keselowski goes to tail, trying to create momentum. Logano back to the inside. He's going to lead this lap. That inside lane doing pretty good right now. Pretty surprised by that.
Saw Michael McDowell flash inside the top 10. 70 will start to come to life late in the stage.
Just leaving up down the back straight.
That's exactly right. Locked up is what I was going to say. Oh, he did not find anything in the 23. Tries to get to the outside of the line.
And look at the 20 of Christopher Bell. He went high and low, but now he's racing position.
Getting hairy. Right in the middle of the pack. It's barely outside the top 10.
Easton House Jr. way in the back to start this race. The 47 has got it wound up.
Bell also on a little bit of pressure tire. They're side by side, about 5th row back. Oh, little smoke, little contact right there, maybe outside wall. This is going, I mean, we still got 7 coming to 6 to go.
Hocevar into the top line there. Moves in front of the 3. He's going to have a big run down this front straightaway in that 77.
Anytime the 77 and 47 are together, my alert.
Hocevar trying to get a 3 wide there.
I love that move. I love the arrow in the nose and trying to split those two. What will he do out here? Is he thinking metal again? He's got to get a run to create somehow. Oh, he loses the nose. The car gets tied almost into the left rear of the 24. 47. The 47 of Stenhouse from the back of the field.
3 wide, Bell, Larson, Stenhouse. And remember, Bell and Stenhouse, an opening round matchup in the in-season challenge. This racing in front.
Byron to the outside now, trying to make it 3 wide on the 6 of Keselowski. Keselowski's going to clear. But like what the 77 just did, he's going to be 3 wide bottom right here in row 2. The 77 is waiting clear. Got to get up the racetrack. He's not able to clear. Losing all kinds of speed down the front straightaway and positions.
Fire to go. Here comes Brian Keselowski. Orange number 6 looking high for the lead.
The nose of the 24. Use that big run, Dale. Off turn 2. Now what do they do side by side? Cedric side draft evens up down the back straightaway. Here comes himself, the 22 of Logano to the bottom of the racetrack. Oh, the 20.
Oh, no! Bell sideways, and he spins in front of the pack, hard against the outside wall. Ryan Blaney hits head on. We've got a big crash in turn 4. Blaney's going to get knocked out of the race for sure. Austin Dillon caught up in it. Christopher Bell might not be able to continue with the severe damage to his car. Bell was sliding sideways. In turn 4, Larson was sideways also, just behind him. Bell ends up going around against the wall, and others obviously collected and trying to miss the accident. My bracket's busted. I had Bell in the championship.
Going to end the stage with only 3 to go. Man, that was crazy.
Bell won here in the spring, led 1 lap. And the AMR safety team is on the scene talking with Ryan Blaney. One of a handful involved in this crash. Inside of 5 to go, stage 1.
Be interesting to see who maybe got away unscathed. Let's take a look at the replays here to see who all had contact. Keep an eye on that 20 car right there. And that outside lane gets loose.
Hey, he just got loose.
Trying to save it. The 5 also gets turned sideways right here. Bubba Wallace into the left front of the 20. Blaney across the track into the wall head on. The 20 enters, and when he looks high, I think it just gets air on the car, and it just switches from tight to loose. Yeah, so the 3, 12, and the 20. I'll be interested to see if there's real damage to the 5. The nose on the 23 of Bubba Wallace had some damage. I think the 5's going to be okay. Yeah, the 16 kind of gets banged around right there as well.
Incredible save by the 5.
Damage to the nose of the 87 of Connor Silich. That's pretty severe.
Riding with Bell here.
It's right here. Trying to slow down. Oh, that damage is going to hurt his chances to have a good result today. Tyler Reddick, 45. Now shift.
It's the DC Studio Superman Baltimore Cameron in theaters July 11th. Get your tickets now.
Danny Hanlon on board.
The King's Hawaiian onboard camera. Then he didn't have much track position. Almost comes to a stop to make sure he doesn't get in the middle of this.
That's the one thing I do love about the next gen car in these type of situations when we have pack racing. The braking performance of this car allows a lot of these drivers in the back of the field to avoid being caught up in these wrecks. In the older cars, you wouldn't be able to slow down. You'd lock tires up, slide into these crashes pretty regularly, and this usually would take out half the field. But now with the braking performance we have, it gives these guys a chance. Look at the 9 right there to the left of Bubba Wallace on that replay, just sneaking through.
Kyle Busch.
What is it? A lot of drivers did some good work.
Ooh.
But that damage right there to the 23 is going to be tough.
We are going to wrap the stage under caution, and it's going to be Austin Cindric who has scored the leader at the time of caution, and therefore he will collect a stage victory. It's his fourth.
Another one
Here
for
are the
the
Fords.
yeah. They have dominated the stage wins. Can they get to victory lane?
That's their 10th stage win in the last 11 stages here at Echo Park Speedway. Brad Keselowski second. Logano, who led all those laps, 51 of them out front with a 22 was third. Byron Hocevar complete the top five. Brad, ending stage one. Glad you're with us on a Saturday night on TNT.
So Austin Cindric under caution will win stage one here tonight at Atlanta. His fourth stage win at Atlanta Motor Speedway. And on the season, it is Austin Cindric's third stage win of the year. Had one at Las Vegas. He also had one, I believe, at Atlanta earlier in the season as well. So third stage win of the year for Cindric. Brad Keselowski in second. Joey Logano third. William Byron fourth. And Carson Hocevar rounding out the top five in fifth. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in sixth. Josh Berry seventh. Bubba Wallace eighth. Shane Van Gisbergen in ninth. And 10th is Chase Elliott. 1 point per position for the stage to those top 10 spots. Christopher Bell and Ryan Blaney taken out of the race following an incident they were just involved in. Austin Dillon, Bubba Wallace also had a decent amount of damage from the crash. They still remain on the lead lap at the moment. David Starr will get the free pass to get one of his 2 laps back. And now we begin stage 2. Had a caution for slight weather delay, and then this caution leading into the end of stage 1 were the 2 yellows for this opening 60 laps of the event. Pit road should open sometime soon when they do come back from commercial on TNT. And in the in-season tournament, my bracket's busted already. I had Ryan Blaney beating Carson Hocevar this weekend, and with Blaney out of the race, that means Carson Hocevar will be moving on to the round of 16. And I also had Christopher Bell actually in my championship going up against William Byron. That was the big bracket buster, because I only had Blaney winning this week, but I had Bell going deep in this in-season tournament. He's going to be out of it already as well. Bell going up against Stenhouse. So Ricky Stenhouse Jr. going to pull off an upset this weekend and move on to the round of 16 in the in-season tournament, beating Bell. I'm sure a lot of people probably had Bell going quite a ways as well. And maybe even Ryan Blaney for that matter, knowing that he's a big name in the sport of NASCAR today. So 2 of the bigger names bounced from the round of 32. We'll see if Bubba Wallace and Austin Dillon can continue on with their damage. I think they're at least going to stay in the race, which is good. But if they don't have a lot of speed to stay up in the pack, they're going to need some help to also advance to the next round. Anybody that filled out an in-season tournament bracket, let me know how far you had Ryan Blaney and Christopher Bell going in the chat below. Curious to see. And I had Blaney in the next round and then getting eliminated by Kyle Larson, but I had Bell in my finals. I didn't have him winning it. I have Byron winning the whole thing, but Bell taken out already. 0 for 2. 20 cars, 2 loose. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, he broke loose on his own entering turn 3, which is what started that. And in the middle of his slide, contact with Bubba Wallace, who was underneath him. They were 3 wide. Wasn't really anywhere for Bubba to go. Larson also got loose in line right behind Christopher Bell. Luckily, he was able to get it regathered pretty quickly. He had slight contact with Austin Dillon, which almost kind of hacked by making contact with the 20 after the 20 bounced off the outside wall. I don't really have a prediction for how many cautions that we're necessarily going to see tonight. These Atlanta races, we usually get more with the next-gen car here than what we do at Daytona or Talladega. The handling conditions are just far worse at Atlanta. Base Tugboat, thanks for tuning in. My opinion on the in-season tournament, I'm okay with it. I know there's some fans that are like, oh, I don't like gimmicks and stuff like that. I've been wanting NASCAR to do some sort of like a Winston Million or something of that nature that they used to have a long time ago as something in the middle of the season. Drivers could compete for an extra million or $2 million bonus. What else did they do there in the early 2000s? They did something similar. It wasn't the Winston Million. Oh, man, I can't remember. I know Dale Jr. won one, and I think it was 2001 or 2002. He won $1 million bonus. But anyway, they've done challenges like this in the past, but it's been a good, 20 plus years since we've seen something like this. Now, in-season tournament's a little different than anything else we've done before, but as far as crowning some sort of a, $1 million champion in the middle of a season because of a random contest we've seen even in the Xfinity Series level, I'm surprised we never tried anything like that for the Cup Series. Triple Truck Challenge. So I'm all
Find some momentum. We never really seem to have things go our way, but really appreciate Advance Auto Parts for bringing us a fast car and tried to flip the stage and just was right in the middle of it. So yeah, it just stinks, and that's just the way it goes sometimes. So re-rack and go at it at the Chicago next week.
Before it's at such speed, how was your car?
Yeah, it was okay. I definitely thought we could improve it a little bit more in dirty air and stuff. I feel like I kind of lose a little bit of handling in dirty air, but I was at least excited to work through it during the night, and not going to get a chance.
Tough end for Ryan Blaney, his 6th DNF of the season.
yikes.
Glad he won at Nashville to lock himself into the playoffs because, as Alan said, 6 DNFs, they've had so much bad luck.
So you see the top 10 needing fuel, but more coming. So there is going to be a split decision. And for the bracket followers right there, 5th car in line, 77 of Hocevar, with Ryan Blaney wrecked out, the way the scoring works, 77's going to advance. So just like that, Hocevar on to round 2.
Maybe he gets DQ'd. That could be the only hope for Blaney to move on
Right before the end
in
of
the tournament.
stage, as well as Chris Buescher.
I got a few guys staying out to take control of the race. Those drivers that dominated stage 1, when you look at laps led, going to get their service here, led by Cindric. Byron in, so is Keselowski, Alan.
Yeah, a lot of talk on the radio about strategy, how long teams want to stay for fuel. Brad Keselowski says he's just a little loose on there, so they're going to make an adjustment for the 6th car of Keselowski. First said he loved that clean air, got the stage 1, but thinks it's masking some of his issues. He wants to be able to charge into the corner better. They're making an adjustment, Marty Snyder.
Alan Middleton on your screen showing the Governor in all but 9 laps at stage 1, but man, his car was not amazing. He was chasing the back end the entire time, but he said, everyone looks out of control to me. A host of cars stay out at him, but those who left pit road, Shane Van Gisbergen wins the race.
And some of those that made pit stops here were the ones that were on earlier, and as you talked about, just needed a little less fuel.
You saw the 19 still big adjustments for Chase Briscoe, but don't count them out. Sun will set. Keep cranking on that thing. Still got 196 to go.
Kind of like the bracket. When you're racing in the draft, just survive and advance. Survive and advance.
To add on to the point on the in-season tournament side of things, I mentioned already that I'm all for it. I do think that this tournament bracket is more fan engaging, especially for maybe a younger audience, just because you have the ability, you can fill out a bracket your own, and you're also part of the contest. Because if you fill out a perfect bracket, you win $1 million as well as whoever ends up winning, the tournament along the way. So there's more in it for the race fans. They wouldn't have had something like that before. It would have just been on track. So yes, it is an entertainment-based thing, but I don't think it's too gimmicked up. Yes, there is a head-to-head, driver battle, which we usually don't see that in motorsports necessarily when it comes to one race, because there are obviously 40 cars on the racetrack, for instance, this weekend. And the effort of just having to win, beat one person essentially in the tournament. Again, this is not crowning like a champion or something of that nature. That would be completely different in my eyes. But as far as, $1 million bonus, I mean, we've seen gimmicks with the All-Star race for decades. And that race crowns $1 million. And again, we have seen, like the Noble 5 in the past. Thank you for whoever in the chat mentioned something about that, because I was trying to think of what the name of that was. Doom and Do, thank you for that. I had to scroll back to see who it was. Give you a quick shout out. But yeah, between the Noble 5, the Winston Million, where Bill Elliott got his nickname $1 Million Bill for winning the Winston Million. I did like that concept of having to win 3 of the 4 crown jewel races throughout the course of the season. But they got rid of that after a while because Bill Elliott won it the first year they had it, and then nobody else won it the rest of the years that they had the Winston Million. So they got rid of that, and then they ended up having the Noble 5 a handful of years later. And I don't know why they ended up ever getting rid of it for as long of a period of time as they did. I don't know if it was maybe because it was too hard to follow for the fans at the time, so they got rid of it. NASCAR did do bracket style qualifying in 2022. I think I do remember that. For the All-Star race. It was a disaster. Well, at least it was the All-Star race. I don't really have many complaints with this in-season tournament. I think the way that they did the seeding for it, instead of just taking the couple of races prior to the tournament, like the seeding was based off of a 3-race stretch of the Coke 600 through, I believe, the Mexico City race. No, it was before that. It was the Coke 600, Nashville, Michigan. That was the seeding. I would have liked them to maybe use the seeding based off of the points from that season if they were to use 32. And maybe instead of 32, they would cut it in half and we'd have 16. I think it'd be a lot easier to follow. I get having more drivers involved in it, but, you know, maybe take the top 16 in points rather than the top 32. It'd be a lot easier to follow 8 matchups in this first round, for instance, than 16. Following 16 matchups, I feel like there's a lot there. There's a lot there. I'm not even able to cover all of that. You know, as drivers get knocked out of the race tonight, like I just mentioned, it'll be easier to highlight with Christopher Bell and Ryan Blaney can end up losing their head-to-head matchups for this weekend. Stenhouse going up against Bell and then Blaney against Hocevar. So Stenhouse and Hocevar will be moving on. Seeding should go on regular season. But yeah, exactly. That's exactly my thought. I think it should go on regular season points, and I feel like you should cut the field in half instead of 32, go with 16. Have it over 4 races. I think the reason why they went with 32 as well is because TNT is 5 races during the course of the summer that they're commentating, broadcasting, I should say. So they probably wanted the tournament to last their entire 5 races. In my opinion, I just think that that's a little bit too big. It'll be a lot easier to follow this tournament next week onward with less drivers that are remaining in the tournament than what it is this week, especially with it being a super speedway too. That probably doesn't help. I like that. Speed freaks. There we go. You can call me a speed freak. Joe Rochester, thanks for tuning in.
Pro with Chris Buescher.
At 42, John Hunter Nemechek, third car on the outside. He just, the last 3 weeks, top 6, I mean, he's just continuing to run up front. Here he is again.
Here they are in the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone. Stage 2 underway.
Green flag back in the air. Chase Elliott gets a good launch. Great push from Ty Gibbs in the 54 down to the bottom of the racetrack. So Elliott will lead the field off into turn 1. Chris Buescher, who was on the outside of row number 1, will stay alongside of Gibbs for second as they exit turn 2. Oh man, stacking up big time up at the front of the field. They're now 3 wide, 4 wide. Nearly another car turned down the track. Denny Hamlin into Reddick in the big one entering turn 3. More than half the field is involved in this crash. Oh my goodness. They were 3 and 4 wide down the back straightaway. Hamlin got clipped in the left rear and a parking lot into turn 3 with nowhere to go for the entire field from about 5th and 6th place on back.
3 sides lead about.
Oh my gosh.
They ran him down quickly and milled back straightaway.
It looked like a move was going down. Remember that yellow line at the bottom is out of bounds, so you can't really block a guy down there, but that's what it looked like. Looked like it was the 88 and a couple different cars. Denny Hamlin, the 1 seed in the bracket, sits here with a ton of damage. Let's take a look at it now. What happens? This 88. Fourth car line on the inside of the car in front of him.
It just got jammed.
It's on the outside line there. Just
He had like 3 or 4 cars pushing each other.
contact. I'd like to see that again. If you watch the outside line, as they all kind of catch the 9 car Chase Elliott. There's a lot of contact right there. As Christopher Busher lifts off the gas, the 7, all those cars behind him, they all just make, they just run in the back of each other. Big accordion effect. They caught the 9 so quickly down the back straightaway. And
so I was looking to the inside, but you absolutely were dead on. It was the outside lane where the wreck kind of started. Right? The 88 kind of catches your attention with the block at the bottom, but the wreck is on the outside of the racetrack. So let's look at that high shot again. Look in the middle, like the 34, the 11, those 2 cars on the outside, that bright orange 11.
they're going to catch the 9. The 17's going to run up on the back bumper of the 9. He recognized that. He lifts. No one else does. Everybody runs into the back of him, and he turns. The 42 of John Hunter, maybe check into the wall. And
Wow.
everything behind him.
I mean, there are so many cars that are
That's right.
done.
42 checks out, the 11 catches him. They both spit into the outside wall. And when they come back, it is a windshield wiper across the front of the field.
Nemechek did a good job to hang on to it here. I mean, bounces off the wall, and I thought for sure he would go around. 3rd car outside lane, but he's able to hang on to it. Reddick does the same, and then the crash is on behind him.
It was such a great shot as they were just coming at you. You see him kind of just dart out of line.
Kyle Busch just get caught in the right rear quarter panel late. And this is another scenario where some of these cars, even though they're involved in the crash, may get fortunate enough to get away from this without a lot of toe leak damage, things like that.
So just a quick reminder, you have 8 minutes if you're going to try to repair your car on pit road. But the big change this year isn't that. The big change is you can go to the garage area. You're not out of the race. There's only a list of parts you're allowed to change, but the list is pretty extensive. I believe a lot of these cars are going to go back, make repairs, and come back out in case we see some more accidents.
And, we got this in-season.
Yeah,
challenge
especially
going
with the
on. There's a
tournament on the
lot to
line.
race for tonight.
Joey got a lot of damage in this ramp. It's out all the way down.
Team Pittsburgh, especially drives and roads. They dominate stage 1. They get the win. But Ryan Blaney eliminated in that crash right in stage 1. And the other 3 caught up right here. You're riding with Daniel Suarez. Suarez with high hopes after winning here last spring. Now we ride with Bubba Wallace.
Good job. Hey, we're not done yet.
Yeah, right.
He did a good job there.
Here you go. Let's run at the front. Kind of the call is 11:42.
Oh,
Looks like Disney-
big hit.
Certainly hard shots. But it looks like he turns the 42, but there's contact in front of the 42 as well. The 7, the 42, all those cars.
Have to figure out why the 42. I mean, it wasn't on purpose, right? Like, why the 42's nose darts right? Is it off the rear bumper of the 7?
The 11's offset when he runs into the back.
Okay.
Kind of hits him a little bit to the left side.
Oh, boy. That ride right there can hurt as much as the wreck.
He ain't playing.
Starts on the pole, leads 51 laps, nothing to show for it. Joey Logano.
It's lost the singer right with here.
See this ball in there? So it's
That's the ball right here. He went through this backwards. He stood his hand up there between. It sounded like the headrest to sort of see that bouncing. That the next gen, when you bend and break things, this is sort of the way it rides when it gets back.
probably got like half a field.
Yeah.
He's asking about the numbers. So, why is Denny Hamlin still in there? So he can get it. But if he kind of stays in the car, as I said, this car is even better. It's a better for repairs. He's going to back in the garage. He's going to take a look at the scene and see if on the list of approvable items. Now, there are certain components that if they're busted today, so and I like this change. I like that the teams can work on them, can repair. I mean, the fans bought tickets. They've come out here. We want to see as many cars on the racetrack as possible. And a big wreck like that can really limit the field. It limits the field. That's the big deal for me right here at this point of the race is it completely will change what kind of race we'll see going forward. Now, there's still a lot of race cars on the back straightaway. They're going to try to compete in this race, but that took out a lot of heavy hitters.
I think we're only going to have like half the field left.
Kind of bush right here around nowhere, man. It's weird. It's a big fault. Let's do it. It's put to the right hander. Honestly, looking at the hits don't look too bad. I believe they can get tires on this thing, and as long as the toe links are straight, he can get out there and race and compete.
Well, you referenced the playoffs. Win and you're in, but there are a number of drivers dancing around that cut line that have gotten some damage tonight. Had some rain earlier. That produced our first red flag that lasted just over 14 minutes. And this early crash in stage 2 has got the red flag out. Again, 23 cars involved here, Steve.
And I think the real key is you instantly spin it forward and say, but look who wasn't. Elliott, Buscher, Gibbs, Zane Smith. I mean, this is a list. Haley, Nemechek, Gilliland. I mean, this could be the night, right? This could be the night that their careers have been building towards. Get that win, get into the playoffs.
You know about the big one at Daytona. You know about the big one at Talladega. We now got the big one at Atlanta, racing in the draft. And you know it can happen. Red flag is out again.
To be the largest crash in Atlanta Motor Speedway history. 23 cars collected. And it looked like everybody from about 7th or 8th on back had some sort of damage because of the incident that took place on the track. We had a couple cars that were knocked out of the race in the incident before that. Christopher Bell, Ryan Blaney. There are a few cars that did get towed back to the garage area. I'm going to wait until we get back into the caution flag conditions to see how many cars are actually going to fall off of the lead lap. There were definitely quite a few that had significant enough damage that I don't think they're going to be able to remain on the lead lap that are currently on the lead lap based off our scoring. Like Denny Hamlin, he already got towed to the garage. Austin Cindric had quite a bit of damage. Joey Logano was barely limping his car back to pit road. I know Daniel Suarez had a huge amount of damage from that crash. Kyle Busch hit head-on into the wall. Noah Gragson was one of the cars that Hamlin hit when he had gotten turned down the track, so he got hit pretty hard. Brad Keselowski, I believe, was in the incidents. A lot of cars. 23 of them, again, in total. We're all caught up in the crash. Bigger than big, yeah. Exactly. And we're only on lap 70 of 260, so for this many cars to get taken out of the race, it kind of reminds me of the 2021 Daytona 500 when they had that giant crash on, lap 13 or 14? And they only had about, 23 cars or 24 cars left the rest of the race after that? With few cars that are going to be, not only on the lead lap, but the damage to some of the cars that were involved in the crash, are they going to be able to keep pace with these drivers who were ahead of the incident that don't have any damage? Will they have speed to keep up in the pack? Yeah, it's got to be an Atlanta record, because even with this super speedway at Atlanta, we've seen a couple of big wrecks, but nowhere near the size that we had there. Like, that was a Talladega Daytona gigantic one. It was quite a bit. I mean, the whole track was blocked, basically, getting into turn 3 when that wreck transpired. I'm not even going to begin to try to form out the in-season tournament either on who was involved versus who was not, because we don't know who's going to be able to continue or not yet until they lift the red flag and teams can go to work on their cars, because under red flag conditions, they are not allowed to touch the cars yet.
Really catch a ball. Page 1 only got to car number 11. It would have actually been an easier graphic to say, hey, these are the few that didn't hit, that weren't involved. It would have been a shorter graphic, not real.
Then we talked about the impact on the bracket. This from Jordan Bianchi. I would say that about sums it up for a minute.
Yeah, I can
Down looking at my bracket. Christopher Bell is in the garage. His opening round matchup. This guy, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who right now is 17th. Here's 47 audio.
Asha, what happened on that replay? Did you see? Said it looked like it was a bad push between the 11 and the 42. Okay. Where
Yeah.
Marty, Adamant's chaos down here in the garage area. The Austin Cindric's car is on a tow truck. There were about 6 tow trucks lined up just to come in to the garage area. There goes Cindric's car. One interesting point to make, and I want to take us over here. Denny Hamlin's team is going to start work as soon as the red flag is lifted, which obviously it has been because that work has started. But one important point, that last caution, Christopher Bell and his team, they're about 20 minutes deep into their work. There are a lot of parts broken on this 20 car, but they do have a 20-minute head start, and who knows how many cars they can pass after that big wreck.
Hey. Maybe. Well, Stenhouse is still in the race.
He's not down a ton. So he's down too many to contend for the win, but it's all.
What do you have, Alan?
Outside the Care Center, Corey LaJoy, the first driver out involved in that wreck. I know you don't get any shots this year. What happened from your perspective?
A little saw a little smoke, and then it was my hood on my windshield. Unfortunately, with our Schluter Mustang, we were getting going, and I felt like the car was driving pretty good. So right to the point of impact, unfortunately. So man, we have run so good here in the past. I thought our car was really good too. So track positions are really important. We had a couple guys flip there that we were racing around. So who knows how the night could have gone, but. You know, that's the risk you take by just jamming it in there and being aggressive on restarts. And I'm not sure what happened. I haven't seen the replay yet, but it's just unfortunate. Those guys are Ricks. They really work hard to get this second car going. It really disrupts the flow of what those guys do every week. So I really appreciate Rick and everybody, Jerry Kelly and that 01 team for getting the thing back out there. I don't know when I'm going to be doing it again. Hopefully it's here in a couple weeks, but I'll tell you, this is still the best seat in the house. The TV stuff was good, but driving these things at 200 miles an hour is pretty badass.
All right, here's a replay. You want to take us through it? I mean, what you see, what you can anticipate?
Yeah, on Prime, we call this a hashtag watch along. So I don't know, man. We just see guys pushing like dummies early down the back stretch, and then I just come in here and get pushed into it and come out of the smoke, and every corner on my Mustang was knocked off of it. So unfortunately, that was the end of our day. I don't know what we're doing. 90, we just started the third stage. I don't know why we're pushing like we're damn bumper cars. Frank.
A little bit of a lag during the interview.
We call this a hashtag watch along. So I don't know, man. We just see guys pushing like dummies early down the back stretch, and then I just come in here and get pushed into it and come out of the smoke, and every corner on my Mustang was knocked off of it. So unfortunately, that was the end of our day. I don't know what we're doing. 90, we just started the third stage. I don't know why we're pushing like we're damn bumper cars at Frankie's Fun Park, but that's not to be surprised. I think there's a lot of guys that don't make wise decisions driving these things on speedways, and about 10 of us. So fortunately, we were one of them, which we were behind it or in front of it, but we were right smack in the middle of it.
Early into the night for Corey LaJoy. Glad he's okay.
A lot of cars on pit road doing some small repairs. As you think the tire marks from the crash off into turn 3. Saw Carson Hosford pulling out of behind pit wall to rejoin the racetrack. But hey, Kyle Busch leaving pit road down. 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He goes as far away from the accident as he can down here on the apron of the racetrack. Really smart move by him to be able to avoid any contact. This is Noah Gragson. He'll get spun down on pit entrance right here after contact with the 11. He has come down pit roads, patchwork done to the right front of that car. It seemed like that's the only damage that he might have suffered in this accident. He's back out on the racetrack. 6 of Brad Keselowski has also been to pit road to make repairs. He's back out on the racetrack.
Right, Keselowski for those drivers must win situation and led a couple of laps tonight, second in stage one.
All right, so what's ahead for all these cars that need to make repairs? First thing you have to do is figure out how much damage, then you assess it, whether you can fix it on pit road, whether you go to the garage. But the magic for all of these teams is you have to go out and prove that your car is still capable. It has to run what NASCAR will set is a minimum speed. You get 3 consecutive laps, right? Kind of an up to speed lap and a couple laps. If these guys are smart, they're going to go out, find a drafting partner, try to figure it out with a couple damaged cars together. Because if you run 3 and none of them are fast enough, at that point, you don't get another bite at the apple. You're done. Your day is over. You are forced to retire from the event after you take that shot at minimum speed. So take your time, as Marty was reporting with Christopher Bell. Take those extra 5 or 10 minutes. Make sure your car can do what it needs to do so you can stay in the race.
Carson Hocevar had it working early. Someone we've talked about that could be a bracket buster. This matchup is interesting. Go head with Ryan Blaney, but he too caught up in this crash. Early portion of stage 2.
Brackets everywhere were probably busted from the Bell and Blaney incident and them getting taken out early, and now definitely with this giant one. 23 cars collected in the incident. The red flag again has been lifted. We are back to caution flag conditions. That was the opening green flag lap of stage 2 on the restart, which is where the incident took place. I don't even know so much that it was Hamlin giving the 42 a bad push, because Hamlin was almost getting pushed from behind by not one car, but it looked like multiple cars. There's a lot of bump drafting that was going on the outside lane on the back straightaway, and Hamlin, basically with his momentum, was pushed into the 42, and when he hit him, it was offset, which, again, started the crash, but there was so many cars that were tied nose to tail against each other on that outside lane behind Hamlin. That was bound to go wrong at some point, and the chain reaction just didn't start until the 11 hit the 42. It was on from there, and lap 69 incidents. Lap 66, actually, it looks like. Lap 66 was the exact moment of the yellow. Second red flag of the night already. The first was... And you just wonder what kind of a race are we going to see going forward with how many cars are going to be left on the lead lap that don't have a lot of damage. Right now, there are 25 cars that are scored on the lead lap. I'm surprised there's even that many. Cars that were taken out because of the incident that are already in the garage. You heard from Corey LaJoie moments ago. Austin Cindric is in the garage. Same for William Byron, Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin, Chase Briscoe, Ross Chastain, Daniel Suarez, Josh Berry, Carson Hocevar, Michael McDowell. 27 cars are on the track. We know that Busch, Keselowski, Gregson were involved with a decent amount of damage. Cole Custer, I know, had some damage from that crash as well. And they're all in the lead lap at the moment. With how few cars that are left in this race, most of them don't have a win this season. Drivers that have a win this year, there's 11 of them. And these are the ones that are out of the race following the crash. Chastain, Briscoe, Logano, Hamlin, Byron, Cindric, Bell, Blaney. 8. 8 of the 11 drivers that have a win this season are out of the race. That leaves the only drivers with a win that are in the race. And on the lead lap, Kyle Larson, Shane Van Gisbergen, and missing the other one. Oh, Josh Berry's out too with the win. Okay, so there's 9 drivers. 9 of the 11 drivers with a win this season are out. So with only 2 of them left on the lead lap that do have a win, the likelihood of seeing a new winner is very, very high.
To leave his driver out and stay out under that last caution. He comes down pit road, just 2 tires fuel for Chase Elliott. And again, 86 to go. They could not make it to the end of the stage, Alan.
Joey Logano out of the infield care center. What happened from your perspective? Correct.
I was in the middle of it, so I haven't seen a replay to even know what happened. It just cars are sideways and you get in the brakes and everyone's just running into each other. Just a speedway rack, especially when everyone's so tight on the restart there. So wrong place at the wrong time. We went to try to win the stage, and unfortunately we didn't get that done. And then you're gonna pay the piper and go to the back there. And I guess here's the replay. Let's see. Uh, yeah, get whole field wrecked. Yeah, and I'm in the suit there. Oh my gosh, look at that. Oh, that's horrible.
There's always a question about being aggressive too early. What's your perspective on that?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it said like it could have been a bad push. It's kind of hard to say, right? I mean, let's see, I'm just in the middle of everything. So that's unfortunate. I did think it got all of our cars. And the Penske cars were so strong, so fast. It's unfortunate that happens, but it's part of the game sometimes. And I'm gonna say sometimes you're a ball, sometimes you're a bat. Today we're in a ball.
Fast car early in the evening for Joey Logano, Marty.
Kind of want to show you the chaos here in the Cup Series garage area, Alan. William Byron, they have officially called it a night for William Byron and his team. Ross Chastain also back here. I believe they are done as well. His teammate Daniel Suarez just down the street here. So all these cars trying to make as many repairs as they can. One interesting point, Steve, is that there are multiple cars from the same organization that are trying to make repairs. So a lot of times you'll take a, car chief, for example, and have them work on these cars, right? Help out another team, right? We saw that a couple of weeks ago where the 5-car chief was helping out the 48 car. And you can't do that because look over here, Joe Gibbs Racing has 3 of their 4 cars trying to get repaired. So, Steve, you really got to focus on your own race car and not worry about your teammate's race car, where normally you'd lend a helping hand. Tonight, you just can't do it.
Yeah, roster limits only allowed so many crew members in the garage as it is. You can kind of share along, as Marty was saying, if you get in situations, but you can see nothing but Bass Pro Shop fire suits here on this 19 team. If your coach watching, Marty didn't mean anything, coach, to point out that you had 3 of your cars sitting in the wreck. When we look at the running order right now, I mean, this presents an incredible opportunity for a lot of drivers who are not in the playoffs currently above the cut line to get a win tonight. See a lot of names in that top 10, that top 15 that are without wins that could really shake up the playoff picture.
There's a bunch of inside the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned already there's only 2 of them that are left in the race that have a win this season, and that's Shane Van Gisbergen and Kyle Larson. The other 23 drivers on the lead lap don't have a win, so it is very likely we're going to see our 12th different driver lock themselves into the playoffs tonight. Green flag is back in the air. On the front row, it's Ty Gibbs and Chris Buescher. Buescher was the leader. Ty Gibbs, as they cross the start-finish line, he got out ahead first. A little bit better of a push for him from behind. Still bump drafting at the front of the pack in these front couple of rows. Not as tightly on the outside lane and more organized this time, so they will keep their cars in the correct direction. And as they exit turn 4, Ty Gibbs has the race lead and will lead his first green flag lap of the night. Riley Herbst second, so 2 Toyotas out in front of the field. Chris Buescher and the RFK Ford on the inside in the 17, looking to keep his hot streak going. He's got 3 straight top 10s coming into the night. And with a lot of strong cars taken out in that last incident, he's got a very good chance to try to go for 4 straight top 10s and maybe even his first win. Justin Haley, 3 wide, underneath of Chase Elliott and Chris Buescher. Elliott maybe getting out of the gas a bit, letting those 2 cars underneath him get by. Trying to be a little bit more patient as we're in the early going of stage 2 following the big wreck that just happened. Still got a few rows of 3 wide in the middle of the pack, too. Cody Ware, Austin Dillon, and Tyler Reddick. And just behind them, Brad Keselowski, Ty Dillon. And a little contact nearly between Dillon and Keselowski. Into turn 3, Dillon wanted that inside. You can tell he probably didn't look out of the rearview mirror. He ran the 6 car down below the white line. Brad had to lift to keep an incident from happening yet again. Shane Van Gisbergen to the front of the field. Got by Riley Herbst on the front stretch for second, and now he's going for the race lead, but he doesn't have a lot of help. 35 locks bumpers now with the 54. The 38 trying to go up the middle 3 wide between the 17 and the 88, so Van Gisbergen ended up having 0 help. He goes backwards. and falls to at least 4th, maybe even further back than that as Smith jumps into the outside lane behind Buscher. He'll give him a shot. Van Gisbergen has a little bit of help now with Justin Haley in the 7. Got about 80 laps to go yet in stage number 2. What is a weird race now all of a sudden, following the massive one that just happened at lap 66 out of 260 tonight.
See on the 10 car, there's a car down there. Back in front, Chase Elliott with a big move to the inside. All the way alongside Riley Herbst for 3rd position. Doesn't have much help in that bottom groove.
I like the maneuverability of the 9 car right now. He's been making it work in multiple lanes, moving around. Not sure if he's happy with it, but it seems like he can do some things that other drivers can't.
Good 3 ball. Here through right around the top, still driving through the field. Tyler Reddick. Been in a lot of spots since the restart. Right now, going forward. All the way to 3rd spot for that good push on the nose of the 7 of Haley. That's how you do it. You create momentum, you take the run, and you try to keep that run going with side drafts and anything else you can get.
Preppers drivers looking for a win to get the
Oh, he's going to squeeze right up in front of Hertz right there. Trying to get out of the gas and cut him a break. That lets Haley get alongside the 35 down into turn 1. Battle up front for the lead. The 17 trying to get to the quarter panel.
Get a big wiggle.
The 17.
Yeah.
These cars are wide open, but not driving good. A big slide out of the 17. He's working hard to get to the outside. Oh, the 9 just shoehorns his way to the inside of the 45. Chase Elliott, aggressive and winless streak. He's ready to stop talking about it. You would think that the big crash we had in turn 3 would calm everybody down, have everybody thinking about the risks they're taking on the racetrack. What I think is everybody sees opportunity. That's right. I think a chance to go out there and take this race, get the win. So a lot of the heavy hitters knocked down by that crash. Action is picking up front.
Only 2 drivers on track that have win this year. It's Kyle Larson.
Yep.
Chase Elliott just flexing muscles in the 9.
3 wide around Chase down for the inside. Riley Herbst clear into the lead. Got the hook for his teammate, the 45. Now Chase Elliott in the middle, 3 wide. Not a really good spot to be with this car.
What a difference a week makes. Somebody struggles for 23-11 at Pocono, and here they are controlling the draft in pick behind.
And so much energy in the pack.
Still got about 74 laps to go yet in stage 2. Riley Herbst out in front of the field with his Toyota teammates Ty Gibbs, Tyler Reddick just in line behind him, trying to control the pack, but there really isn't much controlling at all anywhere in the field. Shane Van Gisbergen just bounced off the wall in the middle of the pack in the outside lane off turn 2. Keeps it going. A lot of cars are dancing around. There's very little grip. Even after the first adjustments that were made, and the aggressive nature by the field has stayed high, even with the massive 23-car pileup we had just less than 20 laps ago. Reddick taking the lead away from Herbst. Down through turns 1 and 2, holds clear off the exit of that second turn. Everybody's going to have to pit at some point in time in stage 2, even from that last restart before we get to the end of the next stage. Fuel window is about 68 to 72 laps here at Atlanta. 100 laps in stages 2 and 3 total. Last restarted with just under 90 laps to go in the stage. So again, plenty short on gas to the end. Definitely no fuel saving going on right now, I can tell you that much. And there is so much happening at one point in time. Passes all over the racetrack. Through this lead pack, a lot of comers and goers. Tyler Reddick is up 12 positions from the restart alone to get to 3rd. Alex Bowman is up 16 positions up to 9th. Nemechek has lost 8 spots. SVG has lost 8 spots. Same for Justin Haley. 7 positions lost for AJ Allmendinger. Austin Dillon is down 15 spots from the restart. 3 wide pass for Ty Gibbs to get back into second, barely clear on both Zane Smith and Tyler Reddick getting into turn 3. Bowman continues his surge to the front of the pack. He was on the bottom 3 wide just behind the leaders. Though he doesn't have a lot of help on the inside down the front stretch, no push to keep his momentum going forward. Now he'll get help from Justin Haley in the 7. This will be more towards the back straightaway. Bowman side by side for about 7th. Chris Buescher to the front of the field. He was able to pull clear of Ty Gibbs and Tyler Reddick off turn 2, and he holds the lead off turn 4. Already 12 lead changes, most of which here in the second stage. Joey Logano led about the first 37 laps of the race before he fell out of the lead for the first time. So we didn't see many lead changes back in stage 1. Well more of them already here in this short green flag run towards the beginning of stage 2. Ty Gibbs pulls out a line. Any run these drivers get to try to take the lead or make any sort of passes for position, they're taking it. And more often than not, they are completing their passes. Ty Gibbs pulled out a line at the end of the backstretch to the inside of Chris Buescher for the lead through 3 and 4. He cleared high up off the exit of the corner. Tyler Reddick trying to get a run behind these top 2. We'll see what he can do down the back straightaway this time. He's not going to be able to do much because Zane Smith in the 38 car is already underneath them for 3rd. Top 10 in the running order this time by the start-finish line as Ty Gibbs in the lead, Chris Buescher 2nd, Tyler Reddick 3rd. 4th place is now Chase Elliott, Zane Smith in 5th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 6th, Riley Herbst 7th, Todd Gillen 8th, Connor Zilich 9th, and Alex Bowman in 10th. 3 cars on the bottom lane of the racetrack on the back straightaway, but they're pretty far apart from one another. Stenhouse's car in that outside lane of Chase Elliott in the battle for 4th looked a bit loose through the center of the corner. Still gets a pretty good run, though, off the exit of turn 4 down the front stretch. He clears the 9. An even bigger run, though, from behind by the 38 of Zane Smith. Clears Stenhouse. Got a little bit of a draft, maybe off the 66, the lap car on the bottom. Almost cleared Tyler Reddick, but now with no help on the back straightaway, he's going to give those 2 to 3 positions right back up again. Shortest way around the track through 3 and 4. We'll see if he can maybe get back around Stenhouse. Not going to be able to that time. Chris Buescher in the 17, tight on the back bumper, the 54 of Ty Gibbs. Gibbs still in search for his first career win in the NASCAR Cup Series. Just over 100 career starts under his belt now. And what is his 3rd full-time season in Cup Series competition. Quite a few races back in 2022 for the injured Kurt Busch at the time, which is why he does have over 100 career starts now. Alex Bowman up to 6th and found his way on the outside line. Stenhouse pulls out a line from 4th. Makes a huge move. Gets under Reddick. Gets by Buescher. He's all the way to the inside of the leader, Ty Gibbs. Power move by Stenhouse. Tries to side draft at the end of the back straightaway. There wasn't enough space to get in front of any car in that outside line. 17 was tight on the back bumper, the 54, and the same for the 45 on the 17. And now as they circuit back around to the front stretch, Stenhouse is getting freight trained. Now Chris Buescher will go for the lead. He had a big push from Tyler Reddick on the end of the front stretch. He clears by several car lengths off of turn 2. And now the 2 Toyotas will probably try to gang up to gun down the 17 of Buescher. Gibbs to the inside of the track. The 17 tried to run him tightly to the bottom, but Gibbs is going to be able to slingshot. He pulls clear off turn 4 again as well. No official lead change for those passes because Gibbs led consecutive laps. So that's why we're still at 12 lead changes on the day. Bowman up 17 positions from the restart, most of any driver. Still up 12 spots for Reddick. 8 for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. The biggest movers in the field. This is good racing. I'm surprised, honestly. I thought we were going to see a much more tame race, especially through stage 2 after the big one. And I'd almost argue it's been more aggressive than any other point in the race we've seen thus far. Track temps are cooling, so maybe these drivers getting a little bit more grip to get their cars to do whatever they want. Still an overall higher track temp. Obviously running in the summertime versus in the springtime at Atlanta. So that's why we're seeing slipping and sliding. Every team has had at least one, maybe two pit stops as well to make adjustments to get the balance even more better for the race cars. And as you heard for a brief moment on the restart on the broadcast from Steve Letarte-Dale Jr., probably be more aggressive because they know that there are a lot of drivers out here that don't have a win this season that can win this race. Only SVG and Larson are still on the lead lap and in the race that have wins. So even if you're comfortably above the cutoff line like a Chase Elliott in 6th, we get another new winner, that pushes you back a bit. Tyler Reddick, the same thing. Chris Buescher. Those 3 drivers are 3 of the 5 drivers above the cutoff line on points, but a win pushes them back just a little further. Alex Bowman, another one. All 4 of those guys in the top 7. Carson Hocevar is not even on the lead lap, and he's driven up to 3rd in line. My goodness. Carson Hocevar is 1 lap down in the 77 car after being involved in the last incident, so he is not on the lead lap. But he's trying to race himself into the free pass position. He would have to battle Bubba Wallace and Michael McDowell right now for the free pass spot. So him being at the front of this pack is a good thing. I'm not sure exactly where the 23 is or... Oh, and contact Stenhouse! Into the wall after making that said contact with Eric Jones. Stenhouse is slow on the front stretch and he has a problem. How much damage does Eric Jones have as well? Ricky moved up into that outside lane. It closed very quickly. And the contact between the 47 and the 43 has definitely damaged this 47 car. Stenhouse is going to have to come to pit road. More than likely. He'll keep it out on the racetrack at least one more lap, maybe hoping for a caution. But he is off the pace. As for Eric Jones, he still remains in the middle of the pack. We'll have to monitor his race car to make sure there's no major tire rub because both cars got up against the fence in turns 1 and 2 pretty hard for the most part. Gibbs leads. Chris Buescher 2nd. Tyler Reddick 3rd. Riley Herbst in 4th. And 5th place is Zane Smith as they cross the start-finish line nearing halfway in Stage 2. Lap 106 of 260 overall to make the race official tonight. Again, we have to get 130 out of 260 laps in. That would be halfway. What channel's the race on, Scott Bowling? The race is on TNT. This week and the following 4 weeks are all on TNT for the NASCAR Cup races. Sharita Cooper asking where Kyle Busch is. I believe he was on the lead lap on the restart. He does have quite a bit of damage from the wreck. He's the last car on the lead lap at 23rd, and he's off the lead pack. 3 cars that are in this race and off the lead pack would be Cole Custer in 21st, Stenhouse, who just got up against the wall moments ago, and Carson Hocevar. One of those drivers, Kyle Busch is what I meant to say. Carson Hocevar is the first car lap down up in the lead pack. His teammate Michael McDowell, one of the drivers he'd have to be racing for the free pass position with right now, just went a 2nd lap down at the hands of the leaders. So McDowell's now 2 laps down on track. So Hocevar has to battle Austin Dillon and Bubba Wallace for the free pass position. I see Austin Dillon towards the tail end of the lead pack. And I think Bubba Wallace is right back there as well. So Hocevar is in a safe spot for right now for the free pass. And knowing we're guaranteed at least one more caution with the Stage 2 end, his race, again, is not over. He's already beaten Ryan Blaney on the head-to-head matchup with Blaney out of the race and going to end up with a last-place finish. I'll try to highlight some of those other head-to-head battles on the in-season tournament shortly. So we work lap 50 in Stage 2. Chase Elliott pulling out of line from 5th. Gets by Riley Herbst. Gets underneath the 3rd place car of Tyler Reddick by the time they get to the back straightaway. Elliott not too aggressive with the side draft. Herbst pretty tight on that right rear corner panel. Elliott slides up. Oh, Herbst had some air knocked out of the nose of his race car, and around he goes. Todd Gilliland will pile into him as they exit off of turn 4. Caution flag is out again. Elliott moved up right in front of the 35. It was barely clear, and you could definitely tell that Herbst's car got initially tight. Immediately tight, I should say, as soon as a 9 pulled up in front of him. He overcorrected, he hit the wall, and then went for a spin. And in the midst of that spin, he ended up having contact with Todd Gilliland in the 34 car as well. Caution flag is out for the 4th time. And 2nd time in stage 2. Herbst is crashed on the front stretch. He's trying to get his car back to pit road, but I believe he has broken the right rear toe link or something in the suspension. The right front tire is also down on the rim. So he'll need some assistance to get back into the pits. Caution again. Everyone that was in the wreck. I can name the drivers who were involved in the wreck that are out of the race from the big one. I don't have the full list of 23 in front of me at the moment. But the drivers who are out because of the big one are Corey LaJoie, Austin Cindric, William Byron, Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano, Chase Briscoe, Daniel Suarez, Ross Chastain, Josh Berry. Noah Gregson's 8 laps down, but on the track, who was involved in that crash. Michael McDowell on track, but 2 laps down. Bubba Wallace 1 lap down, that was involved in the crash. Same for Carson Hocevar. Hocevar will actually get the free pass. And we know he doesn't have enough damage that's going to take him out of a shot to win, because Hocevar drove up to about 3rd in this line of traffic from the tail end of the field on the restart, despite being a lap down. Raced his way into the free pass position, and now he'll be back in the lead lap in the middle going of stage 2.
Has a right rear toe link damage. Also could not get the car back to the pit, so he'll get towed to the garage.
2 drivers very happy this caution came out. Gibbs and Busher last on pit road at lap 46. We're closing in on green flag pit stops, and really they were going to have to come 30 laps before the rest of the field. So we talk about gamblers paying off.
The other guy that's real happy about this caution, 77, Carson Hocevar. He almost drove by the leaders to get back on the tail end of the lead lap. Didn't accomplish that, but he is the first car 1 lap down, gets the free pass here. Under caution full time tonight.
Right on board with Brad Keselowski. The audience will off on that. Don't want y'all thinking Brad was still in the throttle when that car was spinning out in front of him.
So now that 35 couldn't get back to the stall, he'll have to get towed all the way to the, basically to the garage, do some repairs. Let's listen into the 54.
Bring him up. Do we have any teammates still out here? Oh, no. Hey, we got 40 on.
When you skip all the ones that come right out of your race shop and you just go to manufacturer teammates,
Yeah.
that makes a major statement on what we're dealing with.
That's right. Yeah, the 45 isn't a gift car. It's just, let's see. Oh, I think we got a Toyota. We got a Toyota out here. One of them.
And you look at this top 10 currently, and none of these drivers, a lot of these drivers, have yet to go to victory lane.
Yeah, I mean, and we said coming into tonight, there's so much on the line.
Yeah.
And the unpredictability of this place and the wild card tracks that are coming. And tonight, some drivers trying to take advantage here. Hey, F1 the movie now playing in theaters and IMAX, rated PG-13. Check it out.
Mr. Excitement. 77 of Carson Hocevar free pass down, right?
That's right.
That's what he was racing for, and he was able to get it.
Yep. It's going to be fun. I mean, he's going to be a story tonight, one way or another. And now that he's back on the lead lap, And again, a lot of these cars, like him, that are out there are still damaged, still requiring a little bit of repair and work to make them faster, right? They're out there racing. There's some things they can do to actually help the aero and give them even a better shot at victory. You just need time to do it, right? We've been racing under green. Really use this caution, pit multiple times if you need. I would expect with this small of a field, it'll be an entire field trip down pit road right here. So big thing to pay attention to here. Gibbs and Busher need more fuel. So if they lose the lead, it might not be a bad pit stop. It might just be these teams deciding now's the time to get back on strategy with everyone else. Put some extra fuel in the race car.
Reddick, Elliott, Bowman should be on the good side of it, which means maybe a little quicker stop here, gain some track position for the restart for this second half of stage 2.
And if you're watching, you heard Dale earlier talk about 90 miles an hour. That's only under green. Under caution, you're going to run 45 all the way around the corner. This is the most penalized pit road in the series for speeding. We'll see with the small field, Danielle. Hopefully, they all keep it clean.
Here's Chris Buescher coming in from the second position, was breaking loose in stage 1 when he was mid-pack. Now that he has clean air, just slightly moves out of the car.
Car wants Ty Gibbs to stop a little short. He did 4 tires the fuel from 54 likes his car. Said it's just a bit, it's too neutral. No, so good.
Tyler Reddick told Billy Scott Allen, said, we're pretty good. However, I don't get maneuver like some other parts can. And Billy Scott decided to match the tires to the fuel that he needed.
An exchange of track position on the pit lane. First off, Tyler Reddick picks up a couple of spots. Restart when we return.
Tyler Reddick wins the race off of pit road, and he will be the race leader when we go back to racing with just less than 50 laps to go in stage 2 tonight at Atlanta. We're 15 laps shy of halfway and just over an hour and 40 minutes in total into this race. We have seen a lot of action, a lot of great racing under green, a couple of big incidences, taking out some very, very big names and contenders for the race win today. My fantasy team, by the way, is shot because I had Cindric, Blaney, Barry, Logano. They're all out of the race. And then I had Kyle Busch, who's still in. I'll have to plug him in to the starting 5. He was in my garage. And Brad Keselowski. So Busch and Keselowski are the only 2 of the 6 drivers on my fantasy team this week that are still in the race. Yeah, again, let me know in the chat how your bracket's looking, how your fantasy team's looking for this week based off of the incidences with all the bigger names getting taken out. Tyler Reddick, though, leads the way for right now. His head-to-head matchup is against Kyle Larson. And Larson's still in the race on the lead lap, but he's got quite a bit of damage from the big one. And he has been outside the top 15 ever since the restart. Haven't noticed him really being able to make many moves, but just being on the lead lap and in the race still. Obviously in contention. What's more, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. should beat Christopher Bell tonight with Bell out of the race. Blaney out of the race. Was head-to-head matched up against Hocevar, who's still in. Ty Dillon will end up beating Denny Hamlin. William Byron, who I picked to win the entire bracket, is up against Ryan Preece. Preece is still in the race, so Preece is probably going to beat Byron. See what other matchups might be done. Joey Logano, with him out of the race, he was matched up against Alex Bowman. Suarez and Bubba Wallace are matched up against each other. Suarez is out, Wallace still in, but 1 lap down. So Bubba should beat Daniel Suarez for the head-to-head. Ross Chastain was matched up against Eric Jones. Chastain's out, Jones still in the race, so Jones should move on to the next round. And then Josh Berry is out. Nemechek, I believe, is still in, so Nemechek should move on to the next round of the in-season tournament as well. Most of those head-to-head matchups I lost. Very few of them I would have won. Ongoing matchups that are still having both drivers in the race. McDowell is 2 laps down, but still in the race. And AJ Allmendinger is at the tail end of the lead lap, also with damage. Both Ty Gibbs and Justin Haley are still on the lead lap. Todd Gillen was just caught up in this incident with Riley Herbst. He was matched up against Chris Buescher. And Gillen is now 2 laps down. We'll see if he can continue on in the race. Otherwise, he could be in a potential deficit. I already mentioned about Larson and Reddick both being on the lead lap. Chase Elliott and Austin Dillon are both in the race, but Dillon is off the lead lap. Currently, Elliott is on the lead lap. And then Keselowski and Kyle Busch, both those cars are on the lead lap, although it does seem like Busch has quite a bit more damage than Brad for the time being. Bracket is dead. I was picking Byron. Yeah, I had Byron to win the whole thing, and he's already out. Byron and Bell were in my finals, and they're both out in the first round. I did have Buescher in my final four, though, and he's going strong. I also have Bubba Wallace in my final four, and he's got a good chance to end up winning his matchup tonight, too.
Still have a chance, but don't overlook some of these other cards. We've seen speed out of some teams that maybe we wouldn't have predicted at the beginning of the night.
Front row, Reddick and Bowman. 43 laps to go, stage 2. We're racing again at Park Speedway.
Looks like the outside line's all locked together. It's going to have that 45 clear the 48. Here comes the momentum from the inside. Bubba back to the quarter panel. Down the back straightaway. Big push from the inside line. Clears the 45 of Reddick. Reddick's going to drive down in front of that 48. Trying to get momentum off of the nose of that 48 car down the front straightaway.
Superman put the cape on this restart. Reddick out front of Bowman.
Pulls to the inside down here to turn 1. Not going to be able to clear. Yes, he is able to clear. Bowman to the lead.
The 7 coming with a head of steam because that slowed the 45 down as a 7 push, pull out of line. Big move in the back there. And the 45 jumps to the outside of the 48 into turn 3.
This is just incredible. The back and forth, the exchanging of positions out front. Look at the show tonight here in Atlanta. Bowman, Reddick, and they're side by side on back behind them.
You don't get a second off. Never a moment to take a break. 48 jumps in the front of that outside line. Good momentum down the back straightaway. Forces the push from the 45 now to the inside Reddick. Nobody is just willing to sit in line. Reddick holds right across the nose of that 48. And is now inch to the inside Bowman. Yeah, that was really close. Bowman's going to clear easy.
Outside lane, green and white 43. Eric Jones had a run, and now he gets out of line. Ty Dillon takes advantage.
They're bound to determine to add one more caution. They're not sure that we've had enough. They're zigging and zagging back there. Brad, that bright orange car. Great scheme for Brad because we like to see him anywhere in the pack. He's always making moves. Chunks off the page. That's such a good shot. Stack up at the bottom. 17 comes back. St. Smith hits the 54, hits the 38.
Think about Ty Gibbs leading this race. They get the fuel track position, and now he's trapped in that low lane. 54 trying to make something happen.
Right now, no big runs. Out behind the leader of Bowman. Ty Dillon trying to make some moves back there to the inside of the 43. I like Ty Dillon, the 32nd seed. Looking decent for the advancement with the 11 having issues. Can you imagine if he could win this race? Leading right now, the 48 of Bowman, Danielle.
Yeah, Steve. I talked to Alex Bowman this morning. You remember a month ago that head-on crash at Michigan? Said he's still very sore, only 85% better. He said, in the race car, I feel the most comfortable. I have issues training during the week. I can't do much cardio. It's down the right side of my back and alter my right leg. Still dealing with a lot of muscle soreness, which makes this performance that much more impressive.
He's getting a workout behind the wheel tonight. I mean, all over the place, hanging on and trying to stay out front of the field.
Yeah, that hit at Michigan was vicious. You and I saw him as Brad swings that line 3 wide. He walked into those last 3 steps out of the back, was struck very gingerly in Mexico. You could tell how sore he was.
But a gutty performance there to get a top 5. Those one down, fell above the cut line.
You can believe it. We're 6 laps from halfway. I mean, we aren't even halfway, and this is the intensity of the racing. Your man Buescher Chase Elliott jumps out of line. You're trying to you believe in him for the bracket. He's trying to give you something to cheer for. Doing a really nice job.
Like Ty Gibbs is getting frustrated because of the loss of track position, and he just can't seem to make it work here. He was in the low lane, now the high lane, 50 outside.
And that's what Marty talks about. Chris Gale on the radio, that experience, that's where it is needed. That is the 54 signature. Great speed, either mental fatigue or a simple mistake. If the 54 is showing frustration, they got to calm him down, keep him in it. Tons of talent, tons of speed, try to keep it pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, you talk about Chris Gabehart and just the knowledge that he brings, such a tremendous leader for this race team. Alan?
Correct, because you can see him in that bright orange car. He was just lurking there, going back to about ninth right now. But he was involved in that wreck not too long ago. They kept working on the car. He told the team, look, the steering isn't perfect, but it's close. So they've been working on it. He says he's just trying to be smart. He was a little afraid. When they pitted the last time, he told the team, down the road, I want 4 tires. And he's making all use out of those 4 tires right now.
Pulling back clear with a push from the 45 for Reddick. Side by side for second. Chase Elliott keeps making that 3-wide move to the inside down the front straightaway. He just needs a hole here at the end right now. I mean, that's what he's looking for, is to try to slide him in line. He might get in here. Now the 6 is going to be right on his quarter, man. Just like that. When you're watching Humping the 9 right there, that's not because he's off the gas. Look at that. Man, go outside. Saints spin inside. If you didn't know it, that's inside 3 wide.
And that makes Saints car really tight to have the 6 on his inside there. That's why Zane couldn't stay through the throttle in the corner.
See the matchup. This is one we highlighted for the opening round. Brad Keselowski, Kyle Busch.
SVG wants back in the action in that 88 car.
Shane Van Gisbergen, just such a student of the game. I'm talking Brad Keselowski. Chase Elliott with the move around the 6.
Yeah, Chase has been very aggressive, taking every run that he can. Seeing that front 5 or 6 single funnel.
Well, front line is one thing. Finding a hole back in line is the key. You can kind of jump out of line, but you get blended back in. If they get side by side, that's going to present an opportunity for Chase to go to the inside here down the back straightaway. Does he go 3 wide? He sure does. Time and time again.
Trying to take advantage of Zane Smith.
Man, if he could clear, he's going to clear Zane, but he's right to the inside of the 45 down the front straightaway. That outside line's going to have this momentum and speed. Oh, man, look at the 50. Big swing to the left.
Ty Gibson, I'm done riding. Get me some of that. Swinging to the inside and slides up in front of Elliott with a wiggle. Just incredible stuff.
Elliott's going to give a big push down the back straightaway. Now the 9 will try to slide up, fill that hole. There's not a lot of room. Will he fit? He does. And now these front 9 have kind of got to wait a little bit. Busher to the lead now around the outside of the 48. But Bowman, and Bowman's glad to see that team. Well, not his teammate, but Ty Gibbs in the 54. Traffic up ahead, and we're going to talk about that with a few damaged cars on the racetrack and not a wide race. First to begin with, every time you catch that car, if it's in the wrong spot, it can really make it tough for the leaders.
Dave Starr's going to try to stay tucked up the leader here. Everybody's going to get through okay. Still side by side for the front.
Even the 7 just blocked the 42 with contact. I think he laid on the nose and just kept turning left.
It was like the 42 of Nemechek was dancing down around that line that you see, the white line, which, by the way, is out of bounds here at this racetrack.
There's a long way to go in this race.
Do they know it? Because I'm not sure they do.
Yeah. It's amazing to see how confident they are and how big a risk they're willing to take.
That's what's made this track what it is. We could talk about the reconfiguration, but I tip my hand to the drivers because they could come down here and all be patient, work together, but they don't. They do this lap after lap, putting an absolute show on for the fans.
Yeah, we see such different racing here versus Daytona and Talladega.
Eric Jones, I had a feeling he had a run, and he takes it. I think jumping to the outside is less risky. You kind of get a little help down the straight. Look less risky for the draft, maybe not less risky for handling.
Good night for Legacy Motor Club. Both their Toyotas inside the top 10. Jones, one of those. He's got a win in the draft. Came at Daytona a number of years ago when he was driving for Joe Gibbs Racing. Bowman in front of Busher. Then it's Reddick and Zane Smith, the top 4. 25 laps to go, stage 2. Big finish coming in this second stint of the race. Hang with us. You're watching NASCAR on TNT.
Unbelievable racing going on here tonight at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Chris Buescher leads the way with Alex Bowman in second, Zane Smith third, Tyler Reddick fourth, and Chase Elliott rounding out our current top 5. Sixth is Eric Jones, Ty Gibbs 7, Ty Dillon 8, Shane Van Gisbergen in 9th, and John Hunter Nemechek rounding out the top 10. Brad Keselowski in 11th, Justin Haley 12th, Connor Zilic 13th, Ryan Preece 14th, and Kyle Larson 15th. 16th for BJ McLeod, Carson Hocevar 17th, Cody Ware 18th, AJ Allmendinger 19th, and Kyle Busch is 20th. 21st, Cole Custer, Bubba Wallace 22nd, Austin Dillon 23rd, Michael McDowell 24th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 25th. 26th for Noah Gragson, David Starr 27th, and then everybody for 20th on back out of the race. Todd Gillen 28th, Riley Herbst 29th, Josh Berry 30th, Christopher Bell 31st, Ross Chastain 32nd, Daniel Suarez 33rd, Chase Briscoe 34th, 35th, Joey Logano, William Byron 36th, Denny Hamlin 37th, Austin Cindric 38th, Corey LaJoie 39th, and Ryan Blaney 40th. Christopher Bell has returned to the racetrack, actually. He was scored in 39th, but the repairs made to his car, he's 69 laps down and about to move into 30th on Josh Berry. Gillen and Herbst are out of the race for the moment, so in another 40 laps, he can move up as high as 28th in the running order. So that could be a big 10-point increase for Christopher Bell from 38th to possibly getting to 28th, on top of if anybody else may get knocked out of the race between now and the final 69 laps, which is, again, how many laps down he currently is. Just past the halfway mark in today's race, 140 laps complete out of 260. 20 laps to go in stage 2 here tonight at Atlanta. You're listening live on KRC. $105 likes on the stream. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. We did get to our goal of 100 likes already, but we'll see if we can get up to 150. We're definitely on pace to doing so. You can vote for who you think is going to win in our chat poll. Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, and Brad Keselowski were my 3 favorites coming into the race today. Brad Keselowski's still in the race. He's got 17% of the votes, and he is on the lead lap. Little damage from the big one in that 23-car crash earlier in Stage 2. As for Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, they're both out of the race. 11% of you voted for Blaney, 15% for Logano. 57% had somebody other than those 3. That leads the poll. Currently 189 votes have been casted. Again, end of Stage 2. We will close that poll. We'll have the diecast showing at the end of Stage 2 as well, upcoming during what will more than likely be the next caution, unless we see an incident happen before then.
I would say with 19 laps to go in the stage, the intensity is going to pick up, but it's impossible to get more intense than it is right now. Bowman leading, and everybody's pushing and shoving through the field, trying to make it happen in the draft. Here's Allen.
And outside infield here, Chase Briscoe was involved in that lap 69 crash. We saw one of your teammates get back out. What was the status of the 19? What were they doing?
Yeah, I don't know how bad our damage was. I know that they were fixed, man. We were kind of ready to go, and I guess NASCAR came over there and saw that our chassis was broke or bent or something, so they're like, yeah, you guys can't go back out. So, yeah, I kind of wasted 30 minutes, working on it, but yeah, it's unfortunate. Ninth run pass pretty job smooth, but just kind of missed the balance there at the beginning and kind of put us behind, and then obviously that big wreck was nowhere to go. So, yeah, looking forward to, 2 road courses coming up. Our road course is doing pretty good. So, hopefully JGR cards where we can win, and yeah, it's a day for us.
It was a rough start for the race, and then such an early aggression. How do you describe that from a driver's perspective, that wreck?
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, I was so far back in the middle of it. I don't even know what caused it, but yeah, just everybody here, it's kind of the name of the game. You have to be aggressive, you have to push, and I'm sure it's just, a bad push or something. So, yeah, I'm sure they're not done wrecking yet.
We tried to fix the 19.
just to clean it up. So NASCAR has said, hey, you got to come to the garage. We're letting you fix it, but we're also going to take a look at it. These cars are built with certain crush zones, certain parts of the chassis. When they're compromised, you're just done. The car's no longer safe enough, in their opinion, for competition to see Jones swing left. So that's what Briscoe's talking about. Excuse me. You know, NASCAR doesn't pick and choose. They kind of look at all of them when they get back there wrecked.
And the 43's made some really good moves to be able to put himself up here in the top 5. He's at 45 right there and maintain that position. And his teammate, the 42, John Hunter Nemechek, both of the legacy cars are now in the top 10.
So this is what is shocking me tonight. It's not as much the moves as the slight block or squeeze deal. I've seen cars pull in line what I would consider less clear or with less room than any other races.
Those are teammates about to slide right in front of one another.
Jimmy Johnson just closed his eyes. He owns both those cars. He said, please, guys, but not both of them at the same time.
Busher lost Jones. He has to get out of the gas to 45 at the bottom of the racetrack. And now we got a new leader, the 9, and Chase Elliott in front of Georgia fans.
Stand and cheer, engine number 9, showing off here in Atlanta.
Busher around the top of the 48.
But the 45 just squeezed into a parallel park with like a foot to spare.
Busher's going to have a huge run on the leader. Busher's to the top of the racetrack. Chase goes down and blocks the run for the 45 on the inside, side by side for second down the back straightaway. Oh, the 54 loses the nose big time off the back of the 43 right there. The fire out the pipes, meaning he was out of the gas.
'88, Shane Van Gisbergen making a splash again.
3 wide for third. The 43 trying to get around Busher. He's going to clear it. Big move by the 42 back there. Nemechek going to the inside, 3 wide. Jones now to the inside of the 45 for second. Busher's going to come up here and help the 45 down the front straightaway. Jones did all that work to get a couple of those spots. He's going to give a few back. 45 to the outside of our leader, Chase Elliott on the turn 2. Big momentum by Reddick. Getting the push for the 17, the side draft. Chase Elliott slows him down. Now we're side by side, multiple on the team.
Prior to the race, Chase Elliott talked to Alan Kamana about the balance of patience and aggression. 10 to go in the stage. Someone who I feel like has been really patient right now as they go around the David Starr is Eric Jones, just easing his way to the front in the 43. And he's right there in that second lane now as we head toward 9 to go, stage 2.
The opposite of that is that 54 and the 6, back about 4 cars, anything but patience. They are zigging and zagging, trying to find a move as the 43 backs up to his teammate, the 42. Big run. What can the 43 do with it? He's in a bad spot because he can't drive up to the back bumper of the 9. He has to lift out of the gas. You see, the car's not handling really well in traffic, but he's really close to the 9 of Chase Elliott. That doesn't allow that inside line to really get organized and do what they need to do to push the 9 clear. The outside line can keep the momentum up, running off the top of the racetrack down the straightaway. They seem to be the one to prevail more often in clearing the leader.
Eight to go on the stage.
Chase finally gets the push. He beat off the nose of the 43. Bit of trouble right there with Grease on the turn 2. Smoke out of the 60 car.
The 9 is way out, 45, almost 2 wide behind. Let's see if this lead accordions back to the pack. If anybody can get any energy, that 3 is helping the 9 a little bit right here with a little tram.
He's trying to get a little bit of help there.
7 going the stage. It's going to be tough to try to block all the momentum from behind.
It's going to come, though. This big momentum from the 17 and the 45 down the back straightaway.
We had a crash and ended stage 1 under caution. Something to think about as things fire up here at the end of stage number 2, 6 to go.
Big push from the 17 to the 45. He's going to stay right behind Chase. Nice to the inside of turn 1. Side by side for the lead. It's not enough momentum for him to clear. Barely, yes. He's going to get from the 9.
Nemechek helping in that
Back to the
exchange.
inside here. Clear. Such a good job by the 9 to go from defense to offense in just one straightaway. Take the run. Not kind of racing here. Look at the 45. A good little push he got. Got to the inside of the 9. Drives up the racetrack, takes the air away from the 9 car. Takes another speed coming back on the inside, possibly. See what he does.
Ooh!
Jonathan Nemechek gets the back bumper, the 17. Incredible save by Chris Buescher.
More to go this time around. Could it be foreshadowing of what's to come? Once we put that green and white checkered flag in the air.
Looked like there was a little contact with legacy cars there, the 42 and the 43 and the outside. That contact with the 17 was a wreck, and it just somehow didn't happen.
Top 3 cars have all won in the draft. Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, Chris Buescher.
Here's that look again. You see just contact. 42 times in a row. Gets the left rear of the 17. Big wiggle. Everybody gets straightened up though. 3 to go down the stage. Reddick's trying to time a run. Maybe to back up to that 17. To get a big push down the straightaway. Here goes Reddick to the inside of the 9. Chase is trying to slow him down. Can't do it. Reddick's going to clear. Now Chase needs to figure out how to put a run together.
2 to go. Bowman's starting to get with it. Pulls up alongside of Buescher. Eric Jones right there as well.
Chase got to back up to the 17 here if he can. Oh, they're all tight right here down the back straightaway. Chase is going to get to the inside. He doesn't have a big run. 45 is going to get stall him out a little bit, possibly. Stay on his quarter panel.
Here we are, 1 lap to go, stage number 2. Anybody's guess who's going to win it? Who you got? Tyler Reddick, Chase Elliott, Chris Buescher, Alex Bowman. They're all right there.
Reddick has it clear through 1 and 2, side by side down the back straightaway. Big pushes from behind on both lanes.
Chris Buescher, the only driver in the top 7 with a stage win this year. Side by side, coming back to the green and white checkered flag, outside lane, Reddick.
Oh, man, that was close.
I'm going to say it was a little bit too close to call. Now,
1/1000th of a second, the scoring at the line there. Tyler Reddick over Chase Elliott for the stage 2 win.
Camera to make sure exactly who won the stage will get the points and they'll confirm it. I'm not willing to call.
Or is it Elliott?
Play by play, you're going to have to tell me again.
Our time in scoring had Tyler Reddick as they cross the start finish line. I mean, that is so close to. Can't get any closer than that. I mean, it looked like it might have been Reddick still, but now on our scoring pylon, it has Chase Elliott. Too close to call for who won the stage. Unbelievable racing here tonight at Atlanta. Had that been the finish, that might have been the closest finish in NASCAR history right there, but it was the finish of stage 2. By the naked eye, I honestly could not tell. 45 of Tyler Reddick. The timing and scoring had Reddick ahead of Elliott by 1/1000th of a second when they initially crossed the stripes. Now it is showing Tyler Reddick in front of Elliott on our screen. So I do believe Reddick won stage number 2. Chase Elliott second in the stage. Then Chris Buescher third, Alex Bowman fourth, and Eric Jones rounding out our top 8. Zane Smith ninth, and Brad Keselowski rounds out the top 10. Yeah, photo finish indeed. It was too close to call in real time. The replay was almost too close to call, but I believe it was Reddick. And again, initially, our timing and scoring had a 1/1000th of a second margin for Reddick over Elliott. What a wild race here tonight at Atlanta. One more stage to go. 100 laps left in tonight's race. We're going to end the chat poll. I don't think it can get any closer than that either, Big J. All right, 195 votes were casted for who you thought was going to win tonight's race at Atlanta. 56% took somebody other than Keselowski, Logano, or Blaney. Keselowski had 17% of the votes, and two of those drivers out of the race already. Blaney at 10% and Logano at 14%. Appreciate everybody that did vote along. We'll take a quick break as Stage 3 will begin shortly. You're listening live on KRC to the Quaker State 400.
And they rule it's Tyler Reddick who wins the stage.
Reddick wins Stage 2.
Now we do our Chewy top dog. Going right to the finish of the stage. Just remarkable.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. This is, I mean, you could tell on that if the 45 you mentioned, NASCAR had the high-speed camera on the inside looking back out, they will use to do it, but this place just continues to deliver. The drivers deliver. Reddick off the top. I thought the 9 might have pulled him back with that side draft and got it done, but in the end, it was Reddick for the win.
And I wouldn't expect the finish of this race to look any different. Maybe a few more players in the photo.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe a 3-wide.
I would say that, this race is probably the most mentally taxing because of the decisions drivers are making lap after lap to take each run, to put their cars where they need to be. Not only do they need, so Chase Elliott, right? He gets past and then he immediately goes on the offense. Well, he has to check himself clear, look behind him, see where everybody's at, to be able to do all the things he wants to do. And so every driver on the racetrack is just making decision after decision after decision after decision, every foot, every inch of the racetrack. And it's just tough on those guys to do it all night long.
And as the whole field will come to pit road with 97 to go, as a crew chief, you have to assume if you want to make an adjustment, now's your chance, because the next stop could be a short fill on fuel or only 2 tires. So this is kind of, I know it seems a long ways out with 97 to go, but this is kind of the last standard style pit stop where I might be able to actually work on the race car. The next time it's going to all about that efficiency we talked about on the Nav know-how at the beginning of the night. That next stop will all be about efficiency. This will be about those final adjustments now that the lights are on. Danielle?
Yeah, the last time Busher came down pit road, guys, he's entering third right here. It was 2 tires, and they waited on fuel. This stop, Scott Graves said 4 tires and fuel, slight air pressure adjustment. Overall, Chris Busher happy with the car. He's gained 21 points to the cut line so far, guys. Marty.
And you got to wonder what Tyler Reddick and Chase Elliott learned and then dashed to the very end of stage 2. What a finish that turned out to be. And Reddick said he wanted no changes on the car. Billy Scott told him we're going to get it. Well, he's close to it. Man, Chase Elliott's been so aggressive all night long. He said the car is slowly getting better. Let's not make any changes to it. Now he makes with the lead of those who came down there. Busher comes off behind him. Reddick loses 2 positions in the exchange. One more time, we look at the finish to the stage. It's Tyler Reddick by 1/1000th of a second. Final stage coming up.
All right. Tyler Reddick, winner of stage number 2. And I'll check real quick to see how many stage wins that gives him now on the season. Because I don't believe he's got many. That's actually the first stage win of the year for Tyler Reddick, so no playoff points to this point. And actually for Chase Elliott, he also does not have a single stage win this season, so they were both going for the first stage win of the year, but Reddick gets it. Chase Elliott wins the race off of pit road, though, so he'll be the leader on the next restart. At his home track, Chris Busher is going to be lined up right there with him, more than likely on the front row. And Tyler Reddick was 3rd in the race off of the pits, Alex Bowman 4th. All 4 of those drivers are above the cutoff line on points. But if we get a new winner today, that would be the 12th different winner this season, leaving only 4 spots open to qualify for the playoffs going forward. We still have 3 road course races, including a street race next week in Chicago, then Sonoma the week after. Another super speedway race at Daytona. Watkins Glen yet in August. The possibility for 16 different winners is there. The likelihood of that happening on a year in, year out basis, not very high. But as we've seen a couple of upset winners maybe a little earlier in the year, like Josh Berry at Las Vegas, Austin Cindric at Talladega. And now some of the more favorite drivers finally breaking through to victory lane, like Chastain in the 600, Ryan Blaney finally clicking away a win, Joey Logano in the last month. Those spots are they're getting taken up very quickly. SVG, the upset win, obviously at Mexico. Not an upset because he was the dominant car of the day and won by 15 seconds, but upset by way of being outside the top 30 in points and getting the race win. So a lot of that on the line. SVG still up there in the top 10 as far as a driver who has won. Larson's been on the lead lap, but he has had quite a bit of damage from the big one because he's been pretty much at the tail end of the lead lap ever since the giant crash at the beginning of stage 2. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not, but there's some fireworks going on outside. So if you hear a lot of crackling or popping noises, then that would be it. I don't know why there's fireworks going on. The 4th of July is next weekend, but I like the Cinnamon Toast Crunch scheme on the back. It says, eat my cinnamon on the rear spoiler of the 17 car. I saw that a couple times during the real sponsors win in the past. A lot of Kellogg's victories. Kyle Busch had some, Mark Martin had some, Terry Labonte, the Tony the Tiger car. Maybe it's time for Cinnamon Toast Crunch to get to victory
We
lane.
knew that this race had the potential to be wild, crazy. It has been all that and more.
It's been, yeah, chaotic. And I mean, the thing that sticks out to me is when you look at the top 10 from that last stage, 5 of those guys have to win to get in. That puts a lot of pressure on that cut line. The finish of that race, I mean, it looked like Elliott had it, and then Reddick actually ends up getting it. So, yeah, pretty wild. Legacy Motor Club is something else that sticks out to me. Both of those cars being the top.
It's going to be an absolutely huge night for Legacy Motor Club. 2 cars in the top 10 at the end of that stage, but both of them were in the top 5 there for a little bit close to the end of the stage. Going to be absolutely massive there, and I love the haymakers that Chase Elliott and Tyler Reddick were throwing there late in that run because, Shannon, it's so interesting watching this, how aggressive they are. Because it's so hard to generate a run here. It's so difficult to get a run to materialize and happen that if you have it, you've got to take it and run with it. And I think that's why you see the aggression that you see, because it's just so hard to get those runs unless you're throwing haymakers at the end.
Yeah, well, you can't imagine it's going to get much more aggressive than what we've already seen.
How can it get any more?
But it will. Like, when you get down to the end of this, we're going to have probably one of those 3 wide finishes. So, I mean, Atlanta went from, I mean, honestly, this wasn't that great of a track prior to the repave. No. I don't think the drivers wanted the repave. It has turned out to be just one of the best tracks in the entire
The old Atlanta was great for us, the driver. It wasn't. But this one's just awesome all around.
Don't repave it. Don't repave it. That's what we heard for years, and they did it. This is what it turned out to be. Remember the start of stage 2, though, guys.
Oh, chaos. Yeah, that's what's going to happen here, too. I mean,
enough cars left to wreck that lot. Just so you know, there was 23 cars.
Be careful what you say. There is enough cars left to wreck.
We are going to be here for post-race coverage, so we want you guys to join us. We'll hear from some of our favorite drivers. But you know what, Adam? We still have 100 laps to go. And man, if anything we've learned over the first 2 stages is we don't know anything about this Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Yeah, good stuff coming. Thank you, Shannon and guys. And now we get our relief lap, sponsored by National Debt Relief. Bubba Wallace getting back on the lead lap here at Echo Park Speedway.
It's been a long process for this 23 to get back on the lead lap. But not sure what kind of race car he has after the repairs. How dare partner says there's not enough cars left to wreck. If there's one, that's enough.
Yeah, you talk about Bubba Wallace and his situation. Been a yo-yo at the cut line recently. 33 above right now. Every position is a point. So being on the lead lap, enormous here for that group.
Still no hopes of our sighting late stage 2. We thought he might get up through there after getting his lap back. We'll see what he can do at this stage.
Oh, I believe we're going to see him at some point. I just haven't counted him out yet.
Elliott Busher, front row, rolling final stage. Teammates working together, 48 Shove of the 9.
Seventeen and Busher almost into the wall there down the back straightaway. 9 car Chase Elliott's going to stay at the top of the organization. Is most of the covers, they have the numbers on the outside line. Greg Kozlowski in the bottom out to the back of that 48 car, going to help out Bowman. Brad's going to get a little help with the 43. Big push for the 17 for Chase Elliott. Going to keep him clear.
Good thing for the 9 that he kept the 17 side by side with the 48. That doesn't allow that 17 to turn left. I think the 9's willing to allow the 48 to get to his inside because he knows the help's coming down the straightaway.
Yeah, that's what you want to do if you're in the lead car. Probably stay in that outside line. You have a choice between one layer to the other. The outside car can't compete where it had to push you. It boxed in between the wall and the inside line. You jump down in front of that 48. He wants to. He can take you 3 wide, put you in a bad spot.
There was a perfect example. Like, I don't know if it was on purpose or for luck, but the 9 had the 17 just boxed into the 48. We'll see if he pulls it off again this time in the backstretch, right? So the 17 is going to shove the 9 out. And down the backstretch, the 9 and the 17 is going to extend that lead. But the 9 wants to make sure the 17 cannot turn left and get to his inside. Or now he has 48 in there. Rakolasky's doing a good job with his 43 of Eric Jones to help this 48 have a chance at taking the lead. But right there, you see the 6 lose all the nose and momentum. He has to jump out of the gas.
3 wide. Courtesy Ty Gibbs tried to make something happen in the low lane. Now it's seeing Smith, little crossover of momentum.
Oh, Busher. Oh, he's loose up there. Top of the racetrack. I don't know if he drove to the top or the car drove him to the top, but he went to the 3rd lane. And that killed the 9's momentum, right? And that allowed the 48 of Bowman to be clear now on the bottom. It's really the first time we've seen the bottom succeed a couple of rows deep.
Yeah, Brad Kozlowski and Eric Jones did really good work to actually make that possible. Brad's an aggressive pusher. We've seen that in the past, and they told us that will make it down here.
I've always heard he's the best. Do you put
Well,
that vote in? Do you
Some
think?
guys would disagree. Yeah.
If you don't get wrecked, do you love the push that you're good at?
He's going to push you hard, that's for sure. Now he's about to clear this 9 of Chase Elliott. Can he get up and run? He does. Good speed out of the 16.
Oh!
So the front straightaway.
Shane Van Gisbergen going for a ride. Caution is out. Inside the top 10 when it got away from him. And he really has been strong since the middle portion of stage 2. A lot of time in the top 10.
It's got a bent toe link right there on the left rear. It looks like some big damage or some contact to that left rear. I think he also mentioned maybe contact with the wall, possibly off of turn 4 that sent him across the racetrack. Let's take a look. The white car right there on the outside line. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, caught the wall a little bit. 54 is kind of 54 and there. Yeah, a little bit of everything going on right there. The contact with the 54 trying to go 3 wide. Just 3 cars trying to go into a spot where only 2 will fit.
Bubba Wallace front row seat.
That just could have been a lot bigger than it was. I know Shane's got the damage.
Van Gisbergen won 2 weeks ago in Mexico City, locked him into the playoffs. And you've got to believe he'll be a threat the next 2 weeks in Chicago and in wine country out in Sonoma, California.
So it's an awkward time for a caution. 22 cars on the lead lap. You know, we said they could run, mid-70s. I've heard some crew chiefs say maybe we could stretch it to 80 if they're riding around. So under green, you're for sure outside the fuel window. But, big capital exclamation point. But what could happen? If you think we're going to get a rash of yellows, you pit right here as they try to get the left side up the gas. You know, with 84 laps to go, you pit and you're just done pitting, and you hope your driver can keep the track position. The anxiety as a crew chief is that with a reduced field, will we continue to get yellows and get enough yellow flags? Alan, what are you hearing on Brad Kozlowski in the 6?
You just laid out, Jeremy Mullen, the crew chief for Brad Keselowski, said, look, we're just outside of our window, so we are going to stay out because we can't make it if we filled up right now. And just kudos to that team because, again, they were running with damage before the last pit stop. Brad even questioned it and said, hey, look, do you want to come down and maybe fix the steering a little more? Do you want to fix some of the damage we have on the nose? Jeremy Mullen said, no, let's keep that track position. Looking to be a great decision at the moment. Brad Keselowski up to second.
Let's go Justin Haley audio here, Team 7.
Simon here, bud. When we get a little closer to our window, we're about probably 7 laps.
So you heard of it just outside the window. You know, the question is, I mean, if it was a full field, I think you'd see more gambles and people would come to pit road. I think this is where the reduced field is changing it, and just like that, you see Busher come to pit. So there you go. Split decision at the front of the field. Busher, Jones, this is it. Like, they're doing this for 2 reasons. One, I think they're gambling on making enough fuel. And, I mean, look at, I only see 3 or 4 cars stay on the racetrack. So it ended up being pitting being the more conservative call. I love this call. I love being aggressive. I just think that's how you're going to win this race.
Going to be 23 cars on the lead lap when Austin Dillon gets the free pass. Busher lead them down right now, Danielle.
Here comes Chris Buescher, guys. Overall, happy with the car, but just before that caution, Scott Graves came on the radio and told them to save fuel. The last stop, 2 tracks. Waiting on fuel here, Artie.
You see the 45 of Tyler Reddick coming down pit road. Billy Scott told him if you see the majority in front of you come down pit road, let's come with them to right side tires and fuel. They said they'll lean into the second half. But see, to your point, outside the window, but they get 1 caution there in the game to make it to the end.
Yeah, and Marty, it looked like right sides from your location, but actually I don't think they took them off. I think they just jacked it up and tightened the right rear tire unless I missed it. We'll check on that and update you as we return.
All right, so very few drivers stay out on the racetrack to gain control of the race, at least for the moment. Some of these drivers, a lot of which I should say, coming down, taking 4 fresh Goodyears, topping off on fuel, hoping that they will be good to the end if we get enough yellows. But if it were to stay green, it seems like everybody will be short. And it's a game of how much fuel do you take. If we do have green flag pit stops, we usually don't see that at Atlanta. We've seen it very few times with this configuration. Getting onto pit road, very, very tough. You have to enter pit road on the back straightaway, basically. The commitment line is at the entrance to turn 3. So we'll monitor that, again, if we get a long enough green flag run. This is only the 6th caution of the race. Feels like we've had more than that, but we had that red flag for lightning. Sorry, not lightning, but red flag for a slight rainfall back at stage 1. That only really lasted about 10-15 minutes or so. Then we had another red flag for a 23 car crash at the beginning of stage 2. So we're 2.5 hours into this race, even though we still have about 80 laps remaining. Had a couple of super chats moments ago. Greatly appreciate that to those of you that did send those. Ricky Atkins for the $5. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for watching. I mean, you helped me be able to do this on a week in, week out basis, just tuning in here every weekend, so greatly appreciate that. Super B-Man, thanks for tuning in. Tim Irvin, $4.99 super chat, longtime viewer of the channel, greatly appreciate that as well. See some fireworks. Yeah, can you guys actually hear the fireworks? I don't know if I saw anybody in the chat that mentioned if they could hear it or not. They haven't hit the grand finale yet. I would imagine when they do, it's going to get really loud in here. That's part of the reason why I've had some of the TV broadcasts going on a little bit more over the last 15 to 20 minutes or so. I'm surprised they're still popping fireworks off. I had no idea that my town was supposed to have fireworks tonight. Like I said, 4th of July weekend's next week, so I would have expected there not to necessarily be any. Wild race, though, so far. Alex Bowman going to be the leader on the restart as he stayed out of the pits. I'm not sure who won the race off pit road. I think Justin Haley won the race out of the pits in fourth. I think only the top 3 cars stayed out. Bowman, Keselowski, Elliott, or maybe Elliott pitted, and only Bowman, Keselowski stayed out, but very few stayed out. We have 80 laps to go under the caution with where we stand right now. You're listening live. We'll take a quick break before the restart.
Missed all the wrecks tonight. The 9 of Chase Elliott doing a really nice job trying to find his way to victory lane. Winless streak up over 40, living at that 20th win of his career. I love this onboard right here. That clear visor. We'll be taking a look as he throws the walks.
Looking at Eric Jones from my man to watch. Going to restart inside the top 10 here. You think about where he is in relation to the cut line. He's going to help himself tonight. But the bottom line is, if he's going to go to the playoffs, he needs to win. He's won in the draft, did it at Daytona. That was his first career victory a number of years ago driving for Joe Gibbs Racing. A lot of faith in Jones to get it done here tonight. Let's go to Marty.
Adam, that was Tyler Reddick's call to bring the 45 to pit road, and got to give credit to Eagle Eye Steve up there in the booth. Steve, you were right. He had a little bit of a vibration to start that run, so they just wanted to make sure that right rear was tight. And again, all those who pitted just a moment ago in a little bit.
79 laps to go in the restart at Atlanta on this 1.5 mile drafting style oval. Bowman, Keselowski in the front row. Alex Bowman taking the inside line. Packed crowd here in Hotlanta tonight. Enjoying a thriller from the edge of their seats. Green flag is in the air. Both Hendrick Chevys on the inside line. Chase Elliott is the push car behind Bowman. Bowman well clear of the outside front row car of Brad Keselowski into the first turn. And same for Chase Elliott in second. But Elliott, not going to dive up in line behind Alex Bowman, is going to go for the lead himself. And so this Hendrick duo will lead the way side by side rather than nose to tail into turn 3. First lap after the restart. Ryan Preece trying to make some moves 3 wide on the outside, a little further back, just outside the top 10. Hole got closed up a bit quickly. And now Keselowski's going to be the one to push Alex Bowman forward. I was surprised Chase Elliott didn't drop in line behind Bowman to stay in second and try to keep these two in control of the race. By not moving up into the outside, he's still the lead car in the bottom, and now he's door-to-door for about 4th place with Tyler Reddick. Top 3 are clear up high, which would be Bowman, Keselowski, 2 cars that stayed out of the pits, and then Justin Haley to 3rd, who was the first car of those that did just top off on fuel during the most recent caution. Keselowski with a run, and he's going to take it on the front stretch. We've seen a lot of drivers take the run as soon as they get an opportunity to try to pull out a line and make a pass, especially for the lead. Keselowski got the nose out in front of the 48. He's going to get a little bit of help down the back straightaway. A push from Tyler Reddick in the 45. Keselowski's clear into turn 3. Ty Dillon washed up the racetrack middle of the pack, almost got into Ty Gibbs. Both those cars losing just a little bit of time. Somebody was able to pass both of them 3 wide to the bottom. I believe that was Aaron's Dream Machine of Zane Smith in the 38. So Keselowski got the push from Reddick to push the 6 out into the lead. Alex Bowman in the 48 now going to get a push from Chase Elliott, and we've got a spinner. Back straightaway, Bubba Wallace is around. Noses the inside retaining wall, not too heavily, but he's also flat spotted some tires, so he may be beached on the back straightaway. Working on trying to get the car refired right now, but I don't know if he's going to be able to drive it back. It looks like he is. I thought he was rolling for a quick second. He is not. He's got loose on his own off turn 2. Sideways around he goes, and again nosed it into the inside wall slightly. He already had some damage from the very first incident of the night, which was the incident that took Christopher Bell and Ryan Blaney out of contention after Bell had gotten loose in the middle of the pack. About a 5-car incident at that point in the race. I don't think he was involved in the 23 car crash. He actually was a lap down, and because of that 23 car pile up early in stage 2, that's what got him back on the lead lap with the free pass. Just worked himself into the top dozen positions before this spin. So at the time of the yellow, now we're going to be even closer to making it on field to the end of the race. And even though drivers just came onto pit road under the last caution, how many more will come in now? I would assume the drivers that stayed out of the pits before will definitely pit. Keselowski, Bowman, and Elliott, who are the top three. How many more will come in again just to make sure that they're going to be safe? I would assume a lot of fuel-only pit stops for those that do pit, unless there are very few that do come down, if it's just the three that stayed out that come in. We shall see. But they're a lot closer to making it on field now under this yellow, just being that much closer to the finish. Only really ran about 6 or 7 green flag laps before that caution flag came out. Pit road should be open this time by. See what the call is going to be for the 6 team. Nope, they got a safety car down on the bottom of the track in turns 3 and 4, so pit road is not open this time by. False alarm. Final stage coverage of the Quaker State 400 continues live here on the channel, KRC. We'll take a quick break while we wait for pit road to open up here, hopefully next time by, as we get closer to the finish of the race. So the top 5 in the running order under caution before pit road opens is Brad Keselowski in the lead, Alex Bowman second, then Tyler Reddick third, Chase Elliott fourth, and Justin Haley in fifth. As far as the number of cars on the lead lap, currently there are 20 cars on the lead lap out of the 40 cars that started the race. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. going to get the free pass to get back on the lead lap in 21st.
Chicago, it seems to be pretty common, so we could have a, rain. You just never know what's going to happen on the street course.
Well, it looks like to me, at least the 6th.
I didn't realize I had the wrong broadcast on. I had the Jeff Burton and Larry McReynolds True TV broadcast.
Trying to stretch his fuel.
There we go.
Oh. Over the wall, taking right sides only.
Brad Keselowski needs 2.5 seconds of fuel. That's 5 gallons according to the team, and he was told to go like hell.
Alan Billy Scott admitted, I'm really on the fence about this one, but Tyler Reddick does come to pit road, kind of make the call on his own again. He'll win the race off the Pro 2 because they did it the last time. Didn't need as long of a stop as everyone else did.
Reddick gets out first, but the RFK cars come out behind him. They've been strong lately. Big restart when we return to Echo Park Speedway.
Alrighty. Well, everybody should be good on fuel to the end of the race now. Not that anybody was really saving anything throughout the course of the entire race. They've been going hard since the drop of the green flag. And the intensity really started to pick up at the beginning of stage 2. Once all those Fords got split apart at the end of stage 1. We had different manufacturers lined up at the front of the field. There was a lot more movement up at the front of the pack. I really don't know if there's a clear-cut favorite to win this race, that one driver looks significantly better than anybody else when they're leading, of those that are remaining in the race. Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, they've been towards the front a lot. Same for Brad Keselowski, Alex Bowman. Like, those are the four that probably look the quickest because they've been up at the front. I'd throw Chris Buescher in there too. And those 5 drivers have pretty much led the most laps from the mid to late portion of stage 2 on to now. But they're all making passes on one another with gigantic runs pretty much any given straightaway at this point. And all of them need a win to get into the playoffs. Pretty much the case for almost everybody else that is still in this race as well. Got quite a few part-time drivers who are in contention for the win. Connor Zilic in the 87 has just been quietly in the race still. Not a lot of damage on the lead lap. He's up to 6th. BJ McLeod for Live Fast Motorsports. That 78 car currently 13th. He was caught up in the big one, but not a lot of damage to his race car. So he continues to have a pretty solid day. I mean, even a top 10 would be a great performance for him. Get back in real quick because I think I fell like way behind on the broadcast. Unless that was an extendedly long commercial break. Come on, Hulu. Takes forever to log back in. All right, there we go. Just as they already got their way into turn 1, green flag is already back in the air. Justin Haley and Ty Gibbs on the front row for the restart. Haley on the inside, and Gibbs leads the outside line. Gibbs getting a push from the RFK Ford of Ryan Preece in the 60. All 3 RFK Fords are still in this race and on the lead lap with minimal damage at most. 2 of them are in the outside line in the top 5. Preece and Buescher, they're nose to tail behind the leader Gibbs. And don't count Kyle Larson out of it, even with the damage he's had. He hasn't really been in the top 10 much, but he is up there right now, or close to it, currently in 12th. Preece pulls out of line, looking for the lead on the inside of Ty Gibbs. A very aggressive side draft at the end of the back straightaway. He's clear in the entry to turn 3. Moves up, and I believe this is the first time that Ryan Preece has led here tonight. He's got a decent amount of right front fender damage. Ty Gibbs had a big run on the front stretch, but going to be patient. Didn't want to pull out of line to make the pass there. 68 laps still to go. Justin Haley backing up just a bit on the inside line. He's side by side for 3rd with Chris Buescher through 3 and 4. I think he was going to try to squeeze up into the gap between the 54 and the 17 that wasn't really there. Now he moves up in front of the 9 of Chase Elliott. Elliott pulled out of line with a big head of steam and makes the pass right back on him. Alan Cavan is caught up with Denny Hamlin outside the infield care center.
Happened. All of us were in the top line, pushing off turn 2, and some zigged, some zagged, most crashed. So I don't know. I was on the bumper of the 42. He was on the bumper, somebody else in front of him, and we all just kind of, speedway pushing, zigging and zagging, and we all crashed. So just
But Marty, Alan Adam touched on it. Tyler Reddick got a penalty on the last stop for too many boxes on entry to his pit stall. He restarted 16th, trying to make his way up through the field for Tyler Reddick.
Crash at turn 4. One car spun around backwards.
Caution number 8.
Eric Jones.
Jones.
It's like everybody, for the most part, was able to
get out of that unscathed. Just saw Eric sideways, broadside in front of the field. Doesn't look like he made contact with the wall. That was earlier damage. Those tires still have the letters on them. you gotta start being specific on what damage. Yeah. So watch that 43 car back there. He just gets a little bit loose right there in front of Connor Zillage. Everybody, for the most part, is going to get through okay. Great job out of the field.
Pictures look unbelievable. To salute our crew. Behind the scenes, do an outstanding job with these long days here in Atlanta. Hot, humid, battling the elements. Long days and nights, but everybody keeping us where we need to be. And putting on an outstanding show for us here tonight.
I'll give you a little tip of the hat. I was sitting in my hotel room watching you last night on that very long lane Xfinity race.
I was not fishing for that, by the way.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Kyle Busch right there, 15th, was up there with you, stuck in there the whole night.
Will I get to collect 2 days of per diem because we were on after midnight? How does that work?
That's different group. You're gonna have to discuss it. I can't help you. Ricky Stenhouse, you see passing the pace car, he'll get the free pass, put him back. 21 cars now on the lead lap.
And he had that damage to the toe link that they've repaired. And interested to see if he can make something out of the rest of this night.
That'd be 21 cars on the lead lap.
You did such a great job yesterday. Guess what, Adam? You get to be back at it next week.
That's right. We're going to the streets of Chicago. NASCAR Xfinity Series racing Saturday afternoon on the CW, 3:30 Eastern Time. And we make the nice transition to Connor Zillage. He's been impressive on Saturdays lately, Danielle. Friday this weekend in the Xfinity Series. But when he comes over and does it on the Cup side, he's been doing a great job as well.
And did you just see that save? Staying away from the 43 to keep his great night alive, making his third Cup start at him tonight, his first on a drafting track, and everything is going according to plan. He told me this morning the goal tonight is just to learn. Take it easy in the first stage, learn how this next-gen car drafts, and then by the final stage, be in position up front when it counts. And we mentioned the fourth place Xfinity finished last night. He said, there's nothing relative. The car is different. The draft is different. Look how quickly he is picking things up here in the Cup Series. Adam, impressive.
No doubt.
And the one thing.
I mean, you got to figure it's his third Cup start of his career. Second on an oval. And I know he missed a big wreck, and that's a large part as to why he's in the top 15. But the fact of the matter is he missed it, and he's got a shot for a top 10 finish already this early into his Cup career, only 18 years of age. We'll see how Connor Zillage does the rest of the night. He doesn't have a lot of teammates to lean off of either. SVG had a spin earlier. He is still in the race. Not a lot of experience, obviously, for SVG on this style of racetrack either, when you consider this is only his third career start at Atlanta. And he hasn't had a top 10 finish here in the prior two. Couple cars coming onto pit road. Justin Haley, Ty Dillon. Maybe make some adjustments, top off on fuel again. Kyle Busch is also in the pits, AJ Allmendinger, and several others at the tail end of the lead lap.
Maybe just to be sure on fuel well inside the window with 63 to go now. Maybe just some tires. Maybe for me to do what I need to do, pull and push and tug on that steering wheel, I need a little bit more grip. Put some tires on it so I can be on the offense. Maybe just take some panels up on the car. You never know with all the damage we have out here.
7 heading your way, Alan.
Yeah, long night for Justin Haley. 1 point. He said he was 10 out of 10 tight, but they've been working on it. 1 point up there in the top 5, top 3. Didn't hit last time for fuel. Wasn't sure if that was going to be the strategy to keep them going, but he's in pits now, getting 2 4 tires and fuel, Marty Snyder.
What a fantastic night it's been for Ty Dillon, hanging out in the back half of the top 10. Really, for much of the second half of the race, as Justin Haley has a problem trying to lead his pit stall. But Ty Dillon going to go with 4 fresh Goodyear tires, too. And Steve, I think you're exactly right. I think that's the play. They knew they didn't have a car that could win the race for Ty Dillon. Why not come put tires on it and see what you can do?
Absolutely. Find any advantage. You don't want to be the weakest or the worst off on a certain strategy. Jump over to another.
All right, well, Chase Elliott leads under caution for the third time in this third stage already. All single-car incidences in Stage 3, just under 3 hours into the race. 8 cautions total, 31 lead changes, 58 laps under yellow in total out of the 200 complete. So right around 60 laps to go. Outside of Elliott out in front of the field, you got Ryan Preece in second, Ty Gibbs third, Brad Keselowski fourth, Chris Buescher in fifth. Sixth place is Tyler Reddick. Alex Bowman seventh, Kyle Larson eighth, Ty Dillon ninth, Zane Smith rounds out the top 10. Cody Ware in 11th, 12th is Justin Haley, Carson Hocevar 13th, Connor Zillage 14th, Austin Dillon 15th, AJ Allmendinger in 16th, Cole Custer 17th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 18th, Kyle Busch 19th, and BJ McLeod 20th. Eric Jones is the last car in the lead lap at 21st. He just brought out the caution for his spin in turns 3 and 4. Michael McDowell's on track 3 laps down in 22nd. Bubba Wallace is 23rd. Shane Van Gisbergen in 24th. Noah Gregson 25th. David Starr 26th. And then everybody from 27th on back had some problems. All but 9th. 85 laps down, but on track is Christopher Bell in 30th. Denny Hamlin 31st. Josh Berry 32nd. 33rd for Ross Chastain. Daniel Suarez in 34th. Chase Briscoe 35th. Joey Logano 36th. William Byron 37th. Austin Cindric 38th. Corey LaJoie 39th. And Ryan Blaney rounds out her 40-car field. So with about 60 laps to go in the restart in this race, once again, as far as the playoff race goes here in the midway point of the regular season, we have 11 different winners and only Van Gisbergen, both with damage from earlier incidences. Larson is in 8th, and SVG is currently 24th, and he's actually now no longer on the lead lap. It looks like 3 laps down for Van Gisbergen. So only Larson on the lead lap of those that have a win. Very, very likely we get our 12th different winner, and that can move the cutoff line just a little bit more. Here's the race on the outside, so the RFK Fords are going to be split up a bit. I'm surprised that Keselowski didn't take the outside line behind Preece. He took the inside line behind Elliott instead. Pushes Elliott out to the lead. Elliott moves up in front of Preece. Preece gets a massive shot by the 54, and all he does is carry that into the back bumper of the 9. Still pushes Elliott on the outside lane before getting into turn 3, and then lets go. Once he got out of the throttle to get off the back of the 9 car, that allowed for Brad Keselowski to move into second in front of his teammate. Chris Buescher in the 17 also in the picture. 3 RFK Fords are up in the top 5 or 6 spots. Keselowski faking low, going high, gets blocked both lanes. Elliott holds on to the lead for now. Down the back straightaway, up in the mix, making moves inside of Bowman, gets blocked late. Just able to make the pass on him, and this is the first time we've seen Hocevar in the top 10 since his crash, which was that big one early in stage 2. He drove up into the top handful of positions, but that was when he was a lap down. He got the free pass. We haven't seen him in contention until now. Caution on the front stretch again, and now it's David Starr in the 66 who will bring out the yellow. Very delayed caution. I didn't realize they were still green on the back straightaway. Keselowski pulled out of line, made the pass on Elliott right before the yellow flag came out. So I believe Keselowski will be the leader, despite the fact the 66 was in the grass for at least a half a lap before the caution flag came out. Obviously, the caution came out before the leaders got back around to the front stretch. I think they were waiting to see if Starr was going to get back to pit road. He got onto the pit lane and then stalled out by the time he got to the asphalt. Couldn't quite get back to the garage area or the pit box. So they'll tow Starr's car back into the garage area. His night will be done. And that will be another DNF for the night. Live commentary coverage of the Quaker State 400 on KRC continues onward. We have 116 likes. See if we can get that up to 150 before the end of the stream tonight. Sure to hit the like button. Subscribe for more NASCAR content like this every NASCAR race weekend. We are live right here on the channel for Xfinity Cup and Truck Series action, as well as Cup practice and qualifying the day before the Cup race. It's our 4th and final stream for the live commentary side on the weekend. I'll be doing a video game stream tomorrow of NASCAR 08 on the channel. I haven't decided whether I'm going to do either the Coca-Cola 600 for the Cup Series or the next Busch race at Nazareth yet. Whatever one I don't do tomorrow, I'll end up doing on Monday evening. But that will be the outlook for the rest of the weekend. Right here on KRC. Obviously, no live commentary tomorrow because this is the final NASCAR race of the weekend, with this being a Saturday night event at Atlanta. Corey Heim won the truck race earlier today out in Connecticut on a standalone truck event. And then last night, Nick Sanchez getting his first career win at Atlanta for the NASCAR Xfinity Series side. Joey Logano started on the pole for today's race. All three Penske cars and the Wood Brother affiliate car all caught up in that big one. Actually, Blaney was knocked out in the incident before that, late in stage one. And then those other three Fords that all qualified in those top four positions taken out in the big one. And I believe all four of those guys are also eliminated from the in-season tournament because their counterparts and the drivers they're going up against head-to-head either continue in the race or outlasted them long enough after their crash. Top 10 under caution has Chase Elliott in the lead, Brad Keselowski in second, Chris Buescher third, Ryan Preece fourth, Ty Gibbs in fifth, Alex Bowman sixth, Tyler Reddick seventh, Zane Smith eighth, Carson Hocevar ninth, and Cody Ware in 10th. 33 lead changes. This is our 9th caution. We've just eclipsed the 3-hour mark on tonight's race. That is not counting the 2 different red flags that we had both in stage 1 and stage 2. 23 car pileup caused a red flag period, and then we had a slight weather hold for about 10 to 15 minutes for rain without losing the racetrack, luckily, and we should get tonight's race in at least in a reasonable time, with being if for some reason we did have weather before the finish of this race. We have gotten well past the halfway mark, so the race will be official on this Saturday night. 10:46 Eastern Time. We didn't get done streaming last night's Xfinity race till about 12:30 in the morning, so late night last night, not as late today, which I'm thankful for because I thought coming into the night there was a possibility that that was going to happen 2 days in a row. Luckily, what little rain we did have back in stage 1 was as little as it was, and didn't wash things out completely, and we're still getting this thing in with a very, very minimal delay. Lights are out on the pace car. They'll be going green this time by. Chase Elliott will be on the inside of row 1. Brad Keselowski on the outside. He does have his teammate Chris Buescher behind him. And Ryan Preece in the 60 also up high. So all 3 RFK Fords will be on the outside lane. Both Hendrick Chevys that remain in the race, at the front of the pack at least, of Chase Elliott and Alex Bowman, are on the inside, but they're split apart a bit with Ty Gibbs in between them in row 2. Bowman will be row 3. Elliott's in row number 1. Wild race here today at Atlanta. We have not seen the finish. We had a tight photo finish at the end of stage 2 between Tyler Reddick and Chase Elliott. One thousandth of a second, the difference at the line in that stage where Reddick beat out Elliott for the stage win. Chase Elliott has had a strong race car really ever since the beginning of the race. He qualified in the middle of the pack. He got up into the top 10 early before the rain delay that we had there for a brief moment in the first stage, and he's pretty much been in the top 10 ever since. Survived the big wreck. He was just ahead of that, and ever since the big wreck, he's been up in the top 5 for most of the night. One of the stronger cars, especially of those that remain in the race. Another couple of stronger cars right around him, though. Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher on the outside. We'll see if he can hold them off. Green flag in the air. 53 laps to go at Echo Park Speedway. Chase Elliott into the first turn, still has the 54 of Ty Gibbs locked to his back bumper. The 17 split apart from the 6 just a bit. The 9 will move up just barely in front of the 6 as he was clear off turn 2. Keselowski will now push the 9 and let go of him on entry into 3. Gibbs and Keselowski side by side for second. Chase Elliott leads again, 52 laps to go at Atlanta.
Up to the inside, it's going to put Gibbs 3 wide.
HMS cars maybe going to hook up at the front end of the field. Gibbs sliding high on board with Reddick riding the rim.
It's still 3 wide. Teammate on his outside moment to the inside down the back straightaway.
Top 3 still on.
45 is now clear. Reddick's going to dribble it down underneath the 60 here, trying to get to the quarter panel. Can't do it. Loses a little momentum down the front straightaway.
Kind of bouncing around up in front of him. Jockeying full position.
Reddick gets a big push from his teammate. The 54 Gibbs that drives it to the outside of the 60.
Even 60 clear.
Out of the back bumper of the 9 car. Chase Elliott's going to stay up here and hopefully get some help. He's pushed to the outside. A pusher now for second. That's the hole that Reddick wants to fill. Get to the outside of this 17 to the right rear quarter panel. For the 17 can get back in line. I think the outside lane you want to be in. Oh, yeah, here you go. Shove the 9 down in the corner. Stay close enough that the 17 can't fill it in. I love the top. I know the bottom looks like they're inching forward, but I think the top is the safer lane to be in because of this. These guys moved left and block left.
Zane Smith said his name a lot tonight. 38 back there behind Alex Bowman.
And his car is clean.
They're saying going out of line. Side by side with a 48.
Oh, the 48's going to drag you back up to the center draft. That's a bad spot to be in off of turn 2. No momentum, no help. Busher and Chase Elliott do second, third. Look, do they come clear? If they want to click some laps on out of the mess, be a little patient. Trying to get inside 20 to go before we start batting. They haven't been patient all night. So I don't know why I'm suggesting they may do that now, but we'll see. I think the 2 RFK cars running kind of offset is a little bit of a defensive tactic. See how they do it down here. 17, there you go. He just kind of runs the bottom. I don't think with any intention of getting to the inside of the 6. I think just blocking both lanes of air. Kind of like the 6 knows the 17 is going to go in, and he shuts the air off to the 9. And they're doing like a little bit of a left to right accordion, doing a really nice job. 45 of Reddick to the inside of Chase Elliott. Going to put him on the inside of the 17 on the turn. When Chase backed up to the 54, either on purpose or by chance. You should have an offensive run here coming the other direction.
Pusher per second can't do it.
Almost had it. Comes to 25. Gonna push his 9 car down into the corner.
Still even with a 7.
Ty Gibbs has kind of survived that loss of track position. He had lost it. He forgot it. Now he's found himself back at the front.
He's had a great approach tonight because there were times you look at him on track and you just said he's trapped and he's at the front with 45 to go.
And right behind this group is that 77 at Hocevar. He's right behind this 45 car. Don't for Tyler Reddick down the front straightaway. Sorry, Dylan, to say, don't forget that 7 is his teammate. I don't know if down to the inside, 3 wide.
Wow.
Oh, he gets shut off by the 54. He has to jump out of the gas. That run is dead. Got to build another one off the nose of the 10 car. Straightaways get really tight when they're side by side. You're trying to slow down that car with the side draft. Hold that car in position and wait for some help to come from behind to push you. Over to the inside of his teammate, Chase Elliott. Big run by the 54. 3 wide. Ty Gibbs to the inside. As the Hendrick boys slow themselves down.
2 for 1 action there. Ty Gibbs up to fifth.
Got through about a 7 here, Haley. Those new tires all the way up into the top 3. I do. Get your shot in there. I do agree. Those new tires are looking good.
And that reminds me, last year, Blaney has a late spin. They come in, they put tires on, and he was able to drive back up and be a contender. We talk about Haley, now he slides in the wrong direction. Reddick taking advantage.
I think the question of if you change tires comes down to how many laps to go. I don't think you do it with 5 or 8 to go. And Reddick right there. That's a nice move.
Tired by half.
I have a bit of a mix between like the new Atlanta and the old Atlanta where tires can give you some offense. This is where the new tires are going to matter. The 7 going to run right to the bottom, keep it wide open, tug the wheel into it. Now, it didn't work. He didn't clear the 45, but he had good confidence to drive down there. 45 car. Reddick. Next spot back, and Kyle Larson gets loose, almost wrecks early in the race, being involved in one of the earlier wrecks.
Larson 20th right now.
Chase Elliott to the inside of the 45. Ooh, man, this is a good run right here.
Your call.
What is he doing? Can he get up in front of that 17? He does.
Wow, what a move. Oh, boy, big block. Oh, they touch.
Busher and Chase Elliott make some pretty sizable contact.
Chase is a menace tonight.
3 times tonight. And Busher has been compromised
And the door
and
mark on
somehow
that
hangs onto it.
That 9 car, it's got a nice little. That was a pretty hard hit.
That speaks to what we're seeing here tonight.
I like it. This is fun to watch. And these, you said earlier, Steve, we've got to give it to these drivers. They are putting the show on for all of us. Look at them slow each other down. Huge conflict. The 9 runs them down.
Chase Elliott was doing everything he could to try to break apart the RFK Fords, who have had a stranglehold on the field for about the first 15 laps since the restart. Now Busher has fallen back to a side-by-side battle for third. He's on the inside. He's no longer on the outside, and Chase Elliott is in second, trying to pursue the lead on Brad Keselowski. Elliott with a run on the back straightaway. Brad couldn't pull up out into the outside line to block. Elliott beats the 6 to the top. Big push from the 7 of Justin Haley led for Elliott to be able to do that. And the Georgia native leading in the Georgia racetrack here at Atlanta. Crowd on their feet as Elliott tries to charge to the front of the pack and get his first win in more than a calendar year. The 9 and the 6 are still side by side for the lead down the back straightaway. Still 35.5 laps to go. Bowman 3 wide to the inside for third, just behind the battle for the lead. He slides up. Busher luckily clear of the 7. They were no longer 3 wide when the 48 lost the nose after overdriving the entry to the corner. Bowman going to lose some time off the exit of turn 4 and down the front stretch. Busher pulled out of the outside line to help his teammate Brad Keselowski. He pushes Brad to the lead. Chase Elliott still on the outside line. Busher on the bottom. Clear. Brad to the inside down the back straightaway, maybe trying to pull that 17 closer to him and give a chance for these two to take control of the race again. You can definitely tell off this last restart that the 17 and the 6 are working in a cohesive unit to make sure one of their 2 Fords get to victory lane and secure a playoff spot. And right now it's Brad Keselowski who is in the must-win situation versus Busher, who is above the cutoff line on points. Oh, Haley spins off turn 2. He had contact from behind. He just narrowly backs it against the inside wall on the back straightaway. Right rear tire coming apart on the 7. He's going to have to limp his car back to pit road. Couple of tires are down on that number 7 machine. He was just inside the top 5. He had a spin off turn 2. And the contact came from Ty Dillon in the 10. Dillon got a little loose in the middle of a 3-wide battle. Slid up into the left rear corner panel of Haley. And Haley gets turned around as a result. And after the 6 of Keselowski was able to get to the lead, but the 9 of Chase Elliott was still in second, I think this caution is going to help RFK. They can line up nose to tail again on the restart and try to push their way back to the lead 1-2 once more. But if they do that, I would imagine the 48 and the 9 are going to be nose to tail as well. So it might be a Hendrick Motorsports versus RFK battle for the next restart. We'll have a little less than 30 laps to go by the time we get back racing again. Who pits and who stays out? Yeah, that's another good question too. We've got enough laps left. We saw Justin Haley drive up into the top 3 on fresh tires from the last restart. Just the ability to have teammates up at the front of the field that the 17 and the 6 have, and they do have speed in their race cars. When they're together 1-2, they will be the toughest to beat. Chase Elliott in that 9 car, very strong tonight. He's made some aggressive moves, almost costed himself moments ago when he was battling Chris Buescher for second. They ended up touching door to door on the front stretch and nearly wrecking several laps before this Justin Haley incident. And Haley getting hooked up to the back of a wrecker to get towed into the pit, so he's definitely falling off of the lead lap. Again, Kyle Larson is the only driver on the lead lap that has a win. The top 16 all winless this season, some of which part-time like Connor Zilich in 11th, BJ McLeod in 16th, but most of which full-time running for Cup Series points and looking for a playoff spot in the mid to late point of the regular season. All can make it on fuel. Yeah, everybody's good on fuel to the end. Who's left in the race, and especially because
to be able to push that 6 car clear into the lead. Brad expects it to.
Chase Elliott team radio.
I don't know. I said I'm really torn. What do you think? But yeah, I hate to give it the front row, but I think some guys are going to come. Question: can you get there in time to drive the track?
Sir, man, I'm with the 2 of them. I'm with the 2 of them.
Let's go to Marty. It's interesting, Adam, because Chase Elliott and Alan Gustafson under the last caution had decided that if caution came out in this range, they would indeed pit. But Steve, here is to make your point. Chase Elliott said, I think too many things are going to have to go right for anyone who pits here to be able to win the race.
I just feel like this is going to sound awful, but sometimes on top of the pit box, you have to say, how am I okay losing? And I'm not okay losing taking my driver, who's as good as Chase Elliott, off the front road and not working on new tires. I'm okay losing, staying out with track position and having tires beat us. I'm okay losing that way.
The other thing we have too is behind them, Stenhouse, Ty Dillon, they had 10-lap fresher tires sitting at 6th and 7th. A few other cars, they're all coming to pit road even with that advantage. So that tells me how important the new tires are. Stenhouse had better tires than anybody in front of him. Still gives up the track position.
And I love it. So just as much as I didn't want to pit from the front row, if you're Stenhouse, hey man, we got to win. We got to make something happen. Let's make, 6. We're not quite there. We're kind of in that dirty air. Let's get on it. And he did what you said, Dale. He got everybody to come behind him. So now we can be the first car on new tires.
I love Stenhouse and Reddick on the attack. Give me them playing offense here. Alan?
An easy choice for Ricky Stenhouse because he told the team, I'm just not fast right now. I'm really, really tight. So they're going to come on, put 2 tires on the right side, roll around to the left, put on 4 tires. Marty Snyder.
Long debate between Billy Scott and Tyler Reddick as to whether or not to come right here. But to Steve's point, the back half of the top 10 to come down pit road. We'll see where Reddick restarts, but obviously on offense for the 25 for the final 50 laps out.
And I think they're going to restart in the same spot. I think basically you can't give up something you don't have. So if you don't have track position, what are you worried about?
Hey, the host of our car is damaged, but I don't mind him on offense either.
Oh, no, for sure.
Danielle?
Right now, Adam, Chris Buescher is sitting 15th on the playoff grid, just 35 points above the cut line. He told me, I don't look at points. I don't worry about them. Last week at Pocono, I didn't chase points. Even though I know I'm on the bubble, I go to win, and it ended up being a 40-point plus day. All I try to do is run up front, and the rest will take care of itself.
You know, you look at the last 8 weeks, Danielle, 8 different winners, 6 of those winning for the first time in 2025. Here's a little recap of what we've seen the last couple of months. It's been fantastic.
And today who changed the track picture.
They got it going on. What an effort for this race team. From the back to the front. What was Jake's take? What comes the cup? A 600. It's the man in Music City. The playoff field is over half full. Chase Briscoe saves and wins to go. Welcome to the playoffs.
I think you could look at 9 for 9 pretty easy here.
No doubt.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we'll go to Chicago. I could see 10 for 10, go for 11. So like that's back to that cut line conversation. Is the schedule is a big part of it. This is you call it clunky, Dale, and I agree. It's that clunky part of the summer where we just have a big variety of tracks.
A free pass here, Michael McDowell. He's back on the lead lap. I'm showing 21 cars on the lead lap. This is significant, though, because he's head-to-head with A.J. Allmendinger in season challenge, and Allmendinger restarting inside the top 20 as well. Run.
Of those that just came down onto pit road and took 4 fresh tires, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. won the race out of the pits. He's in 10th. The top 9 cars stayed out of slightly older tires compared to the rest of the field. So we'll see the drivers on fresh tires. Can they work their way to the front? Is that the strategy that will win them the race? They'll have 28 laps to get there by the time we get back racing yet again. So many cars electing the outside lane. Not that many cars taking the bottom. Only, let's see, seven rows of cars taking the inside. So many drivers taking the top. They don't want to lose any extra track position by being forced on the bottom and falling backwards. But if you're up at the front of the field, you got to go for it. So that's the thought process and how they ordered their way through the choose rule. Green flag in the air. Again, it's RFK versus HMS. Great launch by Keselowski, and he's got the help from Chris Buescher. The 9 of Chase Elliott getting a push from the 48. Keselowski cuts down to block Chase Elliott. Elliott still gets down onto the inside. Brad had to do that to slow the momentum down to the 9 and the 48 because he lost touch of the 17. Now Buescher picks him back up on the back straightaway. It was an aggressive but a clear block by Keselowski that did slow the momentum up of the 9 and the 48 enough to keep him out in front of the field. Buescher catches up to him, and now RFK is 1-2 with 27 laps to go. The 9 and the 48 losing a little bit of time down on the bottom. 38 of Zane Smith now to the outside and hanging on the right rear corner panel of the 9 of Chase Elliott as they circuit off of turn 2. And Elliott, hanging on the left rear corner panel of Chris Buescher, pulls him back off that same corner. And they're still in a door-to-door battle, entering turn 3 for second. Keselowski again down to block the 9, lane changing, controlling the race as much as he can. Connor Zilic is up inside the top 10 in the 87 car, the Red Bull Chevrolet for Trackhouse. He moves up into the outside now. Ryan Preece in the 60, the other RFK Ford that's still in the race, also hanging around 10th place. Bit of a gap separated the 17 and the 6 on the backstretch. 38 gave a massive shot to Chris Buescher. Buescher able to pull clear of Chase Elliott again. Alex Bowman going to abandon his teammate Chase Elliott, and Elliott's now going backwards with little help. Ty Dillon in the 10 is there, but Elliott's going to fall out of the top 5. Bowman will make a charge on the bottom for third as he gets by the 38, pulls to the inside of the 17, but the 9 of Elliott's too far back. If Bowman can't make this pass, he's going to end up losing too much time. Now he's got help. Reddick pulled to the inside. Chase Elliott's still there. And now Elliott's going to be 3 wide middle. Another car gets underneath him. Now Elliott back into the outside lane. Again, he's still right around 5th and 6th. Keselowski leads. Chris Buescher And the Cinnamon Toast Crunch car in second. And it's Bowman and Zane Smith still side by side for third. Carson Hocevar, who's got 4 fresh tires, in the middle, 3 wide. Gets past Ty Dillon. Lane opens up on the bottom. Hocevar underneath Chase Elliott now for 7th. We'll keep an eye out on Carson Hocevar. He's definitely moving forward. Chase getting restless in the middle of the pack. Gave a big push to Tyler Reddick, but he's got nowhere to go with it. He was boxed in. Now he's able to cut to the inside as he finally clears the 48. Somewhere in turns 1 and 2, Zane Smith got by Chris Buescher. And that split the RFK Fords up just a bit. Reddick was able to slide in line in front of Buescher as well. And Zane Smith is now going for the lead with 23 laps to go. And he's clear off turn 4. Zane Smith and the Aaron's Dream Machine out in front of the field with 22 laps to go at Atlanta. While Brad Keselowski is in second, Tyler Reddick in third, Chris Buescher fourth, Ty Gibbs rounds out the top 5 in fifth. Big run for Keselowski, not going to waste any time. He's going for the lead himself in turn 3. Same spot that Smith took the lead the lap before, and Keselowski's clear off turn 4. Chris Buescher followed the 6 on the inside line. Once Keselowski pulled to the outside, Buescher lost his draft and he's going backwards. Reddick goes for second underneath Zane Smith. Keselowski saw that, pulls to the bottom, in front of the 45. Stalled him out a bit. Not enough because Reddick was still able to clear the 38. And now Reddick backing up to get a run on Keselowski again to the inside. Tyler Reddick is underneath Keselowski, but he's not clear off turn 4. Brad side drafts him. The 38 will give the push to the 6. 2 Ford's going to work past the 45 of Reddick. Reddick so close to clearing for the lead, and now he's going to go back to about 4th place, if not even further. Hocevar got shut off in a block by Reddick, and that closed off the entire inside line for both the 45 and the 77. Alex Bowman through to second as he gets by Zane Smith through 3 and 4, and now he's in the prime spot to try to take the lead.
Rejuvenated himself, locking into the playoffs. And regardless of how it plays out, you can take the playoff picture and turn it upside down. This is going to be something tonight, a real turning point late in the regular season.
Brandon really wishes he had his teammate behind him. Got a little bit of security. Knowing there was some commitment, the 17 trying to work his way back toward the front. Stenhouse back in the picture. He had a penalty, which is why he had to fall back on the restart. A penalty on the pit stop has recovered reasonably well now up into the 8th position for the 47 car. Bowman dove to the inside, gets blocked by the 6. Out front. Down the back straightaway, another run coming from the 48 here. He's to the inside. He's going to try to make this pass happen. Not a lot of momentum. Brad can't slow him down. That was such a nice job by the 6. Oh, that's going to quick. The 48 to lead. 6 back to the inside down the front straightaway.
Good by Brad Keselowski. 17 to go.
And he's clear. And he prevents another crossover from the 48 of Bowman.
And here comes Stenhouse. That red 47 just keeps flashing.
Up 14 since the restart. 47 is the car on the move. Bowman back to the lead on the inside of the 6. No runs for Brad. 48's clear in the lead.
Inter Motorsports has been great here at this racetrack in the draft. 2 wins for William Byron, 1 for Chase Elliott.
Brad's got
Victory's the best.
Brad's got to put some kind of run together, but he doesn't have much up from behind. He's going to drive to the inside. Can he get there? Oh, I don't know if this is a pass. They're going to slow each other down the front straightaway, giving Zane Smith an opportunity to maybe go 3 wide. He doesn't. He's going to push that 6 car, but he's going to push it clear. That entire pass was created for Brad getting on the left rear of 48, getting him tight, driving the racetrack and believing that the 38, the fellow Ford, would stay in line, and he did. The drafting IQ is just so high. The moves he makes have just such subtle tendencies. Big run right here by the 45.
38 and the 48 slowing each other down with a side draft, in second. Brad Keselowski's got about 3 car lengths over them in the lead. Carson Hocevar up the middle, 3 wide, trying to split between the 45 of Tyler Reddick and the inside lane car underneath him. Pulls clear. Now he's able to get to the double white line. I believe that was Ty Dillon who was initially on the inside of him. And Carson Hocevar is now up to 5th place rather. Tyler Reddick is able to pull back clear. Zane Smith to the lead with help from Alex Bowman. Bowman on the inside of Keselowski as they team up to gun down the 6, but now Zane Smith's getting well out ahead of the pack with 13 laps to go, entering turn 3. Second-year driver, first year for Front Row Motorsports. Trying to hang on to get his first career win. Alex Bowman in the 48 pushes the 38 for a brief moment, pulled out a line at the end of the front stretch, and he'll try to go for the lead into turn 1. And as Smith hangs on the side draft, Brad Keselowski maybe going to have somewhere to go on the back straightaway to maybe challenge for the lead again. He doesn't. He just pushes the 38 out in front, and the 2 Fords lead the outside groove. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is moving up near the top 5. He's on the outside of Chase Elliott for that 5th spot. And now moves to the bottom. What a move by Stenhouse. 3 wide to the inside for about 3rd. Keselowski got tight. Hole opens up. Stenhouse goes from 5th to 2nd in one corner, and he's right behind Zane Smith for the lead. What a move by Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And Stenhouse with 4 fresh Goodyears. A pit road penalty just restarted at the tail end of the pack. Has worked himself in contention and still plenty of time to get back out in front. 10 laps to go. Bowman got right back around Stenhouse for 2nd, and now Bowman goes for the lead in turns 1 and 2. Slingshots and crossovers all over the racetrack for every position. From the pack, no different. Bowman clear to the lead off turn 2. And he'll hold on to it through 3 and 4. 42 lead changes and counting, and I'm sure we haven't seen the last one yet. Stenhouse clear again for 3rd. Keselowski has fallen to 4th. He does have slightly older tires compared to a lot of other drivers that are around him currently. But we'll see if he can get back up there. He does have a strong car. Carson Hocevar, big slide up in front of Chase Elliott. Elliott going to give him a push down the back straightaway. Pass for Hocevar was made for 6th. Looks like these top 5 positions are so starting to string out just a little bit. Which is probably what Alex Bowman wants as long as they're all strung apart from one another. It's going to be harder to get a run. Maybe not for Zane Smith though. Because Smith is going to take the lead on the inside through 1 and 2, and he's clear high on Bowman with ease. Now Bowman will be the push car. Down the back straightaway. He'll try to cross him back over quickly. No block by Smith. The push came from Stenhouse from one Chevy to another. Bowman close to clearing off turn 4, but Smith side drafts the right rear corner panel of Bowman, pulls him back. Stenhouse with a run. He went 3 wide for 2nd earlier. Now he goes 3 wide for the lead into 1, and Stenhouse is out in front. With Brad Keselowski to 2nd following him through. Tyler Reddick to 3rd will follow the 6. All 3 cars cleared the 38 and the 48. Hocevar tried to follow them as well, but he ran out of time to try to utilize that run to get by both cars. So he's still hovering around 6th place. 6 laps to go for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Got quite a ways out ahead of the pack. Brad Keselowski got a push from Reddick, but it was a little late. Stenhouse protected the middle line. Works himself back to the outside. In front of Keselowski, back straightaway again now. 5.5 laps left, and Keselowski will once more go for the lead. Stenhouse crowns him down into the corner. Nearly making contact, but Brad's clear through 3 and 4. Reddick in 3rd, looking for a run of his own. Peeks to the inside. Slides barely clear off turn 2 for that 2nd spot, and now he can go after Keselowski for the lead. Brad blocks to the inside into 3 and 4. Tyler Reddick all over the back bumper of the 6 as they exit turn 4. Keselowski's going to have to make a lot more aggressive moves if he's going to hold on to the lead for these final 4 laps of the race. The runs have been so big. This is going to be hard to pull off, and especially on a tire detriment. Reddick with another big push from Stenhouse on the outside. He tried to go low and then goes high. Neither one works. Alex Bowman, underneath of Stenhouse for third, gets pulled back with a side draft. Chase Elliott 3 wide underneath both cars for third place into turn 1. And I think Elliott's going to be able to clear both cars. And he also hangs on that left rear quarter panel of Reddick for second. Keselowski getting quite a ways out ahead of the pack while all this is going on behind him. Big run by Chase Elliott down on the bottom. He's still underneath Tyler Reddick. Now slides up into the outside line behind Reddick, and Reddick's got to run off turn 4. 2 laps to go here at Atlanta. Into turn 1, Elliott goes for second again underneath Tyler Reddick. Might have bought Keselowski at least another corner. Elliott clear for second place. Bowman into the back of the 45. Reddick's going to have a run on the back straightaway. Does he go for second again? He does not. He stays on the outside lane. Chase Elliott trying to beat the 6 to the top. And now the Hendrick duo of Bowman and Elliott are second and third coming to the white flag. Can they team up to gun down the 6 at Keselowski? Final lap of the race. Elliott for the lead into turn 1. Brad tries to squeeze him. Elliott clear off turn 2. Had to take the run when he had it. Now can he block Keselowski for the win? Bowman is going to try to get to the inside of the 6. That's not going to allow for Keselowski to get a run needed to go after Elliott for the win. Chase Elliott out in front of the pack off turn 4. His teammate blocking for second. It'll be Chase Elliott winning at Atlanta for the second time in his Cup career and breaking more than a 40-race winless streak in doing so. Chase Elliott wins at his home track again. It's the 4th win for Hendrick Motorsports under this Atlanta configuration in the 8 races, 2 for the 24 and now 2 for the 9. And there was really nothing Brad Keselowski could do with the teammates at Hendrick Motorsports, second and third coming to the white flag behind him. Once Elliott got to the lead, the best thing Bowman could do was do what he did down the back straightaway, make the move for second. Because if he would have stayed on that outside line behind Keselowski, that probably would have gave Brad enough of a run to try to get right back at Elliott again. Bowman knew that. Therefore, he made the move he did, and he was able to keep Chase Elliott in the lead for that one final lap, and Elliott is our race winner. You'll get to hear from Chase Elliott and some of the other top finishers in our post-race show. We will go over the finishing results once we get the interview from our winner, Chase Elliott. And then following that, we will go over the in-season tournament, see who won each head-to-head matchup for this week. 40 laps led tonight for the 9. He had a fast car. He was contending for the lead pretty much ever since the Giant won back in stage 2. And even when he fell behind, he was able to find his teammate, right place at the right time, and he was able to get back in contention and get the race win. Final lap. Last lap pass for the win in turns 1 and 2. Keselowski led 45 laps. I'm surprised he held on as long as he did from about 4 to go to the final lap, but it was just 1 lap too many down the stretch. Twelfth different winner this season. 9th different winner in the last 9 races.
A popular victory, a huge celebration. Let's join it now. Down to the front straightaway at Barney Snyder.
And anytime NASCAR's most popular driver wins, it's a big deal. But when he wins at his home track, it's even bigger. How about that, Georgia race fans? What a drive for Chase Elliott. So aggressive all night long. In fact, we joked we called him Mr. 3-Wide tonight. Was willing to do anything it took to get up front. And here comes the 19. Officially locked in now.
Dang, those are some fireworks.
Consistent, getting solid finishes. Chase Elliott delivers at his home racetrack. Chase, does it get any sweeter than winning in front of your hometown fans?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable, you guys. How about that? Are you kidding me? I've never in my life. I've never in my life. This is unbelievable. Thank you guys so much. Hey, you know, just what a special car, and just a huge thanks to Napa Auto Parts and everything they do for me and to benefit Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Raylan Mills designed a fast Napa Chevrolet tonight, so it was a lot of fun. This right here is something I'll never forget. Thank you guys so much.
What made this so? There's Raylan. Good job on the car design, Raylan. How about watching your car go to victory lane?
He was cool.
It was cool. What made this win so improbable? It looked like you were out of the game, Chase. Why do you say, I never dreamed this would happen?
Well, I just think that honestly, all the cards fell in the right places there those last couple laps. What a crazy race, man! I don't know if y'all had fun, but it was wild from my seat. So glad we got to run that thing out there to the end. And yeah, just again, thank you so much for everybody that has made this possible. You know, this is the 9th year of Design to Drive. You know, what an incredible way to you know, to celebrate that. Some great partners, Chevrolet. Say hey to Mr. Hendrick at home. Thanks for sticking with me, pal. And yeah, just again, thanks to all you guys, because this right here is, you can't dream of this.
You got a short drive home to Dawsonville. I'm sure there's about 80,000 fans that'd love to party with you tonight.
It's going to be a big one, so we'll get ready.
All right, Chase Elliott locked into the playoffs, but more importantly, wins at his home track. Adam, means so much to him, you can tell.
3 drivers from Hendrick Motorsports have now found their way to victory lane in 2025. 12 drivers have won on the campaign. The playoff field is now 75% full. Last lap pass, engine number 9 to the point. And once he got there, he wasn't going to give it up.
Yeah, he claims it all fell in the right place, but I'm not sure. A masterclass final lap, timed that final move, and then held off all the aggression at the end. You know, the man with the best average finish in NASCAR is going to give Chevrolet 5 wins here in 8 events on the new reconfiguration. Just an awesome job. Big commitment down there in the corner. He knew the block was coming. Brad really couldn't do anything about it. It's in a bad situation coming off of turn 4. And then the help from the teammate, not to push the 6, not to help the 6 rebound. Bowman goes for the position, doesn't get it. But that also was a good aid to his teammate, Chase Elliott. A very normally reserved to Chase Elliott shows emotion. You wonder what giant has been awoken here with a few races before the playoffs.
And talk about momentum.
All right, we'll go through the rest of the finishing results here. NASCAR's webpage keeps redirecting me like every 10 seconds, so I'll try to get through this as best as I can. Might have to revert to my phone to try to get the finishing order, but I'll try to keep it up on screen as long as possible. Yeah, see, like now it disappeared on me again. The raw feed is not accurate, so I can't go off of that. And try to log out of NASCAR.com and log back in real quick. I might just have to read the finishing results off of my phone. because there's some problems on NASCAR.com at the moment. Going to finish the race with 45 lead changes, including the final one on the final lap, where Chase Elliott gets the win. Last lap pass after a push from his teammate Alex Bowman on the front stretch. Very close to 1-2 finish. Keselowski actually beat Bowman back to the line for second place, but Elliott with the race win here today. 68 laps spent under caution, 10 yellows in total, and we finished under the regulation length of 260 laps and 400 miles. We did finish this race under green, 3 hours, 34 minutes, and 54 seconds total time to get the full 400 miles of racing in. And I will pull up the finishing results on my phone because, again, you can just see that NASCAR.com keeps redirecting me like every 10 seconds. Chase Elliott wins, and the web page is now broken. All the Chase Elliott fans are rushing to NASCAR.com at the same time, and it's crashing their website. So I'll get the full results here in a second. It seems like the finishing results are not accurate on the app either. So the app is still showing lap 258 with Keselowski in the lead. Might just have to wait for TNT to come back from their commercial break then. So the NASCAR app and NASCAR.com are down at the moment. They post the full finishing results on TNT, then I'll read it off for you guys there, but I'm having some technical difficulties getting the finishing results, so I don't have that for the moment for all of us. It's so weird that it keeps redirecting me like every 10 seconds. It's not going anywhere. It just says redirecting to full results, but then they just don't show up. Yeah, I've got nothing for you at the moment. Chase won and broke the app. Yeah, it broke the app and it broke the website. Yeah, I mean, my favorite driver finished dead last, and my bracket got busted too, but it was a great race. A lot of fun tonight. I was skeptical after that first big one how the racing was going to be going forward, and I thought these drivers were going to take it a lot more easy. That was not the case. It was full go from that point on. And they were going 100% all night. So again, waiting for the finishing results to post on either NASCAR.com or the NASCAR mobile app, and then we'll go through the finishing results and then the head-to-head matchups for the in-season tournament as well. Any other interviews, you'll get to listen in on TNT with our post-race coverage. We'll go through the Fantasy League at some point as well. I would imagine that the results for the Fantasy League probably aren't accurate either if the race results aren't showing anything. Actually, if I go to the Fantasy League, I wonder if it'll show. Yeah, at lap 258, it's frozen on the Fantasy League also. So there's no way to check the finishing results on NASCAR.com for the time being. Might be an extended post-race show because of not having the results. I will stay here until we get them. Unless for some reason we get like a half hour, 45 minutes in and I still don't have anything for you. What we do know is that Chase Elliott won. Second place was Brad Keselowski, and Alex Bowman finished third. Outside of the top three, I don't know the exact order. Pretty sure you can hear the siren all the way from Tampa. Probably. Probably heard all the fireworks from the racetrack from Tampa too. There's quite a few of them.
Tonight, obviously, to see this is so special to see
the hometown boy win here, obviously the most popular driver. But I think you point out something there. With like 10 to go to 5 to go, he sits, but he just makes methodical moves when it was the correct time, made aggressive moves like we had seen through the night, and then gets that push from Alex Bowman. He's probably got to go thank Alex, I would think, just a little bit.
And I don't even, it wasn't even the push. It was the fact that Bowman didn't help Brad to get back to him, which was huge. It was definitely a little bit of teammate playing there, and he owes Bowman one for sure.
But he set himself up in the right position to get that push from Bowman and then have that monster run. There's nothing Brad could do. Brad had blocked every move for what, 40 laps?
Yeah.
Something like that. But he just, at the most pivotal time, he couldn't make that block because it was such a large run. It's such a shorter distance when you go to the bottom in turn one. If you have momentum, it's impossible for that front car to try to block.
And it was safe to say this was kind of Brad's race to lose. He controlled the majority of the race, and I think as we walked up here, you're like, it's Brad's night, right? 31st in points, he's going to lock himself in. The Chase, man, had that run, was able to get to his inside, and look at that. Unbelievable. So, what a night.
Mentioned you earlier when the guys talked to him in the red flag. I mean, he was not happy with that race car. Said he couldn't get it back to kind of stick, and it looked like he was out to lunch. You see right there, no doubt, Mr. H on the phone right there, calling his driver to congratulate him on this win. Which is absolutely a big one. We mentioned the winless streak that he's been through. Look at that smile.
I love that. It's awesome. It's definite emotion. And you mentioned it, he was not happy with that race car in the first run in stage one, but he pointed out something really, really important. He was like, when we looked at our notes, that's historically how this place reacts. At the beginning, it's sort of out of the racetrack, but knowing night's going to fall, it would come to them, and he actually asked one of the last pit stops not to make any adjustments because the car was riding so well and come to them with the nighttime and the cooler temperatures as the race went on. And obviously, he had a car he could make moves with. He had cars that had newer tires behind him. He had Stenhouse driving to the field on newer tires, and he was able to hold them off. And I think I just loved how he was so patient there with 5 to go, with 4 to go, to make the right moves. That's just so, it takes so much patience and just, I don't know, cerebralness to be in that moment and to make the right moves.
Yeah, and listen, what you don't know inside the car when yours isn't handling well is how's everybody else's handling. And I heard a lot of guys complaining about their car, but as you said, it came to him and he had his car.
What kind of relief do you think this is for Chase? You heard him when he just climbed out. He said, "Hey, thanks, Mr. H, for sticking with me." And he's the sport's most popular driver. You know his job is secure, but you also know that he wants to go out there. He's expected to win.
You want to beat your teammates.
Yeah.
I mean, and he has probably the most challenging teammate in the entire series with Kyle Larson. We know how talented Kyle is. That's a tough teammate to have. I know firsthand because he was my teammate for a while. But all of those guys, I mean, Bowman as well, right? I mean, you have to perform when you're at an organization like Hendrick Motorsports. 44 races since his last win, but his 20th win. It's huge, man. It's a lot of wins through a career.
It's huge, and I know the pressure he puts on himself. Whenever you talk to him, whenever he does interviews, he mentions how much pressure he puts on himself, how it's so internal, right? And it's in that internally within that race team. He talks about Alan Gustafson and the pressure they put internally on that race team because they think, like what you talked about, Kyle Larson, we should be the number one car here. We should be the one
We
winning
want
all
to be
time.
the number one
When
car.
you're in Hendrick Motorsports, Steve Letarte will tell you, Mr. H gives you everything to win.
Right.
And
There's
when
no
you're not
excuses.
winning,
Right.
that's a problem.
Yep.
Well, not only the Hendrick Motorsports factor, right? The Elliott factor, and,
Yes.
and you mentioned his dad is one here at this track. The sport's most popular driver factor. Fans want to see this dude in victory lane. You can hear it right now. This is a lot because he is a hometown boy, but this is also because he is Chase Elliott, and he is the sport's most popular driver year after year after year.
And selfishly, on Tuesday,
You wanna
I
see him?
picked him to win
Oh, boy.
this week. I just had to put it out there. I looked rude.
I
Thank
think
you, Chase, for
Steve
making me look
Parker
good.
I
is
think-
not scared to pat himself on the
I can't even reach my
not
arm
at
this
all.
far back, to be honest.
Who's not okay with patting themselves up back there, Jamie?
Parker.
Yeah,
Parker.
I think I've seen it.
If it had been Jamie's pick, just know he would have had it.
That's all right.
All right, we see the celebration in victory lane, but of course, Brad Keselowski was so close to getting the victory here tonight. Just came down to that final lap.
Here's
Let's
runner-up
hear
Brad
from
K.
him.
Right after the checkered flag, Brad Keselowski came on the radio and said, "I just needed a teammate." What made the difference in that finish?
9 car got a great push from the 48 there, and if those guys would race, I could hold them off. But when they double team me like that, it was the same thing when we had a couple teammates. We were able to hold them off, and we lost that. And at the end, they were able to double team me. So good effort, led a lot of laps in position. I don't really think there's anything I could do differently. Just put ourselves in position.
You don't get a lot of shots at these that close Is this one?
Pop shot at these out.
Does this one hurt?
About every loss hurts. I don't. Well, why don't we go on to next week and try to win?
Brad Keselowski with a good attitude after finishing second.
All right, Alex Bowman, I know it's hard to watch your teammates celebrate in victory lane. Where did this one get away?
It's kind of the sequence of us getting shuffled there. My car was really good, but I was pretty bottom dependent a little bit just with how our handling was. And I'd say that one's a little popular. So congrats to the 9 team and Chase. Proud of those guys, and glad to have a Hendrick car in victory lane. Wish it was us, but yeah, we had a really fast Ally 48 there after we crashed, and yeah, just needed to not lose control of the race, but that was hard to do. Everybody that led lost control of the race, so I just led at the wrong time, I guess. But yeah, wish we were 2 spots better or whatever, but still a good day for us and our Ally Camaro.
The good news is you gained 19 points on the cut. You're now plus 39, and you're heading to the track where you last won at Chicago.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's some good places for us coming up, and if we just run how we're supposed to, we wouldn't even be looking at the cut line. We've led so much over the last couple months, so yeah, glad to continue to step in the right direction after those 2 months of hell, and this 48 team did a really good job today.
Earlier in the spring, Bowman said the last 2 months were difficult, but things are turning around here, guys.
Tyler Reddick comes home in 4th. How do you describe that racing in the last run? What shot did you have?
We were really solid, honestly. Our upper deck Superman Camry was good. Just made him up wrong move at the wrong time. Most of the night, if I sat and waited, I'd get shuffled back, and just need to be a little bit smarter with my move on the 6. It got us shuffled too far back to be able to fight truly for the win there. So disappointing for sure, but it was nice to get a playoff point, score some points at a speedway. But yeah, just more and more new winners. So we gotta find a way to victory lane. That's for sure.
This certainly was a battle of attrition. Would more Toyotas, more teammates have helped you in the end?
No, I just need to make better choices myself.
All right, Tyler Reddick, hard on himself after a top 5 finish.
Eric Jones settling for a 5th place finish, but is it glass half full, Eric, to see how Legacy continues to run here each and every week?
Yeah, I think so. Just good runs. Well, since Charlotte, really, in the 600. And so after tonight, I had to come back and run 5th. We wrecked twice, once on my own and once in the big wreck at the start. So I'm happy with that. I'm just happy with the Dollar Tree Camry team. So it's been a lot of fun to race. It was kind of a weird start. We had to make a lot of changes to the car to fire off, but just really proud of the effort, proud of what we're doing right now. We've made a big climb in points, and we're still going. And I don't know. You don't know what, if we can keep making it better. We're at the cusp here of just, we're one good step away from really being contenders, and I hope we can take that step soon.
In the last 7 races, you've jumped from 30th to 18th in the points. You've jumped a few more spots tonight. With 8 races to go, Eric, in the regular season, are you thinking you could point your way in if you continue running this well?
Yeah, I mean, if we can do this, for sure. It's going to take some perfect races, but we've been doing that. We haven't got the finishes here and there, but we've got a lot of stage points through the day and ran well. So if we can get some stage points, get these finishes like this, there's no reason we can't. So would love to get a win. I thought we had a shot at the end. It just was kind of, I just ran out of time, but nice to be in contention for it, and getting amped up, right up front and having fun. So road course has been up and down for us. So I hope they're good the next 2, but looking forward to it either way.
Solid top 5. Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was a solid top 5, certainly for Eric Jones. Take a look at this. We had another guy to that win list, Chase Elliott, punching his ticket.
Well, we haven't gotten the finishing results yet, but they do have the point standings up on screen, so at least I can read that off for you guys while NASCAR.com is still down at the moment. Again, the drivers locked into the playoffs with a win, 12 of them now after Chase Elliott gets his today. That would be Kyle Larson with 3 wins, Denny Hamlin with 3 wins, Christopher Bell with 3. 1 win for William Byron, Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric, Joey Logano, Chase Briscoe, Josh Berry, Shane Van Gisbergen, Ross Chastain, and now Chase Elliott. Tyler Reddick is plus 128 points above the cut line, plus 52 for Chris Buescher, plus 39 for Alex Bowman, and Bubba Wallace in the number 23 is plus 23 points above Ryan Preece. Preece is minus 23. Eric Jones, as you just heard from, is 18th, now minus 48. Minus 59 for AJ Allmendinger, and 19th, Carson Hocevar, minus 62 points. So that is the current cut line battle. Haven't seen the finishing results yet. Are they not going to have the finishing results on screen on TV either? It says the race winner is Brad Keselowski on NASCAR.com. Yeah, I can't even read these race results because I know they're not right. Alex Bowman was third and it has him sixth on here. I can't read these results. Kind of sucks because I can't go through the head-to-head battles or the fantasy league because we don't have the actual race results on screen that I can show you guys. Sorry, this has been not as good post-race show, but I don't really have anything I could show you visually for how the race itself finished out. What we do know is that Chase Elliott got the last lap pass for the win with help from Alex Bowman. As Hendrick Motorsports was able to team up on Brad Keselowski, Elliott gets the win, Brad K in second, and then Chase Elliott third. Tyler Reddick, who you heard from moments ago, I believe finished fourth, and then Eric Jones rounded out the top five and fifth. So that was the top five when they crossed the start-finish line. Again, the 9, then the 6, 48, 45, and 43. Use ESPN.com. Does ESPN work? ESPN.com. Or sports, NASCAR. Cup Series results. See if they have them. Atlanta. All right. Well, that's sad that ESPN has it. NASCAR.com doesn't. Here are the unofficial results for tonight's race at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Chase Elliott with the race win. Brad Keselowski finishes in second. Alex Bowman third. Tyler Reddick fourth. And Eric Jones, as mentioned, rounds out the top five in fifth. Sixth place finish for Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Zane Smith 7th, Ty Dillon 8th, Chris Buescher 9th, and Carson Hocevar rounds out the top 10. 11th for Connor Zilich, AJ Allmendinger in 12th, Cody Ware 13th, Ty Gibbs 14th, Ryan Preece 15th, BJ McLeod 16th, Kyle Larson 17th, Michael McDowell 18th, Cole Custer 19th, and Austin Dillon in 20th. Kyle Busch 21st, Bubba Walls 22nd, Justin Haley 23rd, Shane Van Gisbergen 24th, Noah Gragson in 25th, 26th for John Hunter Nemechek, Todd Gilliland 27th, Riley Herbst 28th, David Starr 29th, and Christopher Bell in 30th. Denny Hamlin 31st, 32nd for Josh Berry, Ross Chastain 33rd, Daniel Suarez 34th, Chase Briscoe 35th, Joey Logano 36th, William Byron 37th, Austin Cindric 38th, Corey LaJoie 39th, and Ryan Blaney rounds out our 40-car field. I believe everybody says 260 complete for everybody, but not everybody finished on the lead lap, obviously. Trying to sort this out. Gregson finished. I think Nemechek in 26 would have been first of those that DNF'd. So we have 15 DNFs tonight. And as far as the amount of cars that finished on the lead lap, I believe it was under 20. But I'm not 100% sure on that. This is the best leaderboard that we have for the finishing results. So, which is ESPN. The app is working. Okay, let me check the app. Yeah, the app's working now, so NASCAR.com's down. We did get the finishing results at least. So I'm going to go into the in-season tournament bracket. And I'll let you guys know verbally where everybody finished since the NASCAR app, NASCAR.com, is down at the moment. So our first head-to-head matchup for the round of 32, Denny Hamlin versus Ty Dillon. Ty Dillon with an 8th place finish beats Denny Hamlin tonight, who ended up finishing in 31st. So the 32 seed Ty Dillon moves on. The 1 seed Denny Hamlin is out. Brad Keselowski finishing second tonight does beat Kyle Busch in his matchup. Busch 21st. Again, BK in second. Joey Logano against Alex Bowman. Bowman wins that matchup. Logano with the DNF early. Bowman finishing third. Bubba Wallace beats Daniel Suarez. Suarez a DNF in the big one. Wallace finished the race, but off the lead lap in 22nd. John Hunter Nemechek with a solid run ends up beating Josh Berry. Berry with a DNF. I guess Nemechek ended up with a DNF as well, but he was still ahead of Berry. 26 for Nemechek. Berry finished 32nd. So Nemechek moves on. Chase Elliott, obviously with the win, will beat Austin Dillon. Eric Jones finishing 5th beats Ross Chastain, who DNF'd. Christopher Bell is eliminated. He was my pick for the final spot on the left side of the bracket. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. advances with a 6th place finish. Chase Briscoe and Noah Gragson and their matchup. Briscoe had a DNF, and I believe Gragson finished, but many laps down in 25th. So Gragson advances. Briscoe is eliminated. Ryan Preece beats William Byron. Preece did finish the race on the lead lap. Byron DNF'd in the big one. Carson Hocevar ended up finishing in 10th. He advances over Ryan Blaney. Tyler Reddick advances over Kyle Larson, with Reddick finishing 4th and Larson finishing in 17th. The Michael McDowell and AJ Allmendinger matchup. Michael McDowell 18th, AJ 12th, so AJ moves on. Ty Gibbs and Justin Haley. That was a close matchup. Justin Haley 23rd, Ty Gibbs 14th. Gibbs moves on. Cindric against Zane Smith. Cindric DNF, Zane Smith with a top 10 and 7. Zane Smith moves on. And then Chris Buescher versus Todd Gilliland. Gilliland did end up wrecking, finishing 27th with a DNF versus Chris Buescher finishing the race in 9th. So Buescher moves on. So as far as my head-to-head picks, I had Hamlin moving on, lost that. I got Brad, 1-1. Logano lost. I had Wallace at 2-2. Nemechek Elliott 4-2, 5-2. I had Jones over Chastain. Briscoe Bell lost 5-4, 5-5. Byron out, Blaney out. 5-7, 5-8. Jeez. 6. I went 7-9 on my bracket this week. I only got 7 of the 16 matchups correct this week. And my final 2, Christopher Bell, William Byron, are both out. I do have 2 of my final 4 that are still in, which is Chris Buescher and Bubba Wallace, but that's tough. That is a tough go for the first round of the bracket for me. 2 of my final 4 are eliminated. The 2 finalists I had are done, including Byron that I had to win the whole thing. And I go 7 of 16. All right, I will refresh NASCAR.com. Hopefully we can check the Fantasy League out. I do believe everything is updated on NASCAR.com finally. You can join the NASCAR mobile app. Join our NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. It is free to join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500, if you win our league championship. And it is free to enter. All you need is your email to sign up. I'm on NASCAR.com right now. You'll see there's a fantasy tab. You'll click on that. And then Fantasy Live on the left. My team for this week was bad. Everybody wrecked out except for Brad Keselowski, who finished second. Kyle Busch ended up finishing the race barely on the lead lap, but no stage points, and he had a lot of damage. I think he ended up 21st. Barry DNF'd, Cindric DNF'd, Logano DNF'd, and Blaney DNF'd. I took Blaney out because he only had 1 point, plus it saves me an extra usage with him. I still got 3 starts left and had to plug Kyle Busch in for that pick. So very bad week for fantasy for me. Head-to-head picks didn't help me too much. Helped me a little bit. I got 20 bonus points. Eric Jones beat Ross Chastain, and Brad Keselowski ended up beating Kyle Busch. It still shows Keselowski winning on the fantasy league, so I don't think the fantasy points are going to be completely official right now, but we'll check to see who ended up winning anyway. Yeah, so the fantasy league is not updated. It shows the Plow V3 winning this week, but again, because the finishing results aren't accurate, I'm not going to say that he necessarily won, or that I'm even at 115 points, because I probably had less than that with Keselowski not getting the win. So, NASCAR.com is still down on the fantasy side of things, but the results are up. And again, we went through that already, and we pretty much covered everything we needed to in the post-race. You got to hear interviews from the top 5 finishers. We stayed live a little bit longer because we were waiting for the results to hit up. Had to go to ESPN.com to get those. So again, here's another quick look at the finishing results that you could see on screen for the top finishers for today's race. I will see you guys next weekend on the channel. We will have 3 live commentary streams next week. I'll go over the start times quickly, as NASCAR will head to Chicago for the street race. The Truck Series will be off for the next couple of weeks. They have 3 off weeks in a row, so it'll be just Xfinity and Cup Series racing next weekend. So Cup Series practice and qualifying from Chicago will begin at 1:30 p.m. Eastern on Saturday afternoon. And then the NASCAR Xfinity Series race will be later that evening at 4:30 p.m. Eastern right here on the channel. The NASCAR Cup Series race will be on Sunday. We'll begin our pre-race at 1:30 p.m. Eastern with the race starting shortly after 2. So that will be our live streams next week. Again, Cup practice and qualifying at 1:30 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. Xfinity race Saturday afternoon at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. And then at 1:30 p.m. Eastern on Sunday afternoon, our NASCAR Cup Series live race stream at Chicago. 75-lap event there. Can't wait to see you for that one. Thank you all for watching throughout the course of the entire NASCAR race weekend this week. It was an awesome race here tonight, and it was an awesome show out by you guys, the fans, as well, in the chat. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. We did get to our goal of 100 likes. We're at 131 right now. So definitely still hit that like button. Subscribe for NASCAR content like this. We have live commentary streams every NASCAR race weekend for Truck, Xfinity, Cup, Racing, Cup practice, and qualifying. Obviously, trucks are off next week, so only 3 live commentary streams next weekend. But can't wait. Had a fun night tonight. Hopefully, we have a fun night for next weekend as well. I will be streaming tomorrow still for NASCAR 08. It will be either the Coke 600 on the Cup side or a Nazareth Busch race. I haven't decided yet. But I'll do one of those races tomorrow and then the other one on Monday. For the one I don't do, it just depends on how much time I have for Monday specifically, because I know that the 600 is going to be the longer of the 2 races. But I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Congratulations again to Chase Elliott for getting a win at his home track at Atlanta. And see you guys hopefully tomorrow. And if I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you next Saturday.